Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2014 Goodwood Revival meeting, the 17th in a long line of wonderful sporting events here at Goodwood, which go back all the way to September the 18th, 1948. My name is Marcus Pye. I'm in the tower above the pits. I'm going to be part of your commentary team, big commentary team this weekend. Bruce Jones and Henry Hope Frost and Chris Stewart, Barry Nutley and numerous other guests bring you all the action from this extraordinary event, the world's premier historic motorsport event, and also the world's premier period costume set. Mods and rockers coming out onto the circuit now to start our track action, opening the motor circuit, 2.4 miles, and great spectacle it's going to be. We've got a fabulous lineup of races over the weekend, 17 races in all, including the two Setrington Cup pedal car races that joined our bill a couple of years ago, and really is the cream of world motorsport. Everybody's here, everyone's ready and waiting. It's taken a big build-up to get the circuit looking as it does today. Fantastic scenes out on the track and in the paddock behind me, where one of our extraordinary features to celebrate the centenary of the Maserati mark is a terrific gathering of 250F racing cars, the iconic 250Fs, and they're in a period Monza pits, the Autodromo Nazionale di Monza, recreated for you behind the scoreboard on the inside of the motor circuit. We're going to see about half the 250Fs built here this weekend. A dozen or so of them are going to be racing, some just demonstrated. We're going to see also a great turnout of Jaguar D-types, the iconic finned sports cars of the 1950s, 3 times winners at Le Mans 24 Hours, following on the proud tradition of the C-type, which won there a couple of times previously. And so much more to see. We've got a massive tribute, a daily tribute to Sir Jackie Stewart, who had his first drive in a single-seater back here in the spring of 1964, and who, as a result of a fantastic test in a Tyrrell run, Cooper BMC, ended up with a works drive, which took him on into Grand Prix racing the following season. So Jackie and his family will be here, and another of our great moments out on circuit. We're going to have some wonderful aviation. Not only we had our Dawn Patrol from the P-51 Mustang, but we've got the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. We should have 2 Lancaster bombers this weekend, the only 2 flying Lancaster bombers in the world. Very poignant, that, and indeed the Canadian one, which has joined the BBMF aircraft in the sky this summer over this country, lost an engine very recently, but apparently they've been lent a spare, so it's back airborne again. Another Merlin installed in that, 4 Merlins in each of those. But meanwhile, down on the track, we've got the amazing scooters, the mods and rockers down there with their Lambrettas and their Vespas, and the motorcycles in behind. The police are down there in force as well, and just look on your big screens if you're near one to pick up the full flavour of this extraordinary scene, which just gets bigger and better every year. Here's the march of the mods, taking it all in there. Of course, the scooters festooned with spotlights and aerials that did nothing for their power to weight ratio or their balance, but certainly looked grand. And of course, all the vehicles on site, with the exception of emergency vehicles, are fit into the pre-1966 era, when the motor circuit's first heyday, as I like to call it, closed. Jaguar XK at the front of your screen there, the XK engine, the 6-cylinder twin overhead cam engine, first seen in 1948, and the XK's which begat the XK120C or C-type, and following them the monocoque D-type, so we're going to see so much of this weekend. The police in pursuit, saluting. Not going to catch much on that, are they? But following the Triumph Herald there, Triumph Herald police car, there's a Zephyr in the middle of that. In fact, the two Zephyrs, there's a Zephyr 6 on the right, and then the earlier type Zephyr alongside. There's a Messerschmitt, I saw a three-wheeled Messerschmitt cabin scooter in the mix there. The two Fords, keeping the mods and rockers nicely separated. There's a big turnout of cafe racers down there. The Ace Cafe on the North Circular Road in London, traditional meeting point for bikers. Still a great place to go. A terrific venue. One that's used very regularly for classic bike and classic car shows, hot rod evenings, all kinds of things. It's only over near Wembley, and great to see. Impressive cafe races down there. Got the Daimler, and nearest the camera, lots of period vehicles here. Daimler from 1964 with its B registration. I noticed there's the Messerschmitt in behind, the little pale blue Messerschmitt, holding the scooters at bay. Conditions here perfect, with a nice breeze blowing. We expect with a fair wind to have temperatures of around 20 degrees by the early part of the afternoon. And of course, not just about qualifying sessions today, because we have a race to finish off the programme on this Revival Friday, and that's going to start at 6:15 this evening. 6:15, the Sussex Trophy Race, double driver, 1 hour race. It'll go through dusk if last night was typical, and it's a change in the order this year, because we've had some mesmeric 50s sports car races redolent of the tourist trophies of 58 and 59 here in recent years, but it's been promoted, if you like, to the Friday evening slot in place of the Freddie March Memorial Trophy race, the cars from the Goodwood 9-hour period, and that race will now close. It's a swap round, so that race this year will close our race programme on Sunday evening. We've got the best of sports racing cars, of saloon or touring cars and single-seaters here this weekend, so something for everybody. And I'm sure that among the cars you'll enjoy, and motorcycles, don't forget the Barry Sheen Memorial Motorcycle Races, for which my colleague Barry Nutley will be up here in the hot seat in Tabat. Knows everything about motorcycles, and so we leave you in his capable hands for those two races, which will be one on Saturday tomorrow and one on Sunday. There's the Messerschmitt, back to the track action, watching on your screens, and just setting the tone for another magnificent Goodwood Revival meeting. That first era of Goodwood started in September 1948, September the 18th, and it was 50 years to the day when Lord March reopened the circuit, as his grandfather had before him, from the cockpit of a Bristol. And well remember that day, those of us who were here, when the Bristol came out of the chicane, which was added a few years after the motor circuit opened, in actual fact, and then was buzzed by the great Ray Hanna in a Spitfire, who flew lower than my commentary box and sprung a surprise, nicely choreographed surprise on Lord March, our genial and generous event host here at Goodwood. Wasn't the first event of the new era of Goodwood, because back in '93 Lord March invited us to his garden at nearby Goodwood House for the first of the festivals of speed, and based on a hill climb. His grandfather, who was a very successful pre-war racer, winner of the Brooklands Double 12, Freddie March, had held a speed hill climb in the grounds of Goodwood House back in the mid-1930s. So it's following tradition, and it's the best of traditions of respect, spectator, fun, which these are our scooters coming past up the main straight. Give them a wave, ladies and gentlemen. They have such fun at the on the motor circuit. So it's a 2.4 mile circuit. It's a fantastic circuit because it's absolutely far from being dead flat. Lots of great changes in its topography, which make it a very challenging circuit, as well as an extremely fast one of the quickest racetracks, quickest laps anywhere in Great Britain. The period lap record set jointly by Sir Jackie Stewart and his Scottish compatriot Jim Clark at 1 minute 20.4 seconds. Of course, that's been eclipsed in recent years, because in the revival meetings, Andrew Smith holds the outright lap record down in the 1:18s with a mighty Lola T70 Spider. The T70 Spider did actually race here in the final part of Goodwood's era. David Hobbs brought one here for a Whitson Trophy race. But there we go, there's a cafe racer. Chains around the rider's belt. Back to the scooters then. These are the mods, very much all about the Quadrophenia era. You can just imagine them down the seafront at Brighton, where we were last weekend for the Brighton Speed Trials, which made a triumphant return after a couple of years away. Brighton Speed Trials started back in 1905, along with the other very, very early events in the country, at Shelby Walsh, in the Midlands in particular. But I think back to those early days here at Goodwood, very much an experiment. The first race meeting in 1948, it was all really a suggestion of the Australian airman Tony Gaze, who was madly into cars. Said to Freddie March, our current Duke's grandfather, that would make a fantastic venue for racing, and of course, being an enthusiast and petrol head himself, he said, well, why not? So they pulled together an experimental meeting in which Sterling Moss managed to win the 500cc race, only a 3-lapper, and it was a fascinating day, which presaged an era of motorsport which lasted right the way through to the summer of 1966. The BARC, Eastern Brooklands Automobile Racing Club, became the British Automobile Racing Club, ran the majority of events here, and there was one bike event among 120 or so car race meetings, 71 of which were members' meetings, the private members' meetings, but there were always big internationals once it all got established. At Easter and at Whitson there was always a good September meeting as well, plus the major feature enduro races, the Tourist Trophy, the Goodwood 9 Hours that ran 3 times in the early to mid 50s for sports cars. 9-hour race, the longest in Britain at that point. There's the road menders. Not done a very good job because they were here last year, and I thought they patched it up then, but they found more to do. So that's a tea break. Yes, there's a bit of a tea break going on there, and there's a little Messerschmitt. They raced these, particularly the 4-wheeled versions, the they called the Tigers, weren't they? And they were very, very quick at places like the Nürburgring on the full Nordschleife circuit, full 15-mile circuit. But after Goodwood closed, the BARC found a new home at Thruxton Airfield, 2.356 miles, fractionally shorter, but at the same time done pretty much in all classes, up in neighbouring Hampshire, not that far away. And racing continues to this day at Thruxton, where in fact they did hold some car racing in the early part of the 1950s on a very different circuit to the perimeter track they use now. Well, here's Phil Daniels leading his way, leading the troop of mods. I'll be enjoying every second of this. Natty white gloves. De rigueur, certainly gloves for scooter riders. Well, the police cars are back, led by the glorious Jaguar XK, and at the back of the field we have the rather splendid MGA. Just going off the circuit now, behind the main grandstand. Circuit action in earnest begins at 9:30, so about 23 minutes from now. With official practice for the Sussex Trophy, it's a half-hour session, 2 drivers to qualify each car. The World Championship sports cars, production sports racing cars, of the type that raced between 1955 and 1960. As ever, full fields for the vast majority of these races, and you're going to see some awesome dueling with cars which all have considerably more power than they do grip, all on treaded tyres. We don't go into the slick shot era here. Everything runs to this period timeline, looking down to the chicane, and the last of the vehicles will very shortly be ushered off. Great tradition of dressing up onto your screen. I see there's the P51 Mustang. That's Ferocious Frankie down there, which we'll see aloft during the weekend. More aviation for you is the amazing Freddie March Memorial Spirit of Aviation competition. The aircraft lined up very close to the Flying Club here at Goodwood, where you can go aloft yourself during the weekend.
Yeah, they can do it then. Yeah, it's fine. Right. Yeah, so 2:15.
Well, here's our action then for the day. Look at the big screens. Friday timetable commences with the Sussex Trophy qualifying. That is at 9:30. Goodwood Trophy, that's the early Grand Prix cars at 10:10. Chichester Cup Formula Juniors at 10:40. Some high-speed demonstrations at 11:10 a.m. Lancaster Air Display at 11:30. St Mary's Trophy Part 1, that'll be the 50s touring cars this year. Barry Sheen Memorial Trophy Motorcycles at 12:20. The Shelby Cup, a race for small block American V8 powered touring cars. That is the first sort of half of our programme, if you like. And at the bottom you can see how you can get in touch with us via your Facebooks and Twitters and all the social media. We'll be following social media during the day, and indeed during the weekend. and you'll be able to post your selfies. There's the Dakota. It's a mighty machine. Among the aircraft down in the Freddie March Spirit of Aviation park down there is a Hawker Hunter jet, very, very futuristic. It didn't fly in, alas. It would have been great to see, but at the recent Bournemouth Air Show we were treated to Jonathan Whaley's Misdemeanor, a really superbly presented and superbly flown Hunter, which wowed record audiences on the south coast. There on your screen is the big Massey Ferguson tractor, and the tractor takes the a trailer round on the outer part of the circuit. Outside the circuit, you can leap onto that trailer and ask the tractor driver to drop you off at any point on the track, and that will get everybody sorted for your favourite vantage points for each of the sessions. Well, there's the Union flags fluttering in the breeze. It is a very, very pleasant breeze here this morning. We were just talking about the period costume, and I remember back in 1998 when a lot of people were vaguely horrified at Lord March's suggestion that we should all dress up per the original Goodwood period. And these days, more than 90% of spectators make a massive effort to come here. Land Girl there in the foreground of your screens, very very fetching. I'm very much hoping that that Bruce Jones is out in the commentary box at St Mary's. Good morning, Bruce. Well, maybe he's not quite there yet, but I think he's imminent. And talking about the tractors will take you around the circuit, do a whole lap of the track, and you can go and choose your vantage points. Worth watching the different sessions if you're not ensconced in the grandstand. Watching the different sessions from different places on the track, particularly if you're here more than one day, because you can then choose the ideal spot to watch each different type of car, and their handling characteristics are so different that sometimes you can find a particular spot that really suits one class, and then maybe move round 200 or 300 metres and see what's going on. Down in the assembly area, there are the cars lining up for our first qualifying session. That's the Lotus 17 we saw there initially, and there's the Roberto Giordanelli Lister Chevrolet. The Lister alongside is the old Belgian national team car of Chris Lunn there, number 9. Resplendent in the Belgian national colours, the yellow, and always in period the cars ran in very patriotic liveries. British Racing green, French blue, Italian Rosso Corsa, the yellow of Belgium, the orange of Holland, white and blue of the USA, German white and later silver, even down to the violet national colours of Egypt, which I don't think will be troubling our scoreboards too greatly this weekend. Massive turnout of military vehicles, another big part of the tradition here at Goodwood. There's the mighty Lister. Very elegant dress. Already many people here, I think more perhaps than in previous years this early, and we're expecting something like 150,000 people over the 3 days. It's been sold out for longer than usual, so it really is terrific. It's one of the McIntyre brothers, Ewan and Jamie, driving Ewan's Lotus 15, You see all the mechanics and technicians and everyone dressed so appropriately for this this scene. Another of the listers there. Well, it's one of the knobbly listers, and alongside it, just to prove there are different types of lister, the Costin-bodied cars, the smoother, more aerodynamic cars. There's the big Taduro Jaguar, and it looks like Maseratis beyond that. That's James Cottingham talking with Ollie Bryant there. James Cottingham from DK Engineering, popping his psychedelic crash helmet on. And glorious Bentley takes us back to the Le Mans winners of the 1920s. What a way to arrive at the Goodwood Motor Circuit for the 2014 revival meeting. So very English. Lots of people come to Goodwood for the social aspect of the weekend, perhaps even more than the racing, and this possibility of being encouraged to dress up and enjoy the party really does work for all.
You see me on the street. Always think about but we'll just have to feel here. See how he does.
Marshals just readying themselves for action.
Are the mirrors okay, Steve? Yeah.
It is actually. You must have hidden it.
Yeah. Don't use the throttle too much, Steve. Don't use the throttle, as it will drown. You won't understand that.
We're down in the assembly area. Look at that, the glorious Maserati Tipo 61 birdcage. And that's and his brother Stefan, who's in the car. Sean Danaher on the right, one of the leading Maserati experts in this country. Great restorer and racer. You'll see him racing an 8cm Mazda this weekend, and you'll see the Rettenmeyer brothers out in different cars. On the left there was Steve Hart, another of our Maserati gurus. That's the ex-Gaston Andre car, that birdcage. Gaston Andre was a Swiss who was based in the USA. Gas Andre, as he was known over there. You've got to have a nickname if you're living the American dream. Get your flat cap on to get into the groove. Glorious sunny scene here at Goodwood. Greens corner there. We're going to spot some very fine fashion during the day, during the weekend, indeed. Smile, you're on candid camera. Well, we're something like 10 minutes now from the start of our session. It's Ludwig Lindsay there, and that's the cover star of the programme, if I'm not mistaken, the Cooper Jaguar. And that's the Michael Head car of the period, which Patrick Head, his son, famous Williams Formula One technical director and a great race car designer, is down as the entrant for this weekend. So Ludwig Lindsay at the wheel. Ludwig, a regular winner here at Goodwood in the early days of the revival, driving ERA R5B Remus, one of a number of ERAs that were here at the very first meeting in 1948, although it didn't race on that occasion. The engine ran its bearings in practice, and John Bolster raced R11B instead. We'll get very excited about English racing automobiles. The Raymond Mays and Peter Burton mark, made and born in Lincolnshire, where BRM was subsequently the same guys behind that. And also the Pilbeam mark still remains up there in Bourne, as does Hall and Hall, one of the world's most renowned historic race car builders and preparers. And a big warm welcome to Rick Hall, principal of that company, who's with us in the box, with Doug Nye in his capacity as one of Goodwood's gurus, and also working with Auction House Barnums. The right crowd and no crowding, I think you call that, on your screen. There's Ludo, the Saltire on his arm there, and proud Scott. That Lindsay tradition, the three Lindsay boys, all have raced over the years. Ludovic, Valentine, and James. There it is, Hot 95, which is on the cover of your programs. There's Alistair McCaig in his Lister. The big Listers made up in Cambridge. Beautiful finned Jaguar D-type there in the background. Young lady admiring the lineup of cars. That is just iconic, isn't it? Well, back with the action in just a few moments. But first we're going to hear from our commercial partners. Welcome back then to the 2014 Goodwood Revival meeting here at the Motor Circuit, and the cars coming out onto track now for the first of our vital qualifying sessions. This for the Sussex Trophy, which will take place this evening from 6:15. These are the World Championship and Production Sports race cars of the type that raced between 1955 and 1960. The rasp of engines as they come out onto circuit. A wide variety of marques, lots of interesting engines among them. We've got Aston Martins, we've got the Cadillac-powered Allard Faralac, we have Maseratis, Chevrolet engines, we've got musical Ferraris, plenty of Jaguars, little Coventry Climax engines, 2-litre Coventry Climax engines in some of the Lotuses, and some smaller ones as well. We've got icons like the Maserati bird cages, as well a couple of those on track. And well, the clock is ticking. We have a 30-minute session to qualify both drivers in each car. We've got a great range of nationalities represented here. And down at the back of the circuit, they're making their way on your screen through St Mary's there. 17 is was the Ferrari 860 Monza, which is due to be shared by Danny Sullivan, Formula 1 driver, Indy 500 winner, and Max Girardo, who's so impressive here in another Ferrari. There's one of our little Lotuses. It's the 67, the Lotus 15. That's Rob Hall driving it with the American Mike Malone. Silver helmet with the stripes indicates it's Rob Hall out to second time early on. It's breathing a little bit heavily, but it's still chilly out there, which will tend to show off a little bit of smoke, a little vapour. Now this session will determine the starting order for this evening's race, which should go nicely through dusk. There is that 67 Lotus, very sleekly wrapped. Down the outside of it, the 23 Lister Jaguar jostling for position, coming down into Woodcote Corner. Rob Hall nicely under control in the 67, but 23 pushing him hard, and 23 is the Phil Keane and John Minshaw Lister. Once it gets to the straight, with that straight 6 Jaguar engine, it's going to thunder past. Phil Keane and John Minshaw, both these days Bruce GT competitors. And they're in the knobbly body, the not so smooth, not as smooth as the frosted bodied Listers. Knobbly body cars described famously by Sterling Moss, no less, as pugnacious in their day. That really sums it up very, very nicely. That's the car that's currently quickest, a 127.237, already on the slate for Keane and Minshaw. Anywhere around 125 is an average of 100 miles an hour around here. Up ahead of them is Stefan Rettenmeier with the Maserati Tipo 61 third cage. And the Lister sails past, carrying a lot of speed into that second apex, up onto the curb, getting all slowed down now for the threading the needle through the chicane. Chicane these days made of polystyrene blocks rather than the brick ones of the period. The chicane wasn't in the track initially, but went in pretty soon in period. Quite vital to give another challenge at that part of the circuit, also to perhaps knock a few miles an hour off the top speed of the cars as they approach Medrick Corner, the first corner, which is another very tricky one. Double apex, rising right handling. Second quickest currently is 21. That's the Pearson brothers. They are driving their Lister Jaguar Nobly, and just been overtaken, in fact, by the number 22 car, and that's the Sadler Chevrolet Mark III, the Canadian built car, built by Bill Sadler, who at the back end of the 1950s brought a sports car over and won the Brighton Speed Trials at BTD, the Brighton Speed Trials in his Sadler Chevy. They were made at St Catharines, Ontario. That's the 18, that's the McKay driven Lister. Alistair McKay sharing with fellow Scott Andrew Smith. Takes me back many years ago, due to the generosity of John Clark, the great Scottish motor trader and former BTCC racer. I was privileged to share a little Lola Mark I sports car with John and Alistair McKay at Spa. To my mind, the world's greatest Grand Prix circuit, and it's good to see Alistair, his father Hugh McKay, a great character, carries on the mantle of Ecuria Cos, where David Murray left off in the 1960s, essentially. A lovely book on Ecuria Cos written by Graham Gold, the Scottish historian, raconteur. Super one. That 21 is the very quick Jag of the Pearson brother Lister Jaguar, and it's going well. McKay and Andrew Smith Lister with a Chevrolet Corvette engine. The red car in the background of the screen, number 4, is the Devon Chevrolet, a kind of American stroke Northern Ireland hybrid. And that's Ron Gowans and his son Malcolm driving that car. Still quickest, the 23 Keenan Minshaw Lister. Second quickest, Mazoub and Ricketts with the white and blue Sadler Chevrolet. Third is the Pearson brothers with their Lister Jag. Fourth is the McKay Smith Lister Chevrolet, that's number 18. Fifth is 24, which is the Edward Jones and Joe Twyman Lotus 15. And a bit of a shuffle round, because up into second place has come number 15. Now bumped to third then, Julien Mazoub of Iranian origin. His father, Fouad Mazoub, was a great competitor and car collector himself. Chev with Duncan Ricketts, a pair of historic cars. They're being chased by the blue Lister. That is the car of that's Kent's car, isn't it? There's the Cooper Jaguar. The car that's currently second, that is Ewan McIntyre. Behind him, number 5, the red Ferrari. That is the car of Nick Leventis and Bobby Verden-Rowe. Bobby Verden-Rowe, former FIA historic Formula 1 champ. There's Julien Mazoub, man behind Blockley tyres, looking grimly determined at the wheel of the Sadler open-face crash helmet, chasing the Ferrari Dino 246. Coming to the pits now is Julien Mazoub, and dashing past one of the Lotus 15s. Number 10, talking about the Lister Jaguar costing the blue one, that's Richard Kent and Chris Harris, the journalist who impressed here so much last year in the TT, driving the Lister Space Frame Coupe with Anthony Reid. See how narrow the pit lane is here at Goodwood. Frank Friedrich's about to go out and drive with Aston Martin. That is Duncan Ricketts, recognised the crash helmet. And Julian Mazub just manhandling the belts. And that's going round. That's trying hard. That's Ewan McIntyre in the number 15. Lotus 15, another spinner. That's Joe Twyman in 24. So we've got Lotus 15s on the grass. I suspect he was committed. That's down at Lavant. I suspect that Joe Twyman was committed when he saw the silver car spinning. That's Marino Franchitti in father-in-law Nick Mason's Maserati birdcage, so called because of its multitude of very small diameter tubes in its chassis. Franchitti showing Mark Hales, who's won the TT here in the past. That's car 28 in 10th place currently. That is Tony Bianchi, who just climbed out of the Faralac by the looks of things. That's his wife Pia. And, is Nick Wigley going to drive it now, or is Tony going to get it? Let's see. Nick Wigley on the right, the man who organises the Silverstone. And also a winner here in the past. Oh dear. And that's the number 7. That's the Cooper Jag, isn't it? Number 7. That's Ben Shuckborough in it, and I'm afraid our cover star is going no further. Got on the grass coming out of Woodcote Corner, and unfortunately walloped the bank sideways. So the number 7 Cooper Jag is order combat, and the red flag has come out. Red flag brings the session to an end temporarily. Everyone comes back into the pits. And we've still got 17 minutes and 9 seconds to run. So that time will be given. But unfortunately, the number 7 car, which was on Ben Shuckborough's first flying lap, was down in 19th position at the time, is out of the running. So this just allows the marshals to tend the incident down there at the exit of Woodcote. And it might actually allow quite a number of the competitors now, as we're just over, or just around the halfway point in this session, to change drivers quietly in the pits. The order currently 23, which is the Phil Keane and John Minshaw Lister, is quickest, a 1:27.190, but absolutely on their tail. A 15, the McIntyre brothers, Ewan currently driving Lotus 15, 1:27.465, and 22, which is Julian Mazub's time in the Sadler Chevrolet, 1:27.705. So 3 cars in the 27s. Another 7 in the 28s. So this is going to be a very, very competitive race here this evening. 18 there, currently in 6th place. That's Andrew Smith, our outright revival lap record holder here at at Goodwood. '23, that's the Keane and Minshaw car. Maserati in the background is car number 26. The Scuderia del Viadotto car, which is driven by Frank Stippler, the Works Audi racer, and Konrad Ulrich. And that's Konrad Ulrich climbing in. Frank Stippler, a very, very tall German. 9 is the yellow Lister, the Keep National Belge car, and Andrew Keith Lucas driving that with Chris Lunn, its owner, this weekend. Andrew Keith Lucas, whose father Chris runs CKL Developments down in East Sussex, and Chris's father, former chief engineer with Shorts, the aircraft manufacturer in Belfast. You'll recognise that Keith Lucas name if you watch BBC, because Andrew's driving this weekend's sister Sarah, a BBC weather forecaster. That's Bobby Verdon Rowe adjusting the mirrors of the wonderful Ferrari Dino. Look at the carburetors in there, the carburetor intakes under the bonnet.
Yeah.
BVR then, a contemporary racer, then moved into the historic world.
Yeah, the trouble is that's gone in there.
She excels with this North American racing team, Ferrari. One of the things we benefit from in the commentary box is quite a comprehensive timing screen, rather like you see on the Grand Prix coverage, with different sectors involved. 3 sectors in the track. Just popping bonnet on the 3 car. That's the Maserati 250 SI. Stephen Bond in the airline industry. He's in the car now. And just behind him, Keith Fell, who's a lot of running the stable for Stephen. Stephen has the ex-Sterling Moss 1961 Monaco Grand Prix winning Lotus 18, among other cars, now in his Maserati. He has a Lister flat iron as well. Keith Fell, well known as one of the mechanics who ran Stuart Graham's Brute Chevrolet Camaro back in the 1970s so successfully. Stuart Graham, I'm sure, will be here this weekend watching over the bikes with great interest, and doubtless racing a car or two. The Cheshire Honda dealer, and at the members meeting back in March this year, he was out again in a Chevy Camaro. It's the replica of the car he raced back in period.
Well, yeah, I know, it feels great. I mean, it feels,
the McIntyre brothers.
Like poured water, you'll feel it washing.
You can hear there's Ewan McIntyre, helmet in hand, just advising Jamie's brother on the state of play. There's Simon Hadfield in the Aston Martin DBR1. And 5 of these cars are owned by Wolfgang Friedrich. Delightful machine run by Aston Engineering. And you'll see, if you bought an Autosport magazine this week, a track test of another of Wolfgang Friedrich's Aston Martins, the Project 212, which won the very wet RAC Tourist Trophy celebration here last year in the hands of Wolfgang Friedrich and Simon Hadfield, and it's driven in the feature by current Aston Martin racer, another star name, Darren Turner, who really espouses this event. James Cottingham in the background, advising Oliver Bryant of what to do with the number 16 car, Pajero Jag, and that's a change of entry, because it's James Cottingham and Oliver Bryant, very talented GT racer. So it's not the Cottingham brothers anymore. So I picked that one up. It's not on the final entry list I was given, so you can see what's happening there. David Jack of Aston Engineering just talking to Simon Hadfield there. 67 is another of the little Lotus 15s, and that's now got Mike Malone at the wheel. It'll be run by the Hall and Hall stable from Lincolnshire. Mike Malone, who came over here a few years ago and contested the HSCC Guards Trophy series with Little Elva, sports racer, and was in the running for most of the season for overall victory. That didn't quite happen in the end. It's a bit of a local team because that's Smiler on counter camera again. Down in the car, looks like it's Chris Snowden just climbed into the Lister Chevy. What a terrible shame that the Cooper Jaguar, which hasn't been out for a very, very long time, has been damaged. 28 with the blue stripes down the side, down its top is one of the Maseratis. That's the 10/10ths car, and Mark Hales will now be at the wheel of that one. But the flatbed truck is making its way around the circuit, just on the Lavant straight. It'll peel back into the hangar where scrutineers will take a good look at it. There is our provisional pole sitter, and that is the Phil Keane and John Minshaw car. And it's a Lister Jag with the knobbly body, and the time of 1:27.190, currently just a quarter of a second quicker than the McIntyre brothers Lotus 15, Ewan having set the time, and Julian Mazoub's Sadler. So half a second splits the top three, and behind them we have 6/10ths of a second splitting the next seven. So it's very, very close up front, because down in 10th place, the 28 white and blue Maserati birdcage, Marino Franchitti's time of 1:28.884 is 1.694 seconds away from pole, and there are still 15 minutes of this session to run. Mistaken, that was Chris Evans, who really gets this event, and classic racing. Radio 2 presenter these days. There's a lot of coverage to Goodwood on his show. He's a promoter in his own right of the Car Fest. Great climax are left there, overseeing their entries. Pro-hair there as well. That's the Allard Cadillac Farrell, developed from the traditional Allards by Don Farrell back in the 1950s and early 60s. Well, we've got 4 cylinders, 6 cylinders, and 8 cylinders to spread release. 29 Maserati. Oh, a spin already. That's Mike Malone's gone round on his outlap. Ewan McIntyre went round at Lavant, and so Twyman went in sympathy. That was probably a reaction to the early spin. Here we go. Malone locks up, and that gave the driver of number 6 an anxious moment, and that will now be David Franklin. Franklin, former British so Mike Malone picking his way back. 25 is the blue Maserati behind. 25, and that is the car of Mark Devis, the Belgian, and David Hart, the Dutchman, Dutch property developer. Andrew Smith is the 18 car, currently 6th quickest, this particular car. That's the fruits of Alistair McCaig's early lappery. Andrew Smith, quickest man to date around the Goodwood circuit in its revival history era, 18.9 Lola T70. And he's twitching through the Kingston 11th straight down onto the brakes for Woodcote Corner. Lots of steering input, as you can see. Lots of power as well. Big Chevrolet engine. Really working hard. I really wonder whether he can work that hard for half an hour in his stint of an hour race this evening. But at the moment, the game plan is different. The game plan right now is to bring it up the order, and he's done so. That is the quickest lap we've seen, but it's been surpassed immediately. And looks like I think it's Phil King back in that. They changed again, and now Bobby Verdon Rowe goes quickest. Now the bar has been raised because 5 Verdon Rowe has gone around in a 125.5. Keen's on a 125.5 as well. He's 51 thousandths of a second slower, and half a second off the beam is Andrew Smith. This is Ewan McIntyre, his car, but now with Jamie at the wheel, his brother. Jamie McIntyre then. He's got Simon Hadfield in behind him in car number 1 that currently doesn't feature in the top 20. In fact, he's down in 24th place. Wolfgang Friedrichs. These motor cars and get them into the race, which is this evening. Clipping the grass was Bobby Verdon Rowe. Beautiful Ferrari, was a regular winner here in the early days of the revival, with Tony Dron in it. Verdon Rowe, is he going to go quicker still? Yes, he does. A 24.859. That takes the pole a little bit further away, stretches his advantage to nearly 0.7 of a second. Look at this, absolute poetry. Just hooking it up over the curb, lifted out of the throttle, bit of corrective lock. Driver at the top of his game. Now he's sharing number 5 car with Nick Leventis, one of the Leventis boys, sons of the owner Harry Leventis. And that 24.8 is an out of reach. Does it matter? Probably doesn't. I see the Devon Chevrolet up on the grass there, back in the circuit. That's some improvements. Number 20 moving in on the scene. That's the Michael Tuke owned Lister Jag. That's got the hang. Well experienced in driving 3-litre Formula 1 cars these days. Really nice pair of guys, and I remember their father testing his Formula 4 Delta car designed by Patrick Head, son of the owner of the Cooper Jag period, the one that got damaged earlier in the session. Remember Anthony Hancock driving the Delta here in about 1980 in testing. Used to race it with the in the 750 Motor Club series. These days has a chain of successful gastropubs around the Surrey area. Duncan Ricketts in the Canadian-built Sadler. Quite a short wheelbase car, this. A lovely slide there from one of the Hancock brothers in the Kyrgios Lister. There it comes, car number 20, up into 4th place now, and just working his way past 27, which was the Maserati 300S of the Halusas, Lucas and Martin. Well, Keane and Minshaw have improved to a 1:25.331 in car 23. They are now in 2nd place and within half a second of our leader. Hancock getting a gap left for him by Mike Malone. 3rd place, number 18, McCaig Smith, Mr. Chev. 4th, number 20, the Hancocks, Mr. Jag. 5th, number 15, the McIntyres Lotus 15, which will be a good bet, I would have thought, over a race distance. Be a nice, well-balanced partnership in that car. And in 6th is the 24, Edward Jones and Joe Twyman, Lotus 15. The Mizzou Ricketts car, the Lister Chev, number 22, is in 7th. 28, the Maserati of Marino Franchitti and Mark Hales. Birdcage is in 8th place. 9th is 41, which is the Chris Ward and John Young car. Oh, that's the number 4, Devin Chevrolet. It's just past the chicane, pulled up on the right-hand side. Didn't see what happened, but it was in trouble, I think, earlier in the session. 5 3/4 minutes still to go. We got down to 9th, 10th now is the Cottingham car 16. Oh yes, something's gone amiss there. Quite see whether something had collapsed on the left front, but that is that's Malcolm Gowans, MG racer in the past. Yes, Cottingham and Bryant, number 16 car, the Tajiro Jag, which is Oliver Bryant, I believe that's in 10th place. That's Malcolm Gammons, just parked up. Well, that last lap for Verdon Rowe, 24.540, continues to lead the way in car number 5, the Ferrari 2416. In 2nd place, 23, Keenan Minshaw, just 0.3 of a second behind, and improving to 3rd, McKagan Smith. That's Andrew Smith in 18, car 1:25.742. So we're 1 in the 24s, 2 in the 25s, and then we've got 2 in the 26s, 19. The BB and Boltby Brooks Lister Jaguar Flatiron Jim Clark car parked up at the side of the circuit. Doesn't really want to be there, does he? Good improvements down the order. In 16th place, number 11, a car we haven't mentioned, the Clipper Jaguar T38. That's the car of the American Fred Wakeman, having a great season, the American, based in London, and Pat Blakeney Edwards, its preparer. A very good win at the Silverstone Classic back in July. Beautiful slides from Hancock. And that's Sam driving at the moment in car 20. The 19 BB and Boltby Brooks. What's a B for that? BB and Boltby Brooks. Bolton Brooks, who runs Goodwood Aviation here, was in 17th place when it ground to a halt in the third sector of the circuit. Simon Hadfield up into 18th place in car number 1, the Aston Martin, ahead of the 17 Ferrari, which is Max Girardo and Danny Sullivan, all the way from Louisville, Kentucky in the USA. Jamie McIntyre on your screens. Tell it's Jamie from the white helmet. Rubber has the silver helmet with the saw tyre over the top of it. .30 cars out in qualifying for this session. At the start of it, anyway. Improvement from the number 9 car, which is the Keith Lucas and Lunn, just to jag the yellow one. And an improvement from the 25 Maserati, Mark Davis and David Hart. You'll see David Hart out in his Cobra later in the weekend. That'll be an interesting sight. Very good win, David Hart at Zandvoort last month in the Masters Gentlemen Drivers event. It's a big circus of historic racing, and from Goodwood a lot of these competitors will decamp. They might just get time to get back to base for a turnaround, but some might head straight for the ferry ports out for the Spa 6 Hours next weekend, the world's leading historic enduro. Second in a series this year. Well, the Keen Minshaw 23 car has just done its best first sector. Is there going to be a late challenge with 20 seconds on the clock? Bobby Verden-Rowe is out there. He's our provisional pole man, car number 5. He's going to have the first pole position of the weekend. Great last sector for Andrew Smith in 18, but he stays in third place. The checkered flag is now out, so there's a lap to finish for a few. There's the provisional pole. Bobby Verden-Rowe. And the Keen Minshaw number 23 has just done a second personal best sector, only looking for 3/10 of a second in terms of trying to unseat Bobby Verden-Rowe and Nick Leventis from the head. And we've got a spin there, the Maseratis round, the Saddlers round, that's all down at Lavant, all dramatic. Now, where is the 23 car on track? It's in the last sector of the course. Also coming into the chicane is Jamie McIntyre, by the looks of things, from 6th place in car 15. And this is the 18 car, which is third quickest at the moment. Where is the 23? Out on the circuit. We're just trying to pick up the last of our runners. Thundering past us. Goes the 18 Melissa Chev of Andrew Smith. That 23 car's been in the last sector of the track for a very long time. Where is it? Well, not come back, and I'm pretty certain that's not going to happen then. But drama on that last lap with the Maserati and the Ricketts-driven Sadler round at Lavant. Here is the classification then. It's Nick Leventis, Bobby Verden-Rowe, on the pole then for this afternoon's Sussex Trophy. The Ferrari Dino 124.540. Second place was number 23, which is Phil Keane and John Minshaw, Lister Jaguar Nobly, 0.304 seconds slower. Third, the 18, Lister Chevrolet Nobly, Alistair McCaig, Andrew Smith. Fourth, the 20, Lister Jaguar Nobly of the Hancock brothers, Sam and Ollie. Fifth, 41, the Chris Ward, John Young, Lister Jaguar Costin. And then in sixth place, the McIntyre brothers, Ewan Jamie, Lotus 15, number 15. Seventh, the Edward Jones, Joe Twyman, Lotus 15, number 24. And in eighth place, Julian Mazub and Duncan Ricketts with the Sadler Chevrolet Mark III. Ninth is the Marino Franchitti Mark Hales Maserati Depot 61 Birdcage, number 28. 10th is the 16 car, which is James Cottingham and Oliver Bryant now, not Jeremy Cottingham. 11th is the 21 Lister Jag Nobly of the Pearson brothers, John and Gary. Then in 12th place, the Chris Harris and Richard Kent Lister Jaguar Costin, the blue car, number 10. 13th is the number 8 Lister Jag Nobly of Will Nuttall and Barry Wood. In 14th place, Roberto Giordanelli and Chris Snowden in the 14 Lister Chev. 15th is the Rob Hall and Mike Malone Lotus Climax 15, number 67. And 16th, the Pat Blakeney Edwards and Fred Wakeman Cooper Jaguar T38 car number 11. Well, here's our highlights of that session. The wind was blowing very nicely, nice brisk breeze before the cars came out. We've got plenty of great Warbird Aviation, and that is Bobby Verdon Rowe with his BRDC badge on the front of his crash helmet. But here are the cars coming out onto the circuit for the start of this half-hour session. Glorious to see the Maserati there. And there's a little Lotus. That was Rob Hall, so at a very good early pace. A car which he would hand over to American Mike Malone, so it's a bit hot under the bonnet. That is that little Lotus coming in, Climax straight 4 engine. One of the listers goes out. That is the 23 Minshaw and Keane car that went so strongly. This is Ewan McIntyre, getting a bit exuberant, going herbaceous. Red flags though came out halfway through the session. There is John Minshaw, just popped Phil Keane into the 23 car. And there's the Devon. Something's very amiss with that front left corner. Andrew Smith, outright lap record holder here in the revival era, on 118.9 with loaded 270. Plenty of glamour. That's a lovely, lovely angle. That was Chris Ward. Touching the grass there, poleman Bobby Verdon Rowe through the Lavement kick, and he's wrestling the Ferrari all the way. And this is the car which ended up on pole position there, number 5, Nick Leventis and Bobby Verdon Rowe. And let's hear now from our Goodwood commercial partners. Welcome back then to the Goodwood Motor Circuit, and we've just had the first of our qualifying sessions, that for the Sussex Trophy. It was all action, and that race will be on track at 6:15 this evening. 6:15 for 1 hour double driver race for the World Championship sports cars and production sports racing cars that raced between 1955 and 1960. But of course, nothing stops still here at Goodwood, and you can tweet us, or you can use YouTube or Facebook, all the rest of the social media. Follow us on goodwood.com/revival. Be part of the story. There's the hash, Goodwood Revival. And already many of you have been coming in. Multiple horsepower is too much. Indeed, they're like donkeys rather than horses. That's from Peter Ritchie, the Caterham racer. Fabulous lighter than air machinery at Goodwood Revival. I'm looking forward to seeing those over in the paddock with Freddie March, Spirit of Aviation, James Wyatt, who provided that. You can send your selfies. You can. There you go. The sun always shines on Goodwood Revival. It certainly beats working. I hope you told the boss. Maybe you are the boss. From Roland Grant. Goodwood Revival already tuned in, enjoying seeing the glorious cars in action. Sound beautiful too. Ash Goodwood Revival. People watching this all over the world. Wonderful getting stuck into the world's most beautiful traffic jam around Chichester this morning. Goodwood Revival, and that was from Matt Arney. Concours d'Elegance. There's our tractor and trailer shuttle, which will take you to previously undiscovered parts of the motor circuit. 2.4 miles around this great track with such superb history. Comes back to life each year at the Motor Circuit Revival. Plenty of military action, and green flag awaiting the start of our next session on track. Now, we've seen the sports racing cars, the Sussex Trophy. This is the Goodwood Trophy, the earliest single-seaters we'll see in action. Takes us back to the very early days of the motor circuit. Qualifying session for 20 minutes. Just a single driver race. And the really superb thing, certainly for me, is that four of the ERAs that were here on opening day in 1948 are out there racing. Great to see, and we celebrate this year the 80th anniversary of the English Racing Automobiles Mark 21 having problems getting going there. 21 is the Ferrari 125166 of Federico Buratti. Fashion businesses from Italy, as you can imagine. 3 is the glorious Alfa Romeo Tipo B. Stefan Rettenmeier out for the second time today. This is an ex-Nuvolari Alfa Tipo B. Terry Crabb's ERA, taking some persuasion to get going behind the Formula Juniors, lining up for the next session. That'll be the third session we'll see on track. The Chichester Cup, or the Chai Cup, as locals call it. V8 RI, Ruete Indipendente, the independent suspended Maserati, the blue Maserati. This car raced by Fifi Etasala in period. Here's a multiple winner of this race. That's Mark Gillies driving the ERA on 3A. The ownership of Dick Skipworth these days. It was owned by Mary Smith for many years. Mary Smith based out in the States, with Dick Skipworth very much a Brit. And Mark Gillies wants to lay down an early gauntlet because there are a couple of very quick rivals lining up in this race. Notably, the Works Development R4D ERA, which we'll see in the hands of James Baxter. James Baxter, fresh from some recent hill climb success with the car. Mac Holbert, who owns R4D, which achieved such prominence both pre-war and post, won a wet race here about 3 years ago, something like that, and was absolutely mighty on that occasion. It's a savage power delivery. This one was a bit more subtle. The number 12 car in that pale green works colour. Terry Crabb in the blue R12. Behind the Gillies ERA, coming up fast, is the Maserati of Callum Lockie. It's a 6CM. It's the car which he's driven over the last couple of years a few times, notably in the Nuvolari Trophy event, which the Historic Grand Prix Cars Association put on in 2012 at Donington Park. Callum Lockie of Gold Track fame. And the silver Maserati we'll see more of. That's the 26, which is the 8CM, the 8-cylinder Maserati. That's Sean Danaher down from Suffolk. Using the 8CM Mazda. More details of these cars when it comes to the actual races, but this is the qualifying session. Callum Lockie set the initial pace of the 1:33.101 in the silver Maserati. But airing after him, 19, James Baxter in ERA R4D, 12, Mark Gillies in ERA R3A, and number 1 is Julian Lazou in the very rare Alfa Romeo 308C. 14 is the best of the Bugattis. That's Charles Neil Jones driving Charles McCabe's Bugatti Type 59. Charles McCabe can't be driving that because he's in ERA R5B Remus, the ex Bera car, which broke under John Bolster here in 1948 in practice. But there is our quickest man, and that is Callum Lockie in the silver, as I say, driven by the Argentine-born Raff in period. Just as well he called himself Raff, because he was Count George Raphael Berthenot de Montbressier de las Casas, which would probably not fit on the side of the car, let alone on our TV screens. And he's pushing on. Scott loves driving this car, leaps out with sort of great style, panache. Flying dismount at Donington, like Franco Dettori. Callum Lockie, whose racing career dates back to the days of Formula First in the 80s. Nice, elegant style. Ahead of him are the two Fraser-Nash monopostos. The dark green car is Burkhard Lists, and the pale blue one, Geraint Lewis. Here's the Mazda, tweaked through that second apex of Woodcote Corner. Nice job, Callum Lockie, down to 132 last time round, 132.065. He's 2.4 seconds ahead of the rest at this point, but a few of them will take a while to get going. Gillies has improved though to a 132.846 in car number 12. So Mark Gillies in the green, the pale green ERA. A works colour initially, but changed to black following the death of the Algerian driver Marcel Lehoux in the period. And what I love about this set is you can hear the superchargers screaming on quite a lot of these cars. Very much audible over the engine note, the screech of mechanical forced induction. The RAs, and there is Gillies hanging the tail out in R3A. Cars with their straight six Riley-based twin cam engines. 4-speed pre-selector gearbox, by which I mean that you take a gear essentially in advance. You move the lever on the quadrant to the next one you wish to engage, and you engage it at a precise moment by just dabbing what is conventionally a clutch pedal. Something very smoky down below us. Can't see what's happened in the pits. It's just out of my view. Gillies has gone top. A sub 130, 129.863. Now that really has thrown the gauntlet down, particularly to James Baxter in 19, the black ERA. Now behind Gillies is one of the glorious Maserati 4CLT 48s. Andy Wolff meanwhile bringing Michael Gans's V8 RI into the paddock. There is one of the Bugattis, and then behind it the red Ex Nuvolari Alfa Romeo of Rettenmeier. This looks like Padding's Dowling coming towards us. It is number 10, that's ERA R10B, and that's the car in which Peter Whitehead won the Australian Grand Prix, Bathurst I think it was, in 1938. It's one of the cars that was here in 48 by Whitehead, and at number 4 in a degree of difficulty, and that is Jarrah Venables. Jarrah Venables, the Australian, based over here, driving one of David Baldock's Altas. Not the one we normally see, that's the Norris Special he's in there, but what we normally see is the pale green car, the ex-Beetle car with the twin rear wheels. But that's the Norris Special. Jarrah Venables got it up into 15th place. We've got 28 cars in this session. There's Padding's Dowling, the Californian-based Irishman, stockbroker. There's 2 ERAs in his stable these days, as does Charles McCabe. It's handy when you can leave one side of it down so you can just hop over the pond and drive the other. Gillies quickest then on a 129.863. James Baxter do. He's down in the 33s at the moment. There's one of the Maserati 4CLTs. That's Dr. Klaus Lehr from Germany. We should seek him out also in the Maserati 250F later on. He had an engine problem recently at Zandvoort. Watch those. Watch the rear tyre there, Doc. A bit tight in the pit lane. That's one of the Maserati 4CLT 40. It's the San Remo Maserati, as they were known, and they're rather fantastic. Back in 1948, Reg Parnell won the Daily Graphic Trophy event. This is James Baxter getting going now in the black ERA, number 19. That's R4D. James Baxter, sort of a ferociously powerful 2-litre engine these days. He's done the right thing. He's chasing Callum Lockie, which is always a good barometer of how fast you need to go at any circuit. Sailing past, that is the green Ferrari, and usually the green Ferrari of Federico Buratti. Baxter getting a move on in this car, which hasn't driven too often. Orange roundel above the race number indicates to the marshals that the car, as so many in this race, will be running on methanol. Running on methanol fuel. Allows a higher compression ratio. Also allows the engine to run cooler than it would on pump fuel. Baxter squeezes up the inside of Lockie. some action on the steering. He's very high in the R8. He's going around. That's that's Heinz Bachmann. He's new to R9B, the whitey R8. The Swiss driver Heinz Bachmann. He bought it at the start of this year from Rainer Ott. Coming in on the scene also is Martin Morris in number 9. Martin Morris in the ex-Reggie Tung ERA, the silver car, which is R11B, which John Bolster did race here back in 1948, is now up into 3rd place. He's displaced James Baxter. Baxter in the black ERA leading that pair there, and on the back of it Martin Morris. Oh, somebody's boiling. That is the 18 Bugatti. That's Tom Dark, and I think it tells its own story. Tom Dark, precision engineer. Another Sanremo Maserati in the background is the car of Rainer Ott, the red car to the background, but the Bugatti is boiling. So Gillies a 129.8, Lockyer 131.0, and number 9, the silver ERA on your screens now. That is David Morris. His late father Martin raced it so well. New fastest lap meanwhile, a 129.254 for Mark Gillies. Surely, boys, you're not going to let him get away with this, are you? But, I thought so. Kettle of fish come tomorrow morning, and the race itself. James Baxter has just improved. He's gone up into 3rd place with the best middle sector of anybody. So James Baxter in car number 19, ERA R4D, is up into 3rd at the expense of this man on your screens, number 9. That's David Morris, the ex-Team Lotus Formula 1 mechanic. Baxter pushing on. We've got the V8 RI Maserati by the looks of things. Yes, that's Josef Otto Rettenmeier, who's spun off into the gravel. Is that Lavant? I think it could well be. Joe Rettenmeier is perfectly fine, but the car is beached. I wouldn't mind betting that this session might come to a premature end. We've only got 4 minutes to run, but it's not handily placed off there at the end. That may preclude any further fastest laps. But at the moment, 1.829 seconds to the good. Number 12, Mark Gillies in the pale green ERA R3A, 25 Callum Lockyer in the silver Maserati, and the red flag has gone out with 3 minutes and 44 seconds still to run. Now, whether that means we will get those last few minutes or not, I've yet to be informed. Don't be surprised if we don't. If we do start again, then the most anyone can hope for is an outlap and a flyer. There's Joseph Otto Rettenmeier. He's absolutely fine. Martin Greaves has got a galvanised pail and he's pouring some water into the Bugatti. Let's hope that it's not all just coming out the bottom. That's the big Bugatti. Tom Dark driving it for Günter Krumpel. What a lovely sight that is. It's well offset by the gravel there. Sorry, it's in the gravel, but it just looks nice. You pick up the glorious blue, the French blue of the ex-Philippe Étincelant V8 RI Maserati. Chassis 4501 for enthusiasts of such things. And yeah, the session I think has been stopped. Yes, it has been. That Maserati V8 RI, which we saw in the gravel there, the car which won the 1936 Pau Grand Prix, was owned by Phil Cade through much of the 50s into 1960s. He brought a 250F out. We've got the last racer, a 250F in World Championship Grand Prix, by which time the cars were quite getting a bit long in the tooth. That's the little Fraser Nash green car there. And there's the classification then, the Goodwood Trophy for shortened session. First, Mark Gillies, number 12, ERA R3A, 129.254 seconds. Second, number 25, Callum Lockie, Maserati 6CM. And in third place, number 19, James Baxter, ERA R4D. Just getting going at the end, only a tenth shy of Callum Lockie. In fourth place, David Morris with the ERA R11B, the ex-Reggie Tuncar number 9. Fifth, number 20, Duncan Ricketts, ERA GP1. In sixth place, number 10, Paddins Dowling, the ex-Whiteheads, R10B, ERA. And seventh place, Julian Mazoub, number 1 in the Alfa Romeo 308C. Eighth place is number 8, Nick Topless in ERA R4A, ex-Pat Fairfield car. In ninth is number 18, Tom Dark with that Bugatti you saw boiling. In 10th place is number 30, that's John Ure, driving Michael Gans's ex-Dick Seaman, ERA R1B. 11th quickest is 16, Terry Crabb in R12C, ERA. 12th, Josef Otto Rettenmeier. He was trying hard in the V8RI Maserati, number 27, before he went to the gravel. 13th, Charlie Neal Jones with the McCabe team Bugatti Type 59, number 14. 14th, the white ERA R9B, Heinz Bachmann, car 15. 15th, number 26, Sean Danaher with the Maserati 8CM. 16th, number 4, Jarrett Venables in the Alta. So that's the top 16 then. And as they tow Josef Otto Rettenmeier out of the gravel, there's no damage done other than a bit of gravel rash. We should be starting. Yes, he's out of the gravel now safely. And here are highlights then of that session. Session 2, Goodwood Trophy. Cars coming out there. One of the Maseratis kick off at the Simon Edwards first out. There's the Alfa Romeo 308, Julian Mazoub. Looks very much like a sort of a red Merc, doesn't it, in styling. Late 30s car. One of the Maserati Sanremo cars, similar to the winner here in 48. That's the other V8RA. 30 goes away, and that's John Ure in Michael Gans's ERA. John, no stranger to ERAs, but hasn't raced this one before. Terry Crabb stays wide of Gillies, ducking onto Gillies' tail is Callum Lockie in 25, the ex-RAF Maserati, the silver car, raced by the Argentine stroke Frenchman in period, and that ended up being our top 2 in the session when all was said and done, and it was slow towards the end. There's James Baxter acknowledging the flag, and there is the V8RI, the independently suspended car, designed by Ernesto Maserati. And our poleman then is Mark Gillies, triple winner here before, in car number 12, ERA R3A. Well, as the scene settles and 1 or 2 cars are taken away, we look forward to our next session, Chichester Trophy, and let's hear from our Goodwood Revival commercial partners. Welcome back then as the Ford Mustang control car comes up onto the circuit. That will be just a course clearance car, and you can be part of this Goodwood Revival meeting story this weekend with all your usual social media, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube. Follow us on goodwood.com/revival. Quite a lot of people are. The Druids have arrived. Look at this. The Druids arrive at Goodwood Revival. Obama tries to ignore them. I think he's probably a cardboard cutout of Barack. I think he's busy elsewhere. But it's the 50th anniversary of the Guild of Druids and Ovates and Bards. If you can tell me what an ovate is, then I'll be very grateful. But the life-size Stonehenge, look at that. Derek Bell. Goodwood Revival is amazing. It's amazing who you get to meet at the Revival. Stonehenge, Derek Bell. Mr. Derek Bell himself, 5-time Le Mans winner. Started his racing career here in a Lotus 7 back in the early 60s. Loving Goodwood Revival. Sitting at home in New Zealand with a glass of wine in hand, watching the live streaming. Brilliant. That's from Jane Farris. And, well, New Zealand, my favourite place in the world, with the exception today of Goodwood. Great penny arcade with period grumpy attendance at Goodwood Revival. James Mann. Never complete without a penny arcade. Well, back at the circuit then, we're going to look forward to seeing our next action, which will be the Chichester Cup. Chichester Cup qualifying session for the Formula Juniors. This year it's the late model disc brake cars at 10:40, which is just about now. High-speed demonstrations at 11:10, Lancaster Air Display at 11:30. St Mary's Trophy, the saloon cars come out for the first of their quali sessions at 11:50. Barry Sheen Memorial Trophy will be in the hands of Barry Nutley for that one at 12:20. Shelby Cup small block V8 saloon cars at 1 o'clock. A tribute to Sir Jackie Stewart at 1:40, and the Lavant Cup, which this year is all Jaguar D-types. They come out onto the circuit at 2 p.m. So you can hash Goodwood Revival at Goodwood Revival, goodwood.com/revival to keep up with every nuance of this event. Well, they're down in the assembly area are the Formula Juniors. The Formula Juniors came into being back in 1958. It was Count Giovanni Lirani, the pre-war racer, who brought us Formula Junior. They were trying to find a new Italian star, and they thought that a single-seater series using production engines of 1 litre at that point initially would be the way to go. It proved to be the way to go, and it was very, very exciting. 57 there is an interesting car, and that is the Merlin Mark V, Merlin Mark 5.7 of John Sykes. And you saw on the side of it a tribute to Dennis Welsh. Dennis Welsh, a great driver, who lost his life at Silverstone back in July, and hugely popular character. He won 3 Monaco Grand Prix historic Formula Junior races in that car. Mr. Pooh, as he used to always call it, and named after a 1930s hydroplane, incidentally. Well, the fashionistas are making their way round the circuit, and somebody's got the old bins trained on maybe an aircraft, maybe just some twitching. You see some pretty fine wildlife around here. Got all the kit to hand, and it's fantastic the way people go to town to dress up for the occasion here. It just adds an amazing strata of atmosphere to the Revival meeting each year, and we certainly wouldn't be without it. Others have tried to emulate it. Never quite works. Goodwood has the magic, and it continues year on year. This is the 17th of our Revival meetings. We use the Royal Hour, really it's Lord March's Revival meeting, to which he very kindly invites us each September. There is the V8 RI Maserati being towed back. Police outrider there in the MGA at the back. Of course, you can come in your period service outfit, be it Army, Royal Air Force, or Royal Navy, or any one of a number of other nationalities of outfit. Others are available. Anything we are blessed with these days are sort of the modern smartphones. Didn't see them with that kind of outfit in period. I just remember those first, the first mobile phones about the size of a car battery. It'd be Jeff Capes to lug them around. There's a man in apron doing his stuff on camera. Morning, gentlemen. Lots of atmosphere and ambience down in the paddock. It really is truly special. There's some great catering outlets down there, and a chance to get up close to the paddock shelters where all the cars from this weekend are gathered. Very, very special atmosphere, and race fans young and old. Great to see the next generation of petrol heads here. We're going to see them in the Setrington Cup. A lot of youngsters in the pedal car races, which will be run on the start straight tomorrow, Saturday, and on Sunday. Setrington Cup joined the Revival family back in 2012, and you see little Austin J40 pedal cars, ridden, pedalled, propelled like fury by little legs. There is young Sam Wilson, who won 500cc Formula 3 and Formula Junior races here a couple of 3 years back. His father Rob to the side of him, great engineer. And Sam will be one of the favourites this weekend. He's in car 21, watch for that one. Fury Tomahawk Lotus 20. There's Vern Williamson, the Scot, in the number 2 Osper, made by Performance Cars of Australia, but built in the UK, designed of Tom Hawks. Vern has a couple of Ospers, which he jumps between, going very well this year, going quicker this season than I've seen before. There's an interesting car next along, number 13, and that is the Australian Renmax. Renmax BM1, Roger Eland. Roger Eland, you will remember racing back here in the 70s and 80s, but these days living back in Australia. The Renmax cars built in Australia by Bob Britton. And it's good to see something a little different out in the juniors now. Who are the favourites in this field? Well, one, Stewart Roach will go quickly from Man for the New Forest in his Alexis, the car that was raced in Formula Junior, Formula 3 and Formula 2 form in period. Pier Enrico Tonetti, former Lurani Trophy, FIA Lurani Trophy champion of 2012 with his Brabham BT6. He's going to be quick. We will also see who else down there. Westy Mitchell with the delightful little Di Tommaso Ford. Watch for that number 8 car, tiny little red car. Always goes well. James Murray with ex-Alan Rees Lola Mark 5A, the silver car, number 11. He will be certainly up there. Manfredo Rossi di Montelera with the number 14 Lotus 22. His wife's out there as well, the Brabham, number 4, Caroline Abu Rossi di Montelera. It's Kurt Lincoln Brabham. There's some Lotus 27s out there, which is always great to see, including Martin Bullock from Australia, Nick Gruhl from the States. We've got the interesting Italian whiner of Richard Smeaton. Sam Wilson will be really quick in the 21. Ex-Dave Charlton, Akiri Tomahawk Lotus 20. Michael Hibbard with the X-Works Lotus 27. He'll be right there too, car 27. Watch also for John Milicevic, the man who wins ceremony. Won his 70th Formula Junior race in his Cooper Ford 59, car 63. Just recently, so was Mr. Gear quite noisily going past the pits. That was 79, and that was Andrew Hibbert driving his Lotus 22. He'll be quick, as will Jonathan Hughes, who's running up the front in the Lurani Trophy this year with Brabham BT6. He's in car number 91. And David Methley, the ex-Fittipaldi F1 mechanic, a runaway winner in both Lurani Trophy races at Zandvoort a couple of weeks ago on the seaside circuit. Number 20, David Methley, so watch for him. It'll take a little while just to get into their stride. On your screen is the maroon Lotus, which is Andrew Hibbard. Andrew who works with his father Michael, who's a Rolls-Royce engineer based over near Slough. We've got a thriving little race car preparation business within their workshops. Michael's father, Stan Hibbert, also a competitor and a real aficionado of Buckler cars made in Reading by Derek Buckler. So the man who's pushing on is this man, 79, Andrew Hibbert, the best Sector 1 and Sector 2 of anybody so far. A spinner is number 12, which is Urs Müller, the Swiss. See Urs and his daughter Arlette racing a number of cars in historic events around Europe. But it is Hibbert on a 27.195. Andrew Hibbert 127.195, and it's a 1-2 currently for the Hibberts, but they've been split by Milicevic, and now top is 91, which is Jonathan Hughes, a 126.147, pushing pretty close to the 100-mile-an-hour average barrier around here at Goodwood. Number 70, David Methley, the man who lives just on the edge of Chichester, so very local. He is up into third place. Dave Methley, the ex-short oval racer, who is so rapid and cut his teeth really racing Marcos Volvos, in which he used to thrap Lotus Elans all around Europe. But Hughes Wilson is the second place. Sam Wilson, 21, with the Lotus. He's moved up there. The Lotus 20 of Sam Wilson then is second, but it's Jonathan Hughes in 91, Sam Wilson in 21, 79 is Hibbert, and through the chicane has come 18, and that is Nick Gruel in a Lotus 27, one of the monocoque Lotuses. The American driver Nick Gruel through the chicane, and well, let's see what happened. Just didn't slow down. He locked up and off straight through the wall, and it's done mischief to the front suspension of that car. Red flag comes out, and there are still 15 minutes to go. And poor Nick Gruel, he's brought that car from the States, and straight through the chicane wall he's gone. And Marshall's in attendance. He's chatting animatedly to them. But you can see it's damaged the front of the car. So with the red flag down, we need to get the rest of the cars off circuit so that the marshals can sort the situation down there. And we'd already had on this lap 21 Sam Wilson doing the best first sector of anybody, and 63 John Milicevic, the Anglo-Croatian, was the best second sector.
And Marcus, if I can cut in, I've joined you now from St Mary's.
Bruce Jones, ladies and gentlemen, the voice of Bruce Jones from his eyrie at St Mary's. What can you tell us?
Well, I was just going to say I obviously thoroughly enjoyed the first two sessions, but these Formula Juniors, they really are the business, and around the corner like St Mary's, they're just a
We can
joy
see you on the
watch.
screen, Bruce.
Oh yes, I can't see the camera, I can see the red flag over there, but yeah, great position. Now the sun's a little higher, it's not fully in my face, but what sights and sounds to start the day going. And I was watching John Milicevic on that lap. He's so super tidy in that car, number 63, the glorious little Cooper, isn't he, Marcus?
Very much so. He's on top of his form as ever. I mean, 70 wins he's scored in this car, which actually is owned by Stewart, who does the engines in it. And it's a really marvellous sight. It really is poetry to watch him out there. At work. Ex-Caterham champion, multiple Caterham champion, is John Milicevic. I raced against him back in 1990 at Donington. Fabulous race with John Milicevic and Robert Nern in Caterhams. But he's one of the stars of Formula Junior, has been for many years. He's won the British Championship a couple of times. Dave Methley certainly is going to be in the mix, as is Sam Wilson, and one or other of the Hibberts is there. Out of the Lotus is Nick Gruel, I'm glad to say. I didn't think there was a particular problem with him, just being told to take it easy, but it's being a monocoque car. I hope it hasn't damaged the pickup points on the chassis of that, because it's difficult to repair. It'll be up to Norfolk pretty soon, I'm sure, if it needs to go.
We were talking this morning, Marcus, on Goodwood Radio about how, of course, there used to be a brick wall at the chicane. So
yes,
certainly Nick Grew will be very thankful that now it's polystyrene. And,
yes, absolutely.
but may I say, just having watched people walk around the circuit this morning, just seen them on the big screens, people just make such a fantastic effort to come here in period clothing, and it really, really, it was suck it and see the first one, Marcus, but ever since it really, really has grown.
No.
Walking past the pre-66 car parking on the banking, the forward car parking for the Goodwood Racing Club.
It's great,
members,
isn't it?
It's fantastic.
Down in the pit lane on our screens there's Andrew Beaumont in the Lotus 22, and that's Chris Dinage from Classic Teen Lotus alongside him. There is Keith and Stewart Roach. Stewart in the car. Keith is dad from Roach Manufacturing, top craftsman in aluminium. They make some wonderful auto bodies down near Cadnam in the New Forester Hour. And that's the number one, Alexis, the Birmingham built cars. And Stuart Roach, who is equally adept in a front or rear engine car. The two yellow cars are down there at the front. On the left, in the Ronnie Peterson helmet, is Andrew Beaumont in the Lotus 22. And number 3 car to the right, that is Pier Enrico Tonetti, or Piero Tonetti as he likes to be called, in his Brabham, winner of the FIA Lorani Trophy last year, and a great enthusiast. We'll also see him out in the St Trillion's girls on a day out, I think probably are. But we'll see Tonetti out in his Exton Skogmo sports racer, Hafaka Genie, later in the weekend. I think, as father of 3 daughters myself, I think these girls are off to wreak havoc somewhere around the circuit. We can guarantee that.
I approve of any school that has this as a school outing. I think they've got their heads switched on. It's a history lesson in the making, really.
Absolutely. 91 there is Jonathan Hughes, and has great Swiss history in the Montenegro team colours. It was driven by Claire Regazzoni and Silvio Moser and others in period, both as a Formula Junior and as a 1 litre Formula 3, which followed on in 64 once Formula Junior went off the radar at the end of the 63 season. Jonathan Hughes, an ex-Formula V champion, he's actually a great Senna fan. That's why he has the Brazilian stripes on the side of his crash helmet. And a regular winner here, or regular winner in Britain and Europe in Formula Junior races over the last couple of seasons. Our spectators enjoying the facilities here, and they are manifold. Great catering, lots of lots of pathos around the campus. Everywhere you look, there's something different to see and to catch your eye and to engage you in this great meeting.
And in fact, on a day as gorgeous as today, I do encourage you all to take a chance to come out around the circuit. If you don't feel like walking it, you can, of course, we have tractors pulling trailers. You can ride around. Why not come out to Lavant? What a fantastic place to stop. And there's a huge picnic area, bigger than ever before, just behind the grandstands there. But if you are going to walk, make sure you walk against the flow of traffic so you can see the cars coming towards you. Saves you craning your neck the whole time.
Absolutely. It's perfect conditions here this morning. Temperature rising, which is great, and been so fortunate in the early part of September to have had some pretty good weather after a pretty mediocre middle of August.
Don't forget, all it's done is return to the wonderful weather we had at the end of March this year with the 72nd members meeting, and the news broke this week that we're being treated to another next March, 21st and 22nd, which we're very excited about, that's for sure.
Certainly 1 litre Formula 3, one of the stars of that race. I know that the movement for 1 litre Screamers, they've espoused it already, and they're getting very, very excited. They have the best field of those cars that we've seen in many a long year out on the circuit. The majority of them back in period colours, which is great to see as well. we've got we had 30 cars out at the start of this session, and the crews are just rebuilding the wall down there at the chicane. That Lotus 27 of Nick Gruel's, put together by Peter and James Denty up Thetford Way, and they're among the world's leading experts in Lotus preparation. Also up there, of course, Classic Team Lotus, Clive Chapman's team in Hethel. So had a couple of days up there, very, very enjoyably recently, and it is superb to see these little cottage industries that have grown up around historic racing. It's so vital to keep the expertise and the knowledge in the loop for historic racers to enjoy these cars in the fashion they were enjoyed back in their youth.
But unlike the way the Formula One teams are sort of looped in a crescent, going from sort of Peterborough all the way around to the west of London to Woking in Surrey, of course, historic teams are dotted absolutely all around the country. Almost wherever you go, you'll see a transporter tucked away by a barn. I've got Wren Classics just outside Shaftesbury, and
You do?
the spread is enormous.
Yeah, absolutely. That's Steve Farthing's emporium. I've known Steve since he was racing Clubman's cars as a teenager, and Formula Ford 2000 after that. That's Urs Müller, and his daughter Arlette just standing off to the right, who also races these cars, and Aston Martins, etc. With Urs. That's the Jaguar XK course car, and look at that, with a pint of dandelion and burdock to hand. Custodian of the Jag. Might be something a tad stronger. It was dandelion and burdock they used to serve on the set of the Rover's Return in College Strip. And there's the outfit of the day so far.
Just wondering if he was tweeting away to us, because of course we're putting a lot onto the screen, not just from people here at the circuit at Hash Goodwood Revival, but people all around the world. And that's one of the new things, Marcus, over the past year or so, the digital side of both the Festival of Speed and the Revival. It's great to have people contacting us from wherever they are, but certainly the backdrops they can apply to their images, their selfies here at the circuit are absolutely endless and timeless with it.
It's it is fantastic. I remember last year being totally gobsmacked when some friends in Christchurch, New Zealand, said we're listening to this and watching it on the pewter, absolutely live. So they were watching on YouTube. There it is. Ronnie Peterson helmet is Andrew Beaumont at the wheel of this Lotus 22. Andrew's partner, Gunilla, who will be here, used to work with Ronnie Peterson, who was my childhood race hero, and so we'll see Andrew in various cars this weekend. He had in the Maston Gregory in the side of Lotus 24 in the Glover Trophy. We also see him sometimes in the FIA races, driving Lotus 76-1, another Ronnie Peterson car. There's the lineup. The pale blue car is that of Caroline Abu Rossi de Montelera. 75 is the very interesting one-off Lightning Envoyette, which is based on the Diggory Gwynedd design. And that is one of the local men. That's Pete Morton, who's usually there or thereabouts in the order. Pete Morton currently down in 13th, but on the basis that only one or two drivers have got 3 laps in so far, it's still very, very early days with 15 minutes to go. 15 minutes to go, then the engine's beginning to rev. It won't be long before the cars are released back onto the circuit. So 93 it is indeed. 61 is the gold Lotus of Simon Diffie character. We'll see Steve Jones out in a Cooper. And Steve Jones will be well known to Chris Druitt, our aviation commentator, because he displays Spitfire, Rolls-Royce Spitfire for us on occasion. Hoping that Westy Mitchell is going to get going well with that glorious little Di Tommaso. When he bought the car, a long restoration, and even had the original drivers' names inscribed on the gear ratios within the box, which is a hybrid Di Tommaso stroke Ursa box, so based on a Citroen traction avant box turned upside down, Megre Citroen, but with Di Tommaso bits in it as well. Another of the Merlins is the early Mark III of Jürgen Brim, the Dane. That's Pier Enrico Tonetti, the Italian, in his Brabham. It's a BT6 from '63. Motor racing developments.
Quite interesting, Marcus. I was watching Piero in the very first part of this session. He's not scared of putting the car sideways. A lot of other drivers are trying to keep their cars as in a straight line as possible, but he's certainly the tail-out school, and not just here at St Mary's. I've been watching him around the rest of the lap.
He drives with absolutely extrovert Italian flair. Sometimes it gets the better of him. He and his brother both race in juniors.
Well, Jonathan Hughes is leading the way round as Piero Tonetti's down in 7th place. But Jonathan Hughes is the driver with a clear track ahead of him, leading the group round in 91, which is the sort of pale metallic blue Brabham. Lovely looking car.
Yes, it is, and that Montenegro livery. So there's Piero Tonetti, who's not on his first flush of youth, but he drives with all the exuberance of a teenager.
You mentioned that very few people had had a third flying lap before the stoppage. I think we're going to have a big jumble around very shortly. And Stewart Roach, I'd put my money on him in number 1, moving up. At the moment he's down in 9th place, but certainly judging by passing speed from my commentary box, he's right up there, as of course is David Methley, who's 4th, but I think he could easily go top as well.
Got a belt flapping in Eddie's car, so yes, it is one of the seat belts flapping a little bit. It's the same. Here he comes through the chicane, nice tail-out slide, just riding up the curb a little, and loud gear change. That's allowed. Look at that. It's Hughes from Wilson from Roach. Roach goes 3rd. Wilson goes top. 21. That's young Sam Wilson, already a winner a couple of times here at Goodwood in 500cc Formula 3 and in Formula Junior. The ex Dave Charlton Ikuri Tomahawk Lotus 20. So that is a 1961 chassis, the latest 20 of Sam Wilson. The Formula Junior went through from 58 to 63, and the Formula Junior Historic Racing Association, which organises these races all around the world, really, for Formula Juniors, is an interesting one because it splits the cars into 3 groups. There's the front engine cars, rear engine drum brake cars, and rear engine disc. It's a 3-crop rotation here in Goodwood years, and Stewart Roach is just tucking into the slipstream of Tonetti. Realises it's a very good way of getting the time. If you can get a little bit of slipstream down the Lavant Straight with that little kink in the middle of it.
But when they came past me, I must say, Marcus, he saw a bit too much of Tonetti. He was really getting very sideways into St Mary's, but these are definitely 2 of the quick guys. Roach 3rd fastest at the moment, and looking to improve. 2 green segments, but is Tonetti going to get in his way at the end of the lap?
Well, I think Roach is just far enough back to come out, get the slingshot, and maybe get further toe up past the pits. He's quicker out of the chicane, that's for sure. And, well, Wilson on 25.350 goes quicker still. So 21 Wilson, 79 Andrew Hibbert is in 2nd place. And, that number 20, that's the whiner of Richard Smeaton with its distinctive shark nose. And he's off in the gravel at, is that Lavant? Here he comes. Yes, it is. And, oh dear, dear, dear. That Caroline Rossi had to go off into the gravel, but she got through it. And somebody else had a very, very near miss. That was Dave Methley, I think. Dave Methley in the blue car with the yellow nose. He had to go around the outside and through, and the red flag flies again. We've got 9 3/4 minutes this time. So Richard Smeaton
It's amazing, isn't it? When someone spins, you have to do a bit of guesswork, and particularly a corner like Lavant, which is you have 3 bites at it, and you have to make your mind up pretty quickly, going around the outside or trying to go up the inside. And so, quite right, the flags are out. But it is magnetic. You see someone go off, and I think it just takes your eye off the circuit.
The problem is that, as they used to teach you at racing school, if you see someone spin in front of you, the normal deal is to aim to where you first saw them, on the basis they won't be there when you get there. But if there's a whole gaggle of cars coming up, you've got to go different ways, and there's often a sort of bomb burst effect, and it's everyone for themselves at that point. It's a very difficult situation, but the car is not badly damaged. It's only off in the side of the gravel, and of course these gravel pits weren't here in the period, but it's kept the car safe.
But just looking at who hasn't really set a time that's of their best, David Metley involved, we think, chasing off the circuit there. He's down in 8th place, but he's certainly a driver who should be top 2 or 3, I'd say.
Yes, exactly. And here you go, there's the Wayner. It goes up inside Caroline Rossi's car, but just couldn't get in time. And that was Metley avoiding action. He went round the outside, the 73 car of Metley. Caroline Rossi de Montelera, who tends to finish just outside. There's Richard Smeaton. There's the ex-Mike Beutler March 721G that he races in FIA Formula 1 events, and a Lotus 22 Formula Junior as well, and a Formula 3 Modus for good measure. And so the tractor is there. Looking for somewhere to hook it. I think it's likely that they'll tow him down the grass so that any gravel that's shaken out is not shaken out on the track. And there's Sam Wilson. Popped his crash helmet off now. It's got a bit hot down there. Very, very good engineer. Very, very clever in the engine department. He's checking on the live timing now, I think. Or sending a selfie. Well, it's been reduced to 5 minutes, so the 9 and 3/4 minutes has been cut to 5 minutes to stay somewhere near timetable. And Sam Wilson pops his crash helmet on. It's a very 60s colour scheme on what looks like a very modern crash helmet. A bit like James Cottingham's crash helmet, isn't it, with that sort of the green swirls. Nick Fennell in the middle with a flat cap. We'll see him in the Lover Trophy later in the weekend. He's got a Lotus 27, which is the old Ford France car. There's the classic Team Lotus brolly, being used as a parasol, fortunately. And again, the Muller Lotus there. 63 behind is John Milicevic, but that's Andrew Beaumont under the Ollie. Right, the Wayner is off. It's an Italian-built car, interesting car, and the logo for Wayner are sort of dueling tortoises.
Do you know the story, Marcus?
Tell me.
No, I was thinking you were going to reach for Strange Stories Mark 4009.
No.
Yeah, luckily they've got him right to the edge of the circuit, so it shouldn't be too long now. But I do love the Formula Juniors, and I also really enjoy this the 3-crop rotation as you explained it. So we don't have them every year.
No, well, we have different groups every year. That's right. 17 there. That is Martin Bullock from Perth in Western Australia. 7 is the Steve Jones Cooper, the Type 67 Cooper. The cars that Peter Revson and co raced in period. There we go. There's the Wayner. He's only got one of those noses with the twin nostrils. When he was testing here a week or so ago, he's chucking gravel out everywhere, and the trouble is it's going to go in the brakes as well as on the tyres, but fortunately there should be, it should stay out of the engine bays, usually air filters on them. 19 is the Merlin of Jürgen Brin.
I was looking at the backstory of that car. Ex-Roger Ward. I noticed.
There you go.
And he crashed it, but as it says in the notes, that perhaps he wasn't so good at turning right. Obviously, he was an IndyCar man through and through.
He was from the Roadster days on. Roger Ward. The other Merlin behind, and the red and the yellow car. That's that's Roger Eland in the Renmax. Guy down in the West Country had a couple of Renmaxes a few years ago. Said built by Bob Britton down in Oz. Roger Eland has raced in Australia and here over the years. That's Mark Amis-Droz in the Brabham BT6. Perfect conditions here at the motor circuit. You were talking earlier, Bruce, about the members meeting here in March this year, and I was absolutely staggered because we had conditions, what must have been 16, 17 degrees, something like that, in March. The previous year, that very weekend, we'd been at Thruxton for the Easter revival, and it was about -6 if you were lucky.
And then you have the sort of 20 degrees of wind chill you always get at Thruxton, so
absolutely.
It must have been crowded around the brazier in your commentary box.
It was very cold wherever we were.
Anyhow, great, the car's coming back onto the circuit. Now, if you've got a race card with your programme, of course you get the earwig so you can listen to our commentary as well, and other things through the course of the day, but do start to pick off the cars. I think that really adds to the whole occasion, so you can really keep abreast of who's who and who's coming around. We'll try and throw up the names of the quick guys as they make progress, but the order we have at the moment: Wilson, Hibberd and Hughes, 21, 79, 91. Will they stay as the top 5 drivers? Top 3 drivers, 5 minutes remaining.
That's right, and the clock is ticking down. Sam Wilson, previously a winner here, 125.350. Andrew Hibberd in 79, 125.970, and number 91, Jonathan Hughes at 126.147. Also in the 26s, 1 Stewart Roach, 26.206, 3 Piero Tonetti, 126.339, and 63 Jonathan Milecevic, 126.725. He's the guy who's not really had the opportunity to get going yet, and the way they're all bunched is going to make it very difficult to get through. There's the number 13, the very interesting Renmax. Bodywork, I have to say, looks very Lotus-esque, looks very sort of like a Lotus 22, but often the easiest way to clothe your little space train creation is to borrow whatever bodywork was around, make some moulds, and lo and behold, they look very similar.
Some quick groupings out there we're seeing on the big screens. We're seeing Jonathan Hughes in 91 ahead of Sam Wilson. Hughes is third at the moment and Wilson is first, but Andrew Hibbard in 79, he's leading the pack around. He's the one to look for, second fastest.
Right with them is Tonetti, Bruce, as well, in the yellow car, the Primrose Yellow number 3 Brabham. The first of the Brabham Formula Juniors, designed by Ron Toronak, like so many of the Brabhams, right through into the BT 30 range, out to the 34 Lobster Claw. The first one made by Motor Racing Development, but they couldn't call the cars MRDs because it sounded, certainly in the French, it sounded rather unpleasant, so they just went to Brabham, called them Brabhams from then on, the BT2s and the BT6s. We'll see the first Brabham Formula 1 car here this weekend as well, with the Rollinger team from Luxembourg, but they're also on the run now down towards Woodcote Corner. 2 minutes and 90 seconds to go, and Chris Stewart's about to say something. Chris, good morning.
Morning, Marcus. Now, I learned something this week that I never knew before, that the first MRD Brabham frame was built by Buckler. Do you remember Buckler?
We mentioned them earlier on in Reading. I went to Buckler Cars as a very young lad with my father and my late godfather to look at a chassis for something.
Probably a
We didn't
go-kart.
take it home. They did. The other Reading-based kart manufacturer was Jack Barlow, made the Barlottis. He was over there. And here's the man who's well versed in bucklers, and that's Michael Hibbert in 27. His father, Stan, still has one. Now looking to see where Westy Mitchell is. He's down in 12th place. Dave Methley's only in 10th. And
he's stuck in traffic. You could just see him in
is.
that grouping. I've just had someone spin going out of my sight on the exit of the St Mary's. No yellow flag, so they've got going, or the yellow flag's been withdrawn. So that's good because the quick guys are coming through. Sam Wilson's just gone past Stewart Roach. So yeah, this is going to go right to the end, but Methley I think could be the one who could pop it in, but he's got to get clear track. He's down in 10th.
Hughes has gone quickest, 24.713. Car number 91, Jonathan Hughes leads the way. 21, Sam Wilson second. 79, Andrew Hibbert third. 3, Piero Tonetti. 1, Stewart Roach. And 63, John Milicevic, the Anglo-Croatian, in 6th place. Now this is the Roach and Hughes tussle. Hughes looking up the inside of Roach. Gets through. He's pushing hard. Wilson's done the best centre section of the track. He's the 3rd car in your picture. The dark blue car with the red stripe. He's in the double toe now, and Roach wants that toe as well.
But interesting, last time around, Hughes was ahead of Wilson, and Hughes actually set a better lap time by a 1/3 of a second. You'd have thought Wilson could have used a bit of the toe and closed in, but not so.
Well, Roach looked up the inside into Madgwick and cut across the nose of Sam Wilson. This is their last lap. We've only got 12 seconds left on the countdown.
OK, if you're at Lavant, look out for David Methley, car number 17. He's dropped down to 12th place now. He's just set a pink segment time, which is the fastest of all through the first sector. He's leaving it very, very late indeed. 1 second, no time left. The checkered flag is out. He's got to complete this lap.
He has, and Dave Methley then in car number 70, dark blue Brabham with a yellow nose cone. It's quite distinctive. Will be pushing on, but he's got to find a clear sector. He's done a personal best middle sector, so it's encouraging. He's going to improve on a 127.2, I would think.
He's looking to improve on 127.2. He's got to get to a 124.6. Really, he could do it. I think he can.
He certainly can. Certainly Hughes' pole, and good lap for Hughes. 124.493 goes quicker still, and that's more than 100 miles an hour average speed for another 70. And Dave Methley goes in. Methley's popped it in at 24.493. He's gone ahead of Hughes. 24.493, 24.713. So Dave Methley, you were absolutely on the money, Bruce. He popped it in, and could it have been more timely? I don't think so. Milicevic is moving up, and Westy Mitchell moving up, so watch for 63 and 8. 63, the blue and white Cooper. Awesome timing for Dave Methley. Well, Mitchell is in 7th place, car number 8. James Murray in number 11, the ex-Alan Rees Lola, his best lap right at the end. He's 8th at the moment. Poor old Stewart Roach is down to 9th, and that's because he was stuck in traffic a lot of that last little segment of the session. And but it's Methley then on the pole, the local man from just down the road from Chichester, in car number 70, the ex 3-litre historic F1 racer as well. He won races in that too. Well, the classification of that Chichester Cup session was a spectacular session. Dave Methley popped in the best lap at the end. Car number 70, Brabham BT6, 124.493. Second, another BT6, number 91, Jonathan Hughes. In 3rd place, the Cooper, John Milicevic. He came up into 3rd place with his last lap, 63. He is 3rd. 4th is Sam Wilson, Lotus 20, number 21. 5th, number 79, Andrew Hibbert, Lotus 22. 6th, Piero Tonetti in number 3, the Brabham BT6. 7th was Westy Mitchell, Di Tommaso, number 8. And in 8th place, James Murray with the Lola number 11, silver Lola. In 9th place is number 1, Stewart Roach with the orange Alexis. In 10th place, Michael Hibbert with the X-Works Lotus 27, car number 27. 11th, 61, Simon Diffie, Lotus 20. 12th, 75, Pete Morton with the Lightning Envoyette. 13th, Manfredo Rossi di Montalera in the number 14, Lotus 22. 12, Urs Müller was 14th. 16, Ian Rowley up into 15th place, Lotus 22, and in 16th place, number 10, Philippe Buhofer with his Lola Ford Mark 5A. What a session, what a race that is going to be tomorrow morning. Terrific session then, and just before the cars came out, we had more arrivals at the motor circuit for the 2014 revival. There are the cars. Psycho Sykes there with tribute to Dennis Welsh on the side of the ex-Welsh Triple Monaco winning Merlin. Cars going out then onto the circuit. Andrew Hibbard was quickly into his stride in the Lotus, the 79. Oh, and there's Lewis Muller. Gets just about stuck in the gravel there. Now, unfortunately, Nick Gruel came flying into the chicane. That brought the session to a halt, and the latest 27 was scuffed about at the front. The alignment's all gone, but Nick Gruel perfectly okay. And to report he's out of the car there, and the marshal taking out the flower pots. John Milicevic with his glamorous mechanic down there, always present, and he was girding his loins to go quicker in the last part of the session. What he thought to be the last part of the session. There's 91, that's Jonathan Hughes, just sitting, biding his time in the pits. They're off again, and the pale blue Brabham, the ex-Kurt Lincoln car of Caroline Rossi de Montalera, prepared by Kendall Adams Motorsport down at Jodie Scheckter's place in Hampshire. There's Manfredo Rossi, that's Caroline Rossi's husband. And here comes the winner of Richard Smeaton. He wasn't quite on the right line to make the apex or get round. He went round in the Italian car, and that sent Dave Methley through the gravel trap and Caroline Rossi behind. Richard's perfectly okay, and it took a little while just to hook him out, but you can see how dramatic that was. And Caroline Rossi spun on the exit of the corner as well. Here she goes. She gets going again. She's capable of running in the top 10 of a Lurani trophy round. And these quick boys are all running together pretty much towards the end. And Dave Methley hadn't got a lap in until the very last one. And when the checkered flag went out, it was number 70, David Methley, the local man, who prevailed and snatched pole position at the end from Jonathan Hughes and John Milicevic. That was our Chichester Cup. And now let's hear from our Goodwood Revival commercial partners.
Here's a sight that we will probably never see again. 2 Lancasters in the air together, the only 2 Lancasters flying in the world. Battle of Britain Memorial Flight aircraft and the Canadian one that's come over. Lancaster leading the way, being flown by Tim Dunlop. Canadian one had an engine problem a couple of weeks ago, and they borrowed a new Merlin from the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, but their original engine was a Packard Merlin, so basically the same, but they had to swap over all the ancillaries, carburetor, superchargers and things, and they're followed by 2 Spitfires and a Hurricane. So this is the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. 3 Spitfires, not a Hurricane there. So the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, I think have got 5 Spitfires, got 3 of them. We're not sure which ones they're flying this weekend, but 2 of the Spitfires are flown by Tony Parkinson and the boss of the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, Johnny Stringer. Lancaster, an amazing airplane, could carry a bomb load of 22,000 pounds, and I'm sure you've seen the wonderful Dam Busters film, and could fly at 275 miles an hour. It looks pretty slow and ponderous, but actually it nipped along, and more than 7,000 of them were built during the war, 3,500 of them lost on operations, and we shouldn't forget that they were flown by young men aged 19, 20, 21, and 53,000 of them took off and didn't come back. So it's very nostalgic, and I think it's something that young people nowadays should be aware of, the sacrifice that these guys made. And of course, a bit later on we'll see the Mustang Ferocious Frankie. The Spitfires, of course, didn't have the range to accompany the bombers all the way to their target, but the Mustang did. It'll be great to see the 4-ship based here, which will be the Spitfire, Mustang, ME-109 and Hurricane together, and we've got an amazing V16 noise on the ground as well at the same time, because we've got the BRM display.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? This is the BRM V16, 1.5 litre centrifugally supercharged engine, and they were recalcitrant, but they were rather wonderful, and they raced here in period. Made the most extraordinary noise when they were chiming on all 16.
Had a centrifugal supercharger like the Merlin, but didn't work very well.
And what was interesting is if they thought the V16 was complicated, they then came up with the H16, which won one race with Jim Clark in a Lotus in period. There, your aircraft again, Chris.
So I just correct my correction. It is 1 Hurricane and 2 Spitfires. You can tell the Hurricane, of course, the Spitfire has that amazing elliptic wing, and the Hurricane, earlier technology, really a monoplane version of the earlier 1930s biplanes, both Merlin powered, of course, but the Spitfire Merlin engine eventually developed about 1,700 horsepower. The Hurricane, early Hurricane, with an earlier Merlin, about 900. There's the Hurricane, slightly different shape, much higher cockpit, so easier to see over the nose on landing. One of the problems with a Spitfire is that as soon as you flare for the landing, you can't see anything ahead of you. So you'll notice that when the Spitfires come in to land, they do if you like, a semicircular final approach, so that the pilot looks down one side of the engine cowling and can see the runway ahead. Interesting that the Hurricane was much quicker and cheaper to build than the Spitfire. Hurricane took 10,000 man-hours, Spitfire 15,000, so the Spitfire at the time was a pretty expensive airplane to build. And something like over 20,000 Spitfires were built. If you include the Seafire, which was the carrier-based version, it was something like 22,000. The BBMF Lancaster, the British one leading the way, was built in May 1945, so never really saw action. It went straight into storage, and then went to South Africa for survey duties, and they planned to put it on static display at Hendon, but luckily it joined the BBMF in 1973 and has been constantly maintained, beautifully maintained in flying condition. But isn't it wonderful to have the Canadian one over, actually built in Canada by the Victory Aircraft Company at Malton in Canada in July 1945. And in 1952 it had a serious accident, it needed a new wing, but then the Canadians used it for maritime patrol until 1963. Then it was on outside display from 63 to 77. You can imagine the corrosion and deterioration, and it went through an 11-year rebuild and flew again in 1988. And it's dedicated to a Canadian Flight Lieutenant, Andrew Minarski, who earned the Victoria Cross by saving his rear gunner, who was trapped in the rear gun turret when the aircraft was going down, and the rear gunner survived, but Andrew Minarski didn't survive and got a posthumous VC. On the ground we've got our ground-based, Goodwood-based airplanes this weekend. Ferocious Frankie the Mustang, MH434 Spitfire, and the Spitfire is being flown by Lee Proudfoot. One of the problems with the Spitfire is that, as you can see, the left undercarriage leg blanks the radiator, and so you can only keep a Merlin engine of a Spitfire going on the ground for about 6 or 7 minutes before it overheats. There's Alistair Kay in the cockpit of Ferocious Frankie. Stu Goldspink is flying the Hurricane. I'm not sure if we're only going to see the Mustang and the MH434, but here are the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight Spitfires and Hurricane. And they're, I think, going to land here, while the Lancasters, who of course wouldn't land on this relatively short grass runway, are going to be based in Bournemouth. So a run and break by the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight Fighters to come into land, which means that when they're on the ground, or maybe when they're in the circuit, Lee and Alistair will take off in MH434 and Ferocious Frankie. What a wonderful sight. And what a wonderful day. Clouds are building up from the east, but I think we're going to have a reasonably high cloud base this afternoon, so hopefully and fortunately it's a lovely flying day. Look at the two Lancasters. There is a third Lancaster based at East Kirby in Lincolnshire. Belongs to the Fenton brothers. They bought it in memorial of their brother who was killed in Bomber Command, and that aircraft is not flying at the moment. It does run, but they're hoping to get it back in the air. There you see the curved approach of the Spitfire, flaps down, wheels down.
I've just noticed that's a clipped wing Spit, isn't it?
It is, and that was used more, I think, for low level flight, ground attack. So not really a fighter to fighter. Nice, almost a 3-point landing, low wheeler landing, and then the pilot has to pedal fairly agilely on the rudder pedal to keep it straight. And with a Spitfire you have to be pretty careful not to put the brakes on too hard on landing, otherwise it tends to tip on its nose and you'll get very unpopular with the owner. Second Spitfire coming in. The Hurricane is actually relatively easier to land, more docile on landing than the Spitfire, but they're both beautiful airplanes to handle. Later on we'll see the Messerschmitt 109, the ME 109, although in fact it's a Bouchon 109 built in Spain with the Merlin engine, which John Romain will be flying, and that's a much trickier beast on the ground. Hurricane landing, and you can see that the pilot does sit up considerably higher and so has a reasonable view straight ahead of the runway. 3 Merlin engines. Well, with the Lancasters, 8, 9, 10, 11 Merlin engines. How about that? There's Ferocious Frankie, Mustang. P51D. I only found out the other day what the P stood for, because modern American fighter planes are F, of course, for fighter. P was for pursuit, which I thought was rather a sweet way of describing a fighter aircraft, and really a hangover from World War I. And the later versions of the Mustang were in fact F-51, so they decided that they weren't pursuit, they were fighter aircraft, which of course they had been all along. I'm sure you know that the Mustang was built to a British specification and designed and built in an incredibly short period of time in America by the North American company, and the purpose of it was as a long-range escort. And the Mustang had a range about an 8-hour endurance. Can you imagine flying that 8 hours there and back? And so they were fitted with drop tanks made of cardboard, which they used until they got probably over the Netherlands, and then they released the drop tanks. So surprised Dutch people got a lump of cardboard in their garden. But the cockpit of the Mustang, from an ergonomic point of view, i.e. from the pilot's from logic of the controls and things, is much better than the Spitfire. Spitfire controls are sort of chucked at the control panel haphazard. And one of the things you'll notice when a Spitfire takes off very often, that one is taking off, but of course it's a very experienced pilot at the controls, that's Lee Proudfoot, is that you have to swap hands on the control stick, because the undercarriage lever is on the right, the throttle is on the left, and so on takeoff you have to take your hand off the throttle and hope that you've tightened up the screw that stops it coming back and leaving you without engine power. Put your left hand on the stick and use the right hand to lift the undercarriage. And you often see a Spitfire really wobbling around when the pro pilot tries to do all these things at once and get the undercarriage up. Cars are coming out for the next practice session, but let's for the moment focus on these two glorious aircraft. Later on they'll be joined in the air by the Hurricane and the ME-109.
What we have now, Chris, is the first of our Maserati 250F celebrations, celebrating the 100th anniversary of the foundation of Maserati.
Actually, as evocative as Spitfires in the air.
Absolutely, and that's part of the joy here. It's a bilateral feast, isn't it? Ground and air, and we have something like half of the 250Fs made pretty much here. Dark green car.
250F was really like the woodman's axe, wasn't it? Chassis, bodies, all got swapped around.
The first ones came out in '54, and they were still developing them through the late part of the 50s. And then we got the Tech-Mech when Valerio Carlotti left Maserati and finished this ultimate space frame display version. Look at the dark green. We had a dark green one out there earlier on. Which one's that?
Is that the Gilby Engineering one?
That's an early shape car, it's a 54 shaped car with the louvered sides.
And in the paddock, of course, where the 250Fs are parked, it's a wonderful reconstruction of the Monza pit lane.
Yes.
Well worth coming to see.
We've got them. That's the I think it's the Eldorado Special. Oh no, that's another one. No, the Eldorado Special is here. That's a car that ran in those colours in period, so unusual in white with the red. But we'll give you a lot of gen on these cars over the weekend. But we're back firmly on the ground now with these iconic Maseratis. That looks like Gary Pearson driving the Lucas Hooney owned car. It's the 1957 German Grand Prix winner, Fangio's greatest race. There's Joaquin Falk in the number 15 car. That's next Paco Godia car that Joe Bonnier also raced in period. We've got warbirds flying overhead as the 250Fs come onto the grid. Well, must be the best job in the world, either flying one of those aircraft up there or demoing a 250F.
And it was a great racer, Rob Slamplow, who was responsible for discovering a lot of these World War II fighter aircraft and bringing them back.
Whatever happened to that sort of cache of Spitfires that's supposed to be sort of underground in Burma or whatever?
They never found
Malaya.
anything. I think it was a myth.
A lot of people were taken in there, weren't they?
They were. They were. Wouldn't it be nice, though, to find brand new Spitfires in their boxes?
How many Spits were made, Chris?
20,000 plus Spitfires, and then the Seafire added another 2,000. And from the Mark 1 Spit to the Mark 24, the weight doubled, the power tripled. And the very late Spitfires was like having a Mark 1 with 34 passengers on board with their luggage.
Fantastic. Did Rolls-Royce describe the power output of the Merlin as, quote, adequate?
Adequate, yeah.
But some of the later ones had Griffon engines, didn't
They did, which rotated the other way, so at takeoff you had to be careful to remember what engine you had to keep it straight. Isn't that fantastic? And we, Marcus, we got, I think, one V12 250F in the...
Two here this weekend. That's a site which is absolutely wonderful. 6 already underway. Just lap this up, ladies and gentlemen. Maserati 250F's iconic Grand Prix car of the 1950s, the type of car which Fangio starred and won a world championship. Subtly different. See how they evolved from the early sort of wide-bodied louvered cars to the last of the Piccolos, the smaller versions. So the tech makers there, it's one of the V12s going around there with the giveaway bulges in the bonnet. More filing past you, Bruce, at the back with the tech mech with its very curious sort of narrow body and rather taller look as a result.
Sort of cling wrapped, if you will.
Yeah, it is. It couldn't be more tightly enveloped at all. That's Valerio Colotti's work. He's a transmission designer, but also chief designer for Maserati in the late 50s. He broke away, finished that car independently. The nostril one there. And the green car. 2 green cars. The second of them is an old, is the probably engineering car that Sue Green's team ran in that period. That's sort of very sort of the likes of Sterling Moss and Sampdoria and Co.
And the easiest one to spot, of course, is on the screens at the moment, the white
Yeah.
Eldorado Special.
No, that's not the Eldorado. I thought it was initially when I first saw the distance. The Eldorado Special is supposed to be a 4.2 litre car. The one that Sterling Moss drove in the race for 2 worlds at Monza. The steering broke at some enormous speed. Came very close to unseating it.
Oh, that's funny. I thought I saw the Eldorado Special in the paddock this morning.
Yes, I think you did.
I
That's
jumped
also
too
white.
quickly there in that fabulous replica Monza pit lane.
That's
just brilliant behind the control tower.
12 is that's the 2504 car, which has Stefan Rettenmeier driving it. He raced it at Nürburgring a couple of years ago. Came out in it. Gorgeous to see straight 6 engines in the majority, the V12s and a couple of the cars here.
Marcus, you saw the girls from St Trinian's earlier. I just looked at my window and thought, my golly, we've got a sudden with water pistols. They're going to have to move on from St Mary's very shortly indeed. Such cheek and impudence.
I trust you're going to respond with your pea shooter.
Sharpening the darts as we speak.
That's my little giveaway, bubble wrapped on the front cover of your programme. One Goodwood pea shooter. With the Maserati with the yellow noseband, which Gary Pearson is driving, a very famous car Fangio won that German Grand Prix in 1957. Another Fangio car is the car that Josef Otto Rettenmeier will be driving this weekend. You can see how the sort of air intakes vary on these cars. You can see some of the big-bodied cars and some of the smaller, sleeker ones. They made offset cars with the transmission running down one side, the Furicentros as they were called. That's the Technic. Chef Tony Wood races. Barry Baxter had a win it at Portimao just before he sold it to the Woods. That's a space frame chassis and disc brakes all round. Really the sort of nicest, most modern evolution of the theme. That's an very early car. Dark green one. But it's wonderful we're going to see so many Maseratis this weekend as the company celebrates its centenary.
So looking at all the changing of shapes, I mean the 250F still just stands out as perhaps the most evocative and beautiful Grand Prix car ever, to my mind. So the Techmec is not quite an improvement, really. all the glorious elegance of the car seems to be removed, but then it's all about, motor racing is about being effective.
Yes, it's rather like the analogy of the little Jag with the sort of knobbly body. It is kind of pugnacious, isn't it? Only raced in one Grand Prix, the US Grand Prix in '59 with Fritz Doré, the Brazilian driver who, despite the fact came from a different country, was a bit of a protege of Fangio. Fritz Doré still works occasionally as a bit of a TV pundit back in his homeland. Early race at Sea, the space frame Connaught also ran with Bob Said driving, Boris's dad. You'll see quite a lot of these cars, around a dozen of them raced this weekend. Everybody loves 250Fs.
I remember long ago, Marcus, I don't know if you were down here that day when David Coulthard came down, courtesy of Autosport, to drive a 250F and was most concerned to find the pedals weren't quite how he was accustomed to in a car.
Yes, because many of them had a centre throttle, didn't they?
Entirely, and of course his father Duncan, who was full of motor racing history, had sort of tried to give him some tips, and I think because Duncan was so keen, it weighed even more heavily on David's shoulders when he realised how much the car was worth.
More to the point, I recall being in the Autosport office when one of the key proponents of the feature was extolling the virtues of, do you know, tomorrow we're going to see David Coulthard at Goodwood. I just can't wait to see the images of him driving this blood red Maserati. And then he got there, of course, found it was dark green. The car of Robin Lodge, wasn't it, at the time?
Yeah, it was indeed.
But David Coulthard really loved all that. I remember being at Mallory Park when we drove Michael Scriver's Lotus 72. And he was just one of the rare breed of modern Grand Prix drivers who actually accepted that the sport was around rather longer than he was, and keenly espoused history, and was very knowledgeable and a proper bloke.
Still, I challenge, although his Formula One career was fleeting, I challenge any Formula One driver to know more about motor racing than
I was going to say exactly
just
the same.
Extraordinary, down to the 100th of a second qualifying times from when he was tiny.
The sort of guy who tell you what the pitch of the rivets was on the side of one of these, because he'd read about it in India as a kid. But he has the most extraordinary accent, doesn't he, as well, when you hear him on the radio. And when I first heard him, I think it was that was the Canadian Grand Prix that was hugely delayed.
Oh yes, it took 4 hours to complete.
Yes, exactly. And I was
Button
driving home from Snetterton or something, and my brother, who's this Welsh guy who's speaking about the Grand Prix? It transpired it was Geraint Chantok.
More enthusiasm than is actually healthy. But, a lot of us try to be like that.
His father raced various cars, including a B42 Chevron. Vicky Chantok.
So that's the end of today's taste of the parade for the 250S. But as you say, Marcus, some will be out for practice later on. So it's not your last sighting.
Quite a taste for historic race cars in India. Of course, Vijay Mallya has a super collection. He raced Formula 1 ensigns in places like Shalavaram airfield way back.
And then they moved on to Irungatu Kotai.
They
the next
certainly
place
did.
outside Madras, which was Madras then, but now, of course, is Chennai.
Chennai, that's right. And the Maharaja of Gondal still has, well, the Crown Prince of Gondal still has the Formula 5000 Surtees TS11, in which Gijs van Lennep won the European Championship. Well, and you've been busy tweeting us and sending messages on Facebook, etc. Be part of this story here this weekend, the 17th Goodwood Revival meeting at the Motor Circuit. What have you been saying? Well, Goodwood Revival Warbirds ready for action. Spiffingly hot day too. TJ, Tony Jardine. There's nothing a mallet can't fix. He won 1960 Ferrari 246 as Dino, says Rory Smith. Having great fun watching all the vintage cars pass by the office on their way to Goodwood Revival, says Gemma Antrobus. Luxury travel gem. I thought Antrobus was a village in Cheshire. Watching Goodwood Revival on live stream at work. Wish I was there. Live Vacious. It's a great name. French Foreign Legion with our Candy Girls. Goodwood Revival, says Adam Kirk. Adam Kirk, 1966. He was here just in time then for the closure of Goodwood at the end of its first era, assuming it's his date of birth. Green Shield stamps, do you remember them? At 40 million got you a Rolls Royce. Well, the cars are coming out. This is a field of cars which Tony Jardine sent one of those tweets in. There was a star in years gone. And St Mary's Trophy. This is the first leg of our practice of this, and tomorrow's race will be for the pros, and Sunday's race will be for the AMs, in inverted commas, some of whom are anything but. First part of qualifying then, St Mary's Trophy Part 1, presented by Cazenove Capital Management. So a big thank you to our race sponsor, Cazenove Capital Management, as the cars of the 1950s take their turn out on track. That's the Mercedes-Benz. That's Brian Redmond.
Now there's one car that's always a favourite, number 12, it's a sort of pale grey Jaguar Mark 1, and it's just gone very slowly past me at St Mary's, so I hope there's not a problem for that.
Got to make the tyres last a session, Bruce.
That's true. In fact, it was the only time I've seen that car being driven in a straight line round a corner.
Yeah, there is the Merc. And that's got the greatest living Lancastrian, Brian Redmond, at the wheel, 3 times a US Formula 5000 champion. A35. There's the Riley there, only 1.5. Huge anti-roll bar underneath the front end, wasn't standard in period. Number 16. That's got Derek Hill in it. Derek Hill. Boulevard Isabella up front. Isabella TS. Alec Poole, 1969, British Saloon Car Champion. It wasn't called the Touring Car Championship back then. MG Magnet there, ZA Magnet. It's got Paul O'Neill in it.
But the car we really want to pick up on screen, well, there's Gordon Shedden, but look out for number 20, Jackie Oliver, in the little BMW 700. Absolutely mighty. He's on his second lap and really going for it already. Oh, but king of sideways and so nearly off the circuit is the Mike Jordan, Andrew Jordan, Austin A40, white with a black roof, super sideways. And in fact, another A40 has come past in a similar fashion, so they're the ones to watch. Very, very sideways indeed.
Little A35 Gordon Shedden, British touring car champion in his own right. We've got a lot of touring car champions here this weekend. We've got a lot of Le Mans winners, eight Le Mans winners in this festival. And Andrew Jordan then, 17 to 77. It's the Mike Jordan, Andrew Jordan partnership. That's hardly pro-am, is it? Be a pro-pro and a pro-am. But Mike Jordan, Andrew's father, started off racing on Morris Minor, didn't he? In classic saloon car racing.
And then really made his name in Porsche.
Yes.
Years and years.
Yeah, top guy. I love A40s. My parents bought one in league with my late godfather back in 1958 when I appeared.
Drawn in by the Pininfarina design, clearly.
Drawn in by the fact that it wasn't practical to take a baby to race meetings in a pre-war MG.
Yes, I used to go to school in a sort of acid green coloured one with a white roof.
A40.
A40, yeah.
Ours was a blue one with a black roof, and later was painted British Racing green with an acid green roof. So might have been sort of a son of your folks'. Another A40. Raced one back at Donington in 1990, John Searby's car. He's building another, he told me at Croft last month, popped his head in the commentary box. I'm building another A40.
Well, I wonder if who's built the number 46 one. I don't know who's in there, if it's Darren Turner or Andrew Higginson, but the little red A40 you see at the back of the shots if you're looking at the screen, being driven with great gusto. Can't quite see the helmet design as we look head on. Can you see it, Marcus?
I can't at this point. It's Darren.
Oh, it is Darren. It's
blue,
got
yes.
dark blue on the dark blue, pale blue side.
It sits unusually flat for an A40, doesn't it, as it corners. Courtesy of large anti-roll bar and some very, very tricky dampers, no doubt. It's a Ray Davis Racing built car by the looks of things. RDR logo on the bonnet. It's gone past the Gaz Volga, which is Tom Chilton. Tom Chilton, Roger Wills' Gaz Volga M21.
Right, let's say some words you don't normally associate with racing. Vauxhall PA Cresta.
It's frothy,
Pink
man.
and white. Chris Snowden and Rupert Keegan, and it's lurching around. The exhaust looks like it's falling off. It isn't. It sticks so low behind the car. So look out for number 19.
There's a Studi there as well. Studebaker Golden Hawk with Jochen Maas, Grand Prix winner, Le Mans winner. Looks like a kind of a Studebaker pinkish hawk in actual fact.
And Turner in number 46 is fastest by nearly 1.2 seconds from Rob Huff in number 17, which is the Austin A95 Westminster.
That's gone, yes, that's just gone grass tracking between you and Lavant.
Yeah, well, Darren Turner's keeping it on the track. He's gone around the second part of Lavant. Now he's going to be absolutely flat on the throttle, praying you can get that power down as they accelerate. Number 17 not far behind, through the kink and then down towards Woodcote. Starts to lose out, great through the corners, losing out a little on the straights.
Ahead of them is the green at number 10, the standard 10 of Rauno Aaltonen, Flying Finn. Very sad to read of the passing of Bjorn Valdegaard a week or so ago. One of the great rally heroes.
I could own up now, but I had the embarrassment. I went with Waterguard. We opened the historic RAC Rally many years ago with a course opening car, fabulous 911. There was snow and ice, and he was just a master. I fell asleep as the co-driver, albeit only when driving back into Leeds at the end of the day, and then we ran out of petrol. But he was a real gentleman.
The little BMW, Jackie Oliver's on its way. 15 there is the mighty Jaguar Mark 7. That is Amanda Stretton, who has been pumping her muscles up to steer this one. Oh, there is the Cresta. It is Frothy Man, and it's on the side of the track. Remember the Cresta soft drink can?
They were pretty disgusting drinks, weren't they? Well, to my way of tasting, anyhow.
I think that summed it up very nicely. So Maserati, who's raced at Le Mans in the big Jag. Another of the Austin A30s or A35s down there. And the A40s are about to take her by surprise.
Well, Huff's hanging on though. We've got Darren Turner top, 1 minute 37.2 seconds, 1 minute 38.4, so 1.2 seconds down is Rob Huff in the Austin A95 Westminster, and then car number 14, not talk too much about that, Jaguar Mark 1, Anthony Reid, Don Law Racing, number 14 in third place, just ahead of, I don't know which Jordan's on board, is it Andrew or Mike at the moment? Andrew, I presume.
It's supposedly Andrew today, yes.
There you have it.
There's the big Jag. The subsequent racers were smaller and nimbler, were they not? Mark 1s and Mark 2s. Seems bizarre to me that the Mark 7 was made in 1955, yet the Mark 1s were around in 59. They're counting a bit suspect. Here's the big Zephyr or Zodiac. It's a Zodiac Mark 2. Marky Blundell. Mark Blundell. It's very nice, that helmet.
And in fact, I've been watching that Blundell's car for a while, and it's just very graceful around the circuit, whereas the A35s and A40s have to be hurled, and they really, really are. But, yep, no, very sedate progress, but not too slow at all from Blundell. 5th fastest, just under 2 seconds down on Darren Turner's ultimate pace in the A40.
Exactly. Formula 1 racer, Le Mans winner in the Zodiac Mark 2. Takes us back to the days of Jeff Uren with those sort of cars with the Raymond Mays head. Mays used to breathe on the cylinder heads and make them very, very fast indeed. The 4 is the A35 of Matt Neal. How does Matt Neal sit so low in an A35? Well, presumably he's sitting sort of somewhere near the back.
Well, he'd have to be at 6'6". He's a lot of Matt to fit on board. So, just notice, I'm just looking down there, Jason Spectator, but he hasn't completed a flying lap.
I saw the car come out. It's the red and gold Alan Mann sort of Ford.
Yeah.
Ford,
and in fact, hold on, it's just gone past me.
It's like the sort of Ford Prefect WRC, isn't it?
Yes, of course I've seen it. I've noted it down. Well, there you go. Well, it's listed as 29th position. Maybe the transponder problem. No, it's going around. So yes, it's he will set a flying lap after all, coming down towards Woodcote very soon indeed.
Yeah, that's something.
Number 4 in the pits. That's Matt Neal, as you were talking about. So yes, he's in there, but quite hard to see my screen because of all the sun, I'm afraid.
Team Dynamics strip on his crash helmet.
I see Anthony Reid has just gone top. He's
He has. Yeah.
number 14 is the top of the pile. That's the Don Law Racing Mark 1 Jaguar.
This is the car that Albert Betts raced back in the 1960s. Still in those Albert Betts colours. He's coming into the pits, UXF 363.
Just one thing that's worth pointing out, if you haven't already, Marcus, that Alec Poole, he's entered as car 15, but he's running as number 5, and Amanda Stretton entered as 5, but running as 15. So the Borgward Isabella is running as number 5, and the dark grey Jaguar Mark 7 running as 15.
Yeah, that's per my my latest entry list. It might not be the same entry list as that in the programme. There's Jackie Oliver, the BMW 700, it's a motorbike engine. In this little car, which caused such a stir when it was here first 3 years ago. Drove it with Richard Shaw. It's buildup. Here's the standard, and Andrew Jordan comes past the standard, which is owned by Lloyd McNeil of Goodwood fame. YK328 was our A40. What was yours, Bruce?
Oh no, ours was the people who lived up the road.
Oh.
Alternate days on the score, and we went in our Ford Cortina, don't you know?
Find the blue oval flag.
Well, Andrew Jordan in number 77, well worth watching. He's closing right in. He's now 0.047 of a second down on Darren Turner. So A40 first and second, 46 ahead of 77.
At the other end of the Munich spectrum, from the 700, the BMW 502 V8. That's got Paul Taft in it. Paul Taft and his brother Greg were great special saloon racers with Moto Speed Minis back in the 1970s. The two A40s looking strong. Turner's gone back to the top, a 36.338. Now the St Mary's Trophy is decided on aggregate of the two parts of the race. It's good to have a winner each day, but there is an overall winner. And I wonder whether Anthony Reid in 14 he's in the pits and he had a very slow lap last time through. But he's out again, so what it is, it signifies to me he's been through the pits and didn't trigger the lap timer until very late after his stop, but now he's on the way. He's been sandbagged so far. Oh, number 4 off the track there, and that is Matt Neal. So,
well, that's already obviously got problems because he was in the
there
pits.
Was a problem, didn't he?
Yes.
Yeah. That's in the Speedwell colours. Graham Hill worked for Speedwell, and got going again.
Well, good to see. But I've just been watching the two A40s, and they were much more lurid in the early laps. I think they're really finding their form, and they're straightening it up through St Mary's. They're nowhere near as sideways. Still the fastest two cars on the circuit, and Darren Turner just gone down to a 1:26.2.
Pale green Borgvard Isabella, the type that raced by Bill Blydenstein, later a BMC, and then Vauxhall tuning wizard. And behind the dealer team Vauxhall cars that Jerry Marshall raced so successfully. The Borgvard engines were used in Grand Prix cars, weren't they? Distinctive sort of air nozzle down the side. They were very advanced engines. That's shared season in the pits now. So Matt Neal's been in, Gordon Shedden now in the pits. He's been on Rockstar.
There's number 4 still limping its way back down towards the end of the lap, but way down the order in 11th place for Matt Neal. So I think that's probably the end of his session. He'll get it back to the pits, but really no more than that. So Darren Turner leading the way, 1:36.2. Another A40 with Andrew Jordan, 1:36.3. Then Anthony Reid, the only other driver within a second in number 14, the Mark I Jaguar. And just behind him, Rob Huff, World Touring Car Champion in Nick Naismith's Austin A95 Westminster, number 17 in 4th place.
Nick Naismith, ex-Renault racer. And we see an Aston Martin DB4 GT, so I think cars from different ends of the handling spectrum. Austin does seem to go very well.
And Jackie Oliver
ends of the price spectrum.
Jackie Oliver, for all his gusto, he's obviously dealing with far more powerful cars. His a little BMW number 20, the BMW 700. He's doing well indeed, 800 cc's, and he's there in 10th place.
Derek Hill's up into 6th, and new best lap of 1:39.089. But 36.243 leads the way, which is Darren Turner, and 46 the A40, 77 Andrew Jordan.
Which has just set a pink segment time. Oh, and then a yellow one. Pink being the fastest of all in that segment, which was the first sector of the track. So maybe traffic got in his way further round. But he's only a 10th of a second down on Turner, so 77 could go ahead of 46.
Hot Blundell's tucking into the chase here. Saw the little BMW snap sideways in front of him, right behind the Riley 1.5 there as well. And that is Derek Hill, who's beginning to impose himself on this session. Little Alfa Romeo there is the Giulietta TI, number 34. And that is Emanuele Biro.
Well, in fact, you talk about those three cars. Blundell is 11th, Blundell is 7th, Hill is 6th, and Pirro is 5th. Very, very little between them on time. Pirro's got a slight advantage, but Hill and Blundell covered by nothing on the timesheets and out on the circuit.
We're down to the last minute and 3/4, so it's got to be kind of this lap or the next one, really. for these guys.
The problem for Plato in number 8 is a misfire, I'm afraid.
Oh dear. Well, he's running, where is he now? He's what, 24th out of the 30. But just one lap on the board. Rupert Keegan.
Rupert
Keegan's
Keegan's
having a miserable time. He's the guy in the Cresta, isn't he?
Yeah, well, who's parked at the right-hander before you get to St Mary's, I'm afraid.
Sort of comes in elastoplast pink.
So Derek Hill, not such a good lap last time around, stays in 6th place.
Huff, an improvement, a 1:37.231, so he goes within a second of the fastest man on track, which is Darren Turner. Darren Turner 46, 77 Andrew Jordan, just 1.142 of a second behind. Those are the two A40s. Anthony Reid is hot on their tail in the Jaguar, but I suspect there's a lot more to come in that car. And then we've got...
an improvement from Darren Turner, then immediately an improvement going ahead by half a second is Andrew Jordan, number 77, 1:35.2. Is that pole time?
Well, this is the last lap then. Turner did the best sector of anybody, the last part of the last lap, but Jordan had put in a pretty stonking middle sector. Anthony Reid is still third in the Jaguar, number 14. 17 Rob Huff next, 34 Emanuele Pirro in the Alfa Romeo, and 16 Derek Hill, the American.
But what happened in that lap markers, the two A40s, number 77 Andrew Jordan and 46 Darren Turner, found a second apiece. Suddenly they're 1.8 seconds ahead of Anthony Reid. Before it was half a second.
Yeah, I think the Jag team is celebrating. Which will make it exciting tomorrow. Flag is out then. Here's a little BMW on a replay, and that's Jackie Oliver. And
with Mark Blundell.
Ooh. Good control.
Great control
by Derek Hill. And Mark Blundell decided to make room, I think. Got a bit of a tank slapper on the outside, just trying to stay out of their way. That's the Jason Plato Ford Prefect WRC. 170 they call that, do they? I thought there were 100Es, the square ones. 105 in Forest, but the Jags, they lost their counting sequence. There's the Sunbeam Rapier. Was that Barry Williams in there, grinning from ear to ear in the Rapier? Indeed,
yes, it was. It was indeed.
Yeah.
So there's our pole sitter, Andrew Jordan, car number 77, the white Austin A40 with the black roof. He'll be sharing with his father Mike. On aggregate, of course, they go out one race at a time, and Andrew is the pro. On pole by half a second from Darren Turner in another Austin A40.
That's going to be a dust-up tomorrow, isn't it?
Guaranteed.
Brilliant. Yeah, they're both in the 35s. Reid and Huff and Pirro in the 37s. And Reid's basically on the 37 flat. It's the number 1 car. That's the Steve Soper Austin A35. Steve, a top mini racer, later went to BMW. We can of course link BMW to Austin, can we not? Because the first BMWs were Austin 7s, built under license as the Dixie. Now there's one of the Jags.
That was Stuart Graham's car.
It was
number 48.
14th
fast. I didn't see that pull off, I'm afraid.
How does Stuart Graham continue to look so young?
There is a question, isn't there? The portrait.
That's Peter Vernon Laws, Marshall, standing there with him. Well, the classification of that St Mary's Trophy Part 1 presented by Cazenove Capital Management, and Andrew Jordan in car 77 snatches pole 1:35.261. Second place number 46 Darren Turner. They're both in Austin A40s. In third place number 14 Anthony Reid with the Jaguar Mark 1. Fourth number 17 World Touring Car Champion Rob Huff, Austin A95 Westminster. In fifth place number 34 multiple Le Mans winner Emanuele Pirro with the Alfa Romeo Giulietto TI. In sixth place, number 16, Derek Hill, Riley 1.5. Seventh place, Mark Blundell with the number 11 Ford Zodiac. And in eighth place, number 1, Steve Soper with the Austin A35. Jackie Oliver, Grand Prix driver, Le Mans winner, Can-Am champion, car number 20, the BMW 700, he's 9th. 37 is Gordon Shedden, he's 10th in the Austin A35. His teammate at Honda, Matt Neal, is right behind him in the number 4 Austin A35. Then Marino Franchitti, Austin A105 Westminster, number 2. Then number 12 is Derek Bell, Jaguar Mark 1, he's 13th. 48, Stewart Graham had to abandon his Jag Mark 1, he's 14th. 15th is 296, it's David Brabham, the second of the Alfa Romeo Giulietta TIs. And in 16th place, number 22, that is Tiff Needell with a Jaguar Mark 7. But the highlights of this session, and there were many, are coming up. We're just looking down live into the pits, and Marshall's sweeping away. Well, what happened in that terrific St Mary's Trophy qualifying session? Here they come then. Lots of spectators changing positions around as the cars prepare for action. There's Jason Plato's number 8. More glamour in the paddock, in the assembly area. That's the Paul O'Neill driven Bumble. You had a friend called Bumble, Bruce, didn't you? And here comes the BMW 700. That's Jackie Oliver. Mighty little car. 22, one of the big Jags. And that is Tiffany Dell driving Tom Harris's car. Is that Jerry Marshall slogan on the side? Only here for the beer. 46, one of the very, very quick A40s. That is Darren Turner. And a huge off for one of the Austins. That was the number 17 guy in 95 of Rob Huff. Unfortunately, the Cresta didn't behave itself for Rupert Keegan. Mark Blundell in the Zodiac was certainly enjoying himself. Bit of white tape telling where the wheel sits at centre. Probably so vague, the steering, that he needs to know. There's the number 4, Austin A35 of Matt Neal, a little BMW in the pits. Richard Shaw in the very smart jacket on the side. Anthony Reid with the Albert Betts number 14 Jaguar from Don Law Racing. And the 46 car comes into the pits. That is our pole sitter for tomorrow's leg of the St Mary's Trophy, presented by Cazenove. Paul O'Neill in the well-known Magnet Bumble. There he is. That's Andrew Jordan. He got stuck into a big battle with Darren Turner in this car, number 77, and narrowly pipped him to pole position. Now we're going to hear from our Goodwood Revival commercial partners. Well, we're back live at the motor circuit for the 2014 Goodwood Revival, and a change of scenery. It's not going to be 4 wheels, it's going to be 2. But before we get into this motorcycle session, let's look at it. Yep, next up is the Barry Sheene Memorial Trophy. That's the practice session for our motorcyclists. Then we've got the Shelby Cup small block American V8 saloon cars at 1 o'clock. Tribute to Jackie Stewart at 1:40. Lavender Cup Jaguar D-Types at 2 o'clock. Whitson Trophy Big Banger Sports Cars at 2:30. Ford Water Trophy for GTs at 3 o'clock. Canberra Hunter Air Display at 3:30. And the Jaguar D-Type High Speed Cavalcade at 3:40. Get in touch with us at via Twitter or Facebook. Or goodwood.com/revival, and you can see the scene here. Beautiful sunshine, the wind just breezing in. Let's look at the tweets that's coming in to us during the day, and you're all encouraged to share your views on the event. That's just a wonderful photograph. 2 Lancasters, and we've got 2 Spitfires and a Hurricane there. 11 Merlin engines from Mazza's Garden. Mazza's Garden must be locally. Day 1 at the Goodwood Revival, sporting a 1950s all-in-one, the only 1Z you'll see me in. Thank you, Scott Fraser Simpson, for that. So, a change of scenery then, back to the motor circuit, and it's not 4 wheels, it's 2, and it's a change of voice in the commentary box, because here they introduce Barry Nutley. Good morning, Barry.
Hello, Marcus. It's afternoon, would you believe? Hasn't the day flown by?
Already?
Wonderful. When you're having fun in the sunshine, and we're going to have fun now, I can tell you, because the weather could not be better for practice come qualifying for the Barry Sheene Memorial Trophy, brought to you by Belstaff and Goodwood, and glorious, glorious weather. 30 bikes will line up. Interestingly enough, they are from the period 1951 to 1954, which implies that they could be just a little bit on the fragile side for this very fast Goodwood circuit. But if they get the gearing right, they'll get their heads down, and I can tell you, year on year on year, this becomes more competitive. They're ever the comedian, Steve Parrish, putting in his earplugs. He's riding a thing called a Jabs special.
Barry, it's not even Movember yet, but he's sporting a fair old tash.
Absolutely. Max Norton there, number 34. Ridden by Kevin Schwantz and Rodney O'Connor. It's going to be fantastic to see Kevin Schwantz here, the Texan, here at Goodwood for the first time, but back in action, rode in the Suzuka 8-hour this year. So at the ripe old age of 50, Kevin Schwantz is back at the sharp end.
Poor old soul.
Yeah, absolutely terrific. So a complete bevy of bikes. Norton's Triumphs, 3 wonderful bikes here from BMW. From the BMW Group Classic collection. We have 3 lady riders. Daniela Weingartner from Germany, Maria Costello, and Sophie Smith, that lovely French lady married to Tony Smith. They share this year a BSA Gold Star. Number 21, the Woden Jap, ridden by Andy Reynolds and Bernard Murray. Now you'll notice, if you look on your screen, the riders have an armband on their right arm. That is generally denoting rider number 2. We've got a bit of a pro-am mix, if you like. Generally, the owner of the bike is the lesser competent, if I can say that advisedly, of the 2 riders, and then we have a professional rider who will come and deliver the goods. And for tomorrow's race, which is important, it's a Le Mans start, and this session today, a 20-minute session, will decide the places on the grid. They line up Le Mans style with the quickest bike at the sharp end, as you would expect. But the conditions here could not be better for these skinny period tyres. Some of the bikes go back to 1920 1929. One of the BMWs 1929. Are they going to hold together? Well, I can tell you, double former world superbike champion Troy Corser is riding a BMW R5 SS, and he was absolutely flying on it here previously. A sight to behold.
Do you think the first sighting lap, Barry, we've had the saloons out, one or two of the saloons tended to be rather incontinent, I noticed.
Well, I hope
so
you're
it's
wrong.
a real kind of suck it and see, just sample the circuit, find your way around, isn't it?
It is a case of feeling the way. Roger Ashby and Sebastian Perez sharing that 1951 Triumph 650, Tiger 110, and I couldn't see if that was a rigid one or a sprung hub, but 51, it could easily be a sprung hub.
And you talk, Marcus, there about some riders taking it easy. Those are the ones that don't know the circuit or their bikes. But Duncan Fitchett leading around on the 1952 Manx Norton number 7. He certainly knows his way, doesn't he, Barry?
He does indeed, yeah. Teamed up with Jeremy McWilliams as well, who had a big off at the British Grand Prix riding the Bruff Superior in the Moto 2 race. Still a bit battered and bruised, Jeremy McWilliams, but Bruce, as we know, that does not stop Jeremy McWilliams, does it? We've seen him lifted on and off the bike in previous years with cracked ribs and all sorts of ailments, but he's a fighter to the end, Jeremy McWilliams. So you're quite right, Duncan Fitchett is going to be a name to watch. Number 18, Steve Plater and Glenn English. There is the Duncan Fitchett bike, and that's Duncan Fitchett on board with the armband.
And in fact, is that Mike Edwards or James Hayden right behind them, close right in, so they're setting a faster lap time.
If it's the armband, it'll be Edwards. Edwards is the number 2 rider, but both Hayden and Edwards are good. They're good, quick. It's a good combination. And I tell you, Bruce, as well, look out for the number 86 Vincent Rapide, which has come all the way from Australia. The Irving Vincent, ridden by Bo Beaton and Craig McMartin. McMartin won the Battle of the Twins at Daytona on an Irving Vincent. This, of course, is a period bike, the one here, but just watch for that big Vincent. It's going to be quick. But we're with the number 7 Manx Norton at the moment, and they're right behind 121 Mike Edwards, Spike Edwards, over 50 years of age, and he's been riding competitively for in excess of 33 years. So quite a career Mike Edwards has had. There he is, right on the back of the Duncan Fitchett Norton.
Yeah, he is closing in. He's just trying to get what little slipstream he can. Of course, I expected Kevin Schwantz to go well. He's starting to show some good little form too. You touched on the bike coming over from Australia, the number 86 Vincent Rapide. I tell you, walking around the circuit this morning, a lot of fans have come from Australia as well. That's fabulous to have them here. Well, it's a big old trek. It's a pilgrimage in so many ways.
It is indeed. Long way to come, but of course the Vincent's owned by Ken Horner. Ken Horner is the boss of Irving Vincent. They're regulars at the Festival of Speed. This is their first time at the revival, but look at this now. Mike Edwards, Spike Edwards with the red boots. You can't mistake him, can you? And also we'll get Hayden. So that's Mike Edwards, definitely. He's got Edwards written on his bottom. He's got the armband on, and he is right on the back of Duncan Fitchett on the number 7.
Having something written on his bottom doesn't help him identify them as they arrive at St.
Does when his head's that is true, but you know who it was by the time they've left you.
Sad but true.
So Edwards and Duncan Fitchett setting the pace here a little bit. 136.7, the best lap from Mike Edwards at the moment.
But as the TV director is sticking with that battle, it's great because it really shows how they go around the sinuous back part of the circuit here. They're down at Lavant at the moment with Duncan Fitchett leading around from Mike Edwards, but there is a real ebb and flow of this, and getting the balance on a bike is so critical. Well, I mean, that's stating the obvious, but look at these two guys, they're real masters of that craft.
Well, absolutely, and Duncan Fitchett, of course, is a master at riding these classic bikes. That's what he does week in, week out. Mike Edwards, not quite so much of a classic exponent, but he is certainly turning his hand more and more towards it, but still riding competitively in the support races in the British Superbike.
Yeah, and he's fastest by 0.6 of a second, so 121 with Mike Edwards on board. 136.7, and Duncan Fitchett on number 7, who's leading him on the circuit, but not on times. 137.3, 0.6 of a second between them.
The number 4 bike, Glenn Richards and Scott Smart, that is also going well. Kevin Schwantz, the number 34. Now, I don't know if Kevin Schwantz is on board. We shall soon see when we get.
Well, it's a very colourful helmet, but I can't tell you all the colours. I just noticed it was super colourful.
Well, I can't really tell you what Kevin Schwantz co-rider Rodney O'Connor.
Well, there he is on your big screen.
There he is. No, that looks to me like Rodney O'Connor. Well, I don't know. That could be Kevin Schwantz. I can't identify the style on a classic bike. It's such a different ball game.
Entirely, but one clue that I think it probably isn't Schwantz. There's a number 34 on the back of the helmet, so maybe Rodney O'Connor, that's his entry number, who knows? But
well, 34 is always the number that Kevin Schwantz rode.
Oh, well, okay, there.
So
there we go.
when he was world champion in 1993, of course, that season he had a fantastic dice all the way through the year with Wayne Rainey. Sadly, Wayne Rainey was injured in that accident in Italy, which basically curtailed his career. But nonetheless, this looks like Revving Kevin. I must say, I always said in period when I was commentating that he looked like a praying mantis. So if he looks like a praying mantis to you when his knees and elbows are out when he's cornering, then that's a pretty good guess.
Well, you can say what you like about him. He can't hear you at the moment if he's out there.
No, but
two bikes that have caught my eye, numbers 4 and 18. You know, sometimes you just judge a bike or a car by its speed past you. Oh, 70 pulling off the circuit there. Or is that 78?
That's the Steve Parrish, Stu Rogers Jabs special. So that Norton-powered JABS stands for just another bleepity bleep special, would you believe? The number 34, the Schwantz bike, well ahead now of Scott Smart, Glenn Richards' bike.
Just gone third fastest. So Kevin Schwantz up to third place on bike number 34. That was a good lap there, but he still needs to find 1.5 seconds to depose 121, the Hayden and Edwards bike. Number 121 leading the way.
Both of the riders have to qualify, of course. They both have to go through the practice, so we will see the bikes come in at about half distance. There in your picture, Sally Russell, the lady who is behind the organisation of these riders. What a challenge that is, I can tell you as well.
18 is the Plater and English
fourth
Max
place.
Norton, fourth place, just been pushed back by Kevin Schwantz. Can you tell who's on board? We think it's Plater at the English at the moment. Glenn English, no armband to be seen, but they're on the far side from me. But he's really getting his knee down low as he swings these bikes. Of course, in period, not that. How would you define the riding style back in this period, 51 to 54? Not too many knees right
Definitely
down.
in period, people would have kept their knees tucked in because these bikes, whilst they're naked bikes now, certainly in period they would have been faired. They would have had fairings and not just a little nose cone, but this is the way the Norton came out of the crate, as it were, with just a little number plate nose cone, and then later on you put a race fairing on it. But what a beautiful, beautiful piece of kit they are.
Well, for Glenn English, does that look as though the way he's sitting up? Do you think he's about to come in and hand over? He set a he set a green and then a pink. No, he wants to finish this lap. He could go top, fastest of all the target.
He was sitting up there to use his body as an air brake.
Okay, very good idea.
So that helps to slow it down. One thing these bikes do not have particularly strongly is brakes in period, compared to the modern disc brake where you could stand a big bike on its nose. Today you certainly can't do it there. But number 14, the Norton International, that's been campaigned successfully, has just been passed by that flying number 18, the Plater English pairing. Their Norton Dominator twin in the pits. So Dominator 99, Tommy Hill sharing that bike.
He's staring at the oil that's coming out the bottom of the engine there, unfortunately.
Sinclair. Yeah, there's Tommy Hill just behind the man in overalls. Tommy Hill with his hands on his hips. There he is, former British Superbike champion, now retired, coming back next year to run a team. He's got all the budget in place, he's got riders on his short list, he's got a manufacturer lined up, so we're going to see Tommy Hill as a team manager and a team principal in 2015 in the British Superbike Championship. The thumbs down there tells the story. 121 Edwards and Fitchett, number 7, still very much at it tooth and nail.
Tied together. I tell you, what you should point out is where people can go and see these bikes when they park in the paddock, because I think there's going to be plenty of conversation between these two. They're enjoying their time on the circuit.
Well,
so where would we find the bike?
The bike pits are up past the Earl's Court building, do a right turn, and there you'll find Motorcycle Heaven. They're all together under the old style corrugated iron paddock. So opposite Earl's Court, just go past it, do a right, and the other side of the tunnel, I don't go into the tunnel, but there you'll find them. And now Jezza McWilliams on board, having recovered from being bashed, would you believe, in the face by the rear wheel of the Moto2 bike that he jumped off at Silverstone. Didn't jump off it intentionally, it spat him off. Howie Mainwaring now back on the number 23, so Howie Mainwaring is out on the Triumph Tiger 110, but still at the top of the leaderboard, it's the Hayden Edwards bike, and we've yet to see James Hayden on board.
Yep, so that's top of the table, and number 7 just had that change, rider change to Jeremy McWilliams. That's second, almost 1 second down, a tenth back on them is the Plater and English number 18. That's been looking very strong indeed. And then Kevin Schwantz on bike number 34 is fourth fastest. We haven't talked about the bike in 5th place, number 29, the Adam Childs Clive Ling Matchless.
Absolutely, the G80 CS, which is a pushrod engine, so that's the quickest of the pushrod engines at the moment. Stewart Tong's bike, being ridden previously by Mick Grant, so we know it's a quick 500cc matchless. And Adam Child, of course, the TT riding motorcycle news journalist. Number 34, Schwantz bike really getting stuck in here alongside, and that battle still with the number 4.
He uses all of the racecraft he's built up over 30 odd years in the saddle. I was just looking at the way he was using any toe he could find. Even though that wasn't a quick lap, he wants to start the next one. Oh, he's gone off!
Oh dear me, at the chicane. Oh dear, that's not what we want to see. Just as we were talking about it, sorry to cut across you, Bruce.
No, all yours.
That bike is down on the tarmac.
But the good news is Kevin is up. Kevin Schwantz is up. He's trying to raise the bike. It's on the curbing on the outside. He just went up and over the handlebars.
That's a bit heavier than a 500 Suzuki, Kevin. Ooh, the marshals helped me with getting up. So that was a high side. He just went in there a little bit too hot, lost the back end, got it sideways, right in the path of the number 4, Smart Stroke Richards. Getting out of gear, good to see him up and about, undeterred. Put that one down to experience, but the bike apparently not overly damaged. So let's take a look at it again. Let's see what happened. You can see he went in there. The front brake is already on. He's trailing the back brake just a little bit. The back, does it let go as he flicks it from left to right? Well, here we go. In he goes. A bit of a woggle, so he's got it a little bit sideways, can't get it stopped, bit of rear brake, and down he goes. But right in the path of the rider behind him, the number 4 bike, who just skirted round on the grass and got clear. Wow, action already, and this is only practice, Bruce.
Certainly does, but I just look at the way, I thought he was collapsing there, but it's the way he was jumping off the wall down to get on the bike, and he wants to get back out there, if anything.
He does.
I think he's being coaxed to perhaps go and have some lunch.
Well, the adrenaline is charging around his system, but he's okay. In the pits, number 6, the Gold Star, the Keith Bush, Mick Grant Gold Star.
With Grant getting on board.
Mick Grant getting on board, yes.
And JL on his helmet, you know the story behind
John
that.
Lee.
Jim Lee.
Jim Lee.
Jim Lee.
Now here's that big Vincent Rapide, ridden by the 2 Australians. What a wonderful piece of kit this is. Now we expect to see this. Bear in mind, both of these guys are here for the first time, so they're learning the Goodwood circuit as well.
Hold on 2 seconds. They've got a purple sector followed by a purple. They're 5th at the moment. They could go top. They've got to find 1.5 seconds, looking as though they can do it. So what a journey up from Australia. Will they go to the top?
Well, it's
let us see.
Bo Beaton
yes,
on
they
board.
do by a 0.76 of a second. What a lap.
Well, the word in the paddock is this is the bike to beat this weekend. The Vincent Rapide 1000cc Big V twin, of course. Bo Beaton on board. And Craig McMartin, the man who, if he started the session, his job is done today, but Bo Beaton is certainly on board now. We are 15 minutes into a 20-minute session, so I suspect this is rider number 2, Bo Beaton. It's certainly beaten, so there we have it. And is everybody else well and truly beaten? That's what I ask. Look at him throwing it round. Terrific stuff.
From the front angle, it looks like a much more modern bike, but I think it's just the balance it's got that it really can be dropped low.
It's got to be a period bike. It's certainly period Vincent front forks. It's the swinging triangle rear suspension. It's a standard Vincent Rapide. Well, I won't say standard. I use that word loosely because they build these Irving Vincents in Australia. The quality of the engineering, the craftsmanship, you only have to look at it to see how pretty it is. And Bruce, it stands very tall, doesn't it?
It does. I mean, to my uneducated eye, it almost looks not like a racing bike. Just looks like it's almost for off-road use from the front end. Clearly isn't, but...
Well, it obviously handles very well. We've got 3 Vincents with a 500cc grey flash as well in the race, but this was the one hotly tipped in the paddock to be the one to beat. And at 34.5, they're almost...
He's just taken 2.5 seconds off that.
Troy Corser has gone second on a vintage BMW, and he's right with them. It's very, very close.
Yeah, but what happened on that lap? Beaton improved by 2.5 seconds, a 1 minute 32.3. Troy Corser 1 minute 34.6. And the Hayden Edwards bike 121, which set the pace 135.3. So yes, things have moved on.
Yeah, Troy Corser's on a 1937 BMW R5 SS, so we're not comparing eggs with eggs here. This Vincent, very much state of the art, and Bo Beaton finding his way round here beautifully. Ken Horner sent me an email to say we're looking forward to the revival. We're going to bring 2 class riders on a lovely, lovely period Vincent. I'll see you there, so I'll have a chat with Ken Horner a bit later. Hopefully do an interview with him, because he's a nice man.
I just had number 17 pulling off in front of me. That's Sophie Smith just pedalling the bike. Her legs aren't really long enough to get much purchase on the ground towards the... she's on the inside of the circuit at St Mary's. The marshals are giving her a push. Troy Corser on the screen. He couldn't get any lower on that BMW,
head down, really tucking in. An ambassador for BMW, Troy Corser, the double World Superbike champion. And look, don't forget this is a boxer engine, so those cylinders are almost scraping the tarmac. And he delivered the goods on this bike a couple of years ago. He was sensational, and he said he now knows his way around it a little bit more. It's a slug by comparison to the things he rides, of course, but he certainly squeezes everything out of it. He keeps looking down, maybe to check that he's in the right gear.
Well, one rider as Corser slashes inside another bike at the first corner, and Beaton has gone faster, 1 minute 31.4. Jeremy McWilliams, in his slightly broken state, has gone second fastest on number 7. So things are hotting up at the front end, but certainly 86, that fabulous Vincent Rapide up from Australia, is dominating the show.
Maria Costello, having done her stint as well, so she's in the pits. She's another lady riding the BM. She's on the 29 BMW R63. And Maria, the fastest, or the first lady to really set a good TT lap record at 114 miles an hour. Held the Guinness record for that until it was beaten in recent years. But one of the quickest ladies on 2 wheels, Maria Costello, but back with this big Vincent.
Okay, so the big Vincent fastest by 2.5 seconds, and right behind and catching, I would say, on this lap is Jeremy McWilliams, number 7, first and second on the track, first and second on the timesheets for the pink sector. In the first of the 3 sectors for 86, but then 2 green sectors, fastest personal laps for number 7.
The Vincent is 3 seconds a lap ahead of them.
And he's just backed off and pulled in, but can McWilliams close that gap? It's 2.6 seconds, he's crossing the start-finish line. It will come down, but by how much? By another 1.8 seconds. He's 0.8 tenths down now.
Yeah, that's
McWilliams
good.
On a charge.
It's still a huge ask, though, because we're talking 1,000cc against 500cc. I know the Manx Norton is a lovely, lovely piece of kit. And there, the young German lady, Daniela Weingartner, who is sharing a BMW with Wolfgang Meyer. And she is grinning from ear to ear. Had a lovely chat with her. She's delighted to be here at Goodwood. She's got to find her way around an old motorcycle, but a twinkle in her eye and a glorious smile. Good to see the ladies having fun. There, the 121. James Hayden now, the yellow helmet of James Hayden, going past the number 6 bike of Mick Grant,
which is picking its way slowly up the timesheet. It was down in the 20s, now up to 17th. So Mick Grant weaving his magic, but he's 12 seconds off the ultimate pace set by that Vincent Rapide, number 86.
Well, 10 seconds. I don't know if we've had all the rider, 10 minutes I beg your pardon. I don't know if we've had all the rider changes yet.
Must be getting through them, but certainly one was this one for 121 with James Hayden on board. He's 4th fastest at the moment, nearly 4 seconds down on the pace of the Beaton McMartin, number 86 Vincent, but he's certainly starting to hustle that along. Not the best opening section of the lap. He's had a little bit of traffic there, but he's starting to wind it up. 121, Manx Norton in 4th.
Well, if past experience is anything to go by, qualifying, yes, it's going to count, but we are really going to see fireworks in the 2 races tomorrow and Sunday with the Le Mans start and everything that goes with it, the rider changes. The speeds are going to get up and up and up, and are these bikes going to be able to hold together? As I say, 1954 is the newest of them out there, and that's going back just a few years, is it not? And I don't know, this is a very fast circuit for motorcycles. It's fast circuit for anything, but it was always quite demanding on motorcycles in terms of reliability, and I suspect the way to do it is maybe gear them up just a little bit better to stop them revving their bits and pieces out all the time. I was looking down the timesheets to see where the Russell-Rutter pairing, and they're in 8th place, Mike Russell and Michael Rutter, number 68. Gilera in the pits. Number 29, that matchless G80 CS. That really is a pretty bike, Stuart Tong's bike. Adam Child sharing that with Clive Ling. There it is. Clock running on them. Currently in 6th place. Not bad for a Scrambles engine, that's what it is. Came out of the 500cc matchless Scrambler. They didn't do a pushrod engine road race bike. That took the form of the G50, which was an overhead camshaft. And the AJS version, the 350cc, was of course the 7R.
Well, you said the gap between first and second unlikely to come down. It has by half a second.
Terrific.
Jeremy McWilliams, a 1 minute 31.7 against the beaten McMartin, 1 minute 31.4.
Well,
closing in.
Yeah, you're spot on. Not only is he undamaged, he's undeterred, Jeremy McWilliams. He's really, really getting the hammer down here. Number 29 still with that 500cc matchless. And we're following it now, 1:14. The clock is running. Let's see what they can do. Are they on a hot lap? Well, it's looking pretty good so far.
No fast sector times for them, I'm afraid. This
No
will not
sector
be an
times.
improvement. They will stay in
6th
place
place
overall.
You're quite right. There they are, still in the 6th place, but the clock's still running. Number 12, Mick Hemmings and Nick Roberts on a Norton Dominator 99. The Norton twins, not really, I wouldn't say in the same class as the Max Norton single, but generally speaking, were not as quick as the 500cc single. There is Jeremy McWilliams again. Duncan Fitchett, having done his stint, he's now relaxing on pit wall, hoping that Jezza could put that thing on pole position. Well, they are 0.25 actually, of a second off the back of the Flying Vincent, number 86.
Well, I was looking on that lap. They set their fastest sector in the first one, but then 2 slower sectors, but still within 2/10 of their best time. So consistent, but maybe the ultimate speed is not there to make up that CC deficit they have to number 86, which of course has the 1000cc motor.
The number 25 Velocet we're looking at in the pits. It's a 1936 MT500, Bill Swallow and Sam Rhodes. The name Rhodes synonymous with the Black and Gold Museum, the Velocet Museum. Ivan Rhodes, of course, for so long associated with the mark of Velocet. The Goodman family ran Velocets for so many years, and Bertie Goodman, the last surviving member of the family to be involved with Velocet, passed away a few years ago. But Velocet, one of the few makes that did not get involved in making motorcycles for the military, or certainly there were no WD Velocets around the wartime period. If you go around the paddock here and look down at the military display, you'll see army bikes there from BSA, Norton, Matchless, Triumph, Royal Enfield, just about everybody but Velocet. 131.424 they've done. This big Vincent, it does stand very tall. The suspension units under the rider's bottom, so that whole swinging arm or triangle area on the back, you can see the mudguard flexing. That whole triangle pivots just behind the gearbox and has 2 shock absorbers, 2 spring units and a damper side by side.
Barry, if I could cut in, number 7 is now less than 1/10 of a second down on 86. 86 is not setting fast laps at the moment with McMartin on board, with Craig McMartin. Bo Beaton set the time early on, but Jeremy McWilliams on number 7 is catching, and the clock is ticking down. Less than 5 minutes to go, but McWilliams is going for pole here.
Is this a pole lap, I wonder? We shall see. There's Jezza, number 7. sliding underneath the number 26 of Vincent Rapide, Charlie Williams and Peter Crew, but Jeremy McWilliams with clear tarmac ahead of him has got his head down. The clock is running. 1:31.424 the time to beat, and we are coming up to the 1 minute point with Jeremy McWilliams, and Duncan Fitchett knows full well the capability of McWilliams.
I think traffic did for him. Yes, he's had set his first 2 sectors and they're not improvements. He was a little blocked early in the lap, again just out of St Mary's, and I'm afraid it's showing. There's still time though, 4 minutes remaining until the checkered flag is shown.
Still time. Down to the chicane he comes. On the other hand, this still could be quick. Let's see, what's he going to stop at? 1:31.424 the time to beat. He's going to go inside it. He's going to go inside it. Oh no, he's not. 1:31.943. A valiant effort, and that's his best lap so far.
No, his best was a couple of laps ago, 1:31.5. He did 1:31.5, 1:31.7, 1:31.9. Is it traffic or the tyres starting to go off? I think a lot of it's been traffic.
I think the tyres go off on the first lap.
Yeah, and then it's just Jeremy going off on the bike, nearly with all his injuries.
Then it's damage limitation after that. Number 4, Scott Smart and Glenn Richards.
6th fastest at the moment, but he set a good personal sector. He may be able to go ahead of 1:21, which is dropping back down the order. The early pace setter. Oh, an improvement, but not close enough. 4/10 still need to be found for number 4 to move up the time chart.
Well, the armband tells me that that's Scott Smart on board. Glenn Richards having done his thing. So he's got Scott on the back of his leathers. Now, whether that's his name or the leather manufacturer, your guess is as good as mine. But that's Scott Smart with the armband on board. Glenn Richards, the man who campaigned it in the first half of the session, was Honda team boss for a little while in their endurance team, but he's now back racing again, having had a brief spell of retirement. Still watching Jeremy McWilliams though, still looking for that elusive pole position, that elusive 1/10 of a second. That's all it needs for him to do it. Here they come over the line. What's going to happen this time? 32, that's a 32.2. So whether traffic, as you say, or the tyres, who knows? Conditions here absolutely ideal. I think we're going to see, we have seen times down approaching the 29s in previous revivals, but we are talking slightly older motorcycles this year. The youngest, 1954. Scott Smart flicking through.
Well, he's one of the few riders who's starting to set faster times. He's down in 6th place at the moment. He was close to improving on his best last time around. He made... Oh, no, he's got backed off a little bit, about half a second there. So he's starting to run out of time. 1.5 minutes until the checker comes out. Well, enough time for 2 more laps, though.
Yeah, indeed. The crash by the number 34 Schwantz bike has just let them slip further down the order, but they've got plenty of time to work on that bike. I suspect it was a little bit of maybe footrest or front brake lever or something. It didn't look too bad. It just flipped on its side. The number 1 BMW, and that's Wolfgang Meyer, is on board. That's expired, and he looks totally mystified, but he's on the grass. He's out of the action. That's the main thing. Daniela Weingartner did her spell on that and came back into the pits grinning from ear to ear, so she absolutely and obviously loved it.
Just listen to some slight gear change problems there for Scott Smart on bike number 4. He's 6th overall at the moment, but he came through with a box of neutrals as he approached St Mary's. Not ideal, really. Little drive is quite a good thing out here.
There's traffic ahead of Jeremy McWilliams. Are they going to pull him along? So the number 29 in front of him is that pushrod match list, but they've moved over. McWilliams is now out of the slipstream, diving between them, so slipping in front of the Steve Brogan Ian Bain bike, number 14. Gone ahead of that. He's on a charge, there's no doubt about it.
But there's traffic ahead of him. He's just coming through the corner before St Mary's. He's got number 6 in front of him. He'll catch him before Lavant, and that was of course with Mick Grant on board down in 18th place there. McWilliams goes around the outside into Lavant. He's got to work his way past one more bike, and then I think he's got a fairly clear track. How will he pass him? Round the inside, round the outside? Hard to tell.
I think he'll go around the outside.
Had no choice. He did it beautifully.
Yeah, beautifully. Really, really on the pipe. The megaphone bellowing on that Norton. McWilliams then, the clock running. We are at the 1 minute point. So down the back, he's got to get round the
The checkered flag is out though, this is it, but he hasn't set a fastest sector for him in the first of the 3 sectors. Can he in the second? No, he can't. I'm afraid his shot has been taken. He's a 1/10 of a second down overall, and unless he does absolute magic through the final sector, the final of the 3 sectors, it looks as though pole position will go for the number 86 up from Australia.
Well, it's not the end of the world, is it, for a Le Mans start? Because at least you're standing next to the pole man, and you can always trip him up on the run to the bike. 1:32.857. There it is. So 1.4 seconds off the pace that time, but a 1:31.5 has put Williams firmly in second place. Predicted by some of the knowledgeable Rapide from Australia is going to be hard to beat. The money, the smart money is on that, but Bo have muscled that big 1000cc Vincent to first place, and here it is, just to go over the line and cover himself in glory. And that was a nice steady old cruising lap at 1:37.3, so a bit of a ride round to the flag for them that time. Bo Beaton has got everybody else, pardon the pun, well and truly beaten. And a celebration wheelie. He knows he's had a good ride. He and his teammate, Craig McMartin, of course, winner of the Battle of the Twins at Daytona on a modern Irving Vincent. They are truly flying the flag for the Stevenage-built big twins down under. Glenn Richards on the left in his HM Plant Honda overalls, and Scott Smart, there he is. Let's have a look then. Confirmation of pole. Williams and Fitchett there in second. Troy Corser, didn't he ride the wheels off that old BMW for third. Plater and English. James Hayden and Mike Edwards. Edwards started really strongly, but they're 3.8 seconds adrift. Richard Smikes all in pit lane. Rutter and Russell recovered to 7th on a pushrod Velocet. That's remarkable. And another pushrod engine for the matchless in 8th place. Adam Child, partnered by Ling there. 4.7 adrift. Kevin Schwantz went no further after his pitch off and dropped further down the order, but watch this space tomorrow. He is flying. Brogan Bain, Richards Russell, Mainwaring and Rushworth. Mick Hemmings and Roberts 13th. Stan Woods, Mike Farrell, Cathcart Jackson on the Gilera Saturno, and Charlie Williams, bless him. There he is, 16th on another Vincent Rapide. Wonderful stuff from the Barry Sheen Memorial Races by Belstaff, by Goodwood here in the sunshine. The conditions could not have been better, and 30 riders set about the task of lining up their place on the grid for the Le Mans start, which will signal the Barry Sheen race for tomorrow. 2 riders will switch over at the halfway stage in each race. Normally speaking, on Saturday, the spare rider, if I can put it that way, will start the first session. We always like to finish the day on Sunday with the star riders on board, because that's when the chips are down, we see the action. There was fast battling all the way through. The number 29, the matchless 500. We saw the Jab Special as well, the Steve Parish bike, retire from the action. That was a shame, but hopefully Stu Rogers can get that fixed and they'll be back out. But without a doubt, the pole position was the Vincent's. Norton Twins suffering a bit of an oil leak, so it was game over for the Dominator, but it'll be back to play. Everybody has a second crack of the whip, and despite everything being pulled out of the bag, Jeremy Williams, when he took over from Duncan Fitchett, could not get that Norton on pole position. He was just 1/10 of a second off the Rapide. Kevin Schwantz threw to Max Norton away, fortunately without injury, right in the path of the Richards climb. There is Kevin Schwantz, the 1993 World 500cc champion. Good to see that he hasn't knocked himself about. But copybook racing for Bo Beaton and Craig McMartin on the Big Vincent. The 1000cc V-twin, unbeatable round here. So try as he might, Jeremy McWilliams, number 7, could do nothing about it. But their second place on the grid for the Le Mans start. Let's pray for good weather tomorrow. 2 races then, of 25 minutes. Wonderful stuff from the Barry Sheen Memorial Trophy.
Let's hear now from our Goodwood Revival commercial partners. We're back live at Goodwood then, and we're going to go down to see who Henry Hope Frost has with him. I think it's Max Chilton.
Yes, thank you, Marcus. Max, welcome to Goodwood, your first time at the Revival. This is a bit of a sea change, isn't it? A bit of a relaxing weekend off for you.
Well, yeah, it's a very enjoyable weekend, but I think there's a bit of pressure on because there's lots of Mustangs and lots of good drivers, and I'm not used to cars without the downforce, so we'll see how it goes.
More power than grip, that's got to be better.
Yeah, it's definitely good fun through the corners. It's just a bit hairy when you actually have to hit the brake pedal and not much happens.
You've tested the car around here, how did it go?
It was good. I actually came down for a couple of runs in the morning before I drove out to Spa for the Grand Prix. But I just kind of got comfortable and didn't do too many laps. And then I'm hearing the times that people were doing in testing after that. I think we've got a bit of work to do in qualifying. So I'll give it my best shot and see how we go.
Second year with Marussia, how would you rate your performance so far?
Yeah, it's been good. I think our car, performance-wise, probably at the start of the year is a lot better than we were last year, and that's when we managed to get the points. But we struggled recently because we haven't had many updates. But we're ninth in the championship, ahead of the Sauber, and that's a pretty good achievement for our team. So if we can keep it together and hold Sauber off till the end of the year, then I think next year could be very promising.
Frustrating, though, isn't it, when you're busting a gut and trying your hardest, resources and limited pace out of the car?
Yeah, it's not easy at all, but you just have to do things that we all know started off in a similar position, and it's what you make of it that may make your career slightly more better than got to get show justice.
I think we all appreciate a contemporary Formula One driver coming here and having a go at this. I think that's good.
Stuff is right up my street, so I will try and do it for as long as I can, and it was a pleasure to be invited.
You've always had the fever, haven't you?
I have. That's why I always tweet you and put #fever when I see an old classic on the road.
Good man. Keep it safe and keep it quick.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Max.
Well, the tweets come in thick and fast now for the Goodwood Revival meeting for 2014. You can send your photos, videos and comments to Twitter and Facebook using #Goodwood Revival. Some of the best ones will be chosen to go up on the screen on the website. Follow @Goodwood Revival, like the Goodwood Revival Facebook page to stay on top of all the action from the weekend, including exclusive video highlights of the best bits. Jason Plato and James Martin Chef after the St Mary's Trophy practice session. Goodwood Revival, says Rory Smith. Unfortunately, that car had a misfire, so it didn't really show its full potential. So many vintage cars and motorbikes broken down around the A27. Must be time for Goodwood Revival, says James Bullock. Firing up the turbine Rover BRM car. Wish you could smell the kerosene. Goodwood Revival, says Andrew Marriott. Ah, pit lane Andy. He never loses the fever, Andy Marriott. What's coming up then at the Goodwood Revival 2014? The Friday timetable continues with the Shelby Cup, the American V8s, next on track. At 1:40, we have the tribute to Sir Jackie Stewart. First of all, Jaguar D-Types at 2 o'clock. Water Trophy GTs at 3 o'clock. Air display with the Canberra and Hawker Hunter overhead at 3:30. Jaguar D-Type high-speed demonstration, a huge number of Jag D-Types here. Was your timetable then? Prepared for the Big Banger Saloons, which will be next. Will be
Right, I'm gonna. I've got my phone stopped.
Good flow of people coming past. Luckily, no more with water pistols the past hour or so. But no, it's great to see people. They're carrying their lunch with them. Some are sitting down. Others eating on the hoof as they go round. But a good flow of people. And if you don't feel that energetic, you can hop aboard at Woodcote. There's a point at which you can get onto the tractor-drawn trailers. And also to fill areas.
Group is synonymous with the American V8s. You've got Plymouth Barracudas, Ford Falcon Sprints, Ford Mustangs, Daytona 500, Dodge Dart, and the Mercury Comet Cycle, and Emanuele Pirro. Be interesting. In very good form down in the assembly area. I walked past about 10-15 minutes ago. A bit of a chance to nip out while the bikes are on. Left in the capable hands of Barry Nutley. But yes, great driver. Full field again. And the talent is just endless. We've got some highlights coming up of the Aviation, intrinsic part of this revival. There's Ferocious Frankie, the P51 Mustang. That's what's most extraordinary sight. And Hurricane following on.
Them were built or forget that they were flown
these are the lengths going over. I think Chris Stewart was saying they were based in Bournemouth for the weekend, so
young people nowadays should be aware of the sacrifice that these guys made. That's a much trickier beast on the ground. Hurricane landing, and you can see that the pilot does sit up considerably higher and so has a reasonable view straight in.
So we're back live, and very shortly the cars will be signalled out onto the circuit for the Shelby Cup qualifying session. Of course, Carroll Shelby is named for. There's Jochen Mass, 1975 Spanish Grand Prix winner, Mont Victor as well. And he is just one of many aces in the field. Rowan Atkinson is in the car. Rowan was here testing last Tuesday last week, and was in very good form with that Ford Falcon Sprint. There's Jochen wearing his captain's badge for the members meeting. It's, next year we'll go for the 73rd members meeting, just announced last week. You can get your tickets, if you remember, you can get tickets from this weekend. And those of you who missed out this year, one of the great spectacles of the season. Some different grids on show there. We had the one-make Bugatti grid. We had more modern touring cars than we're used to seeing here. The sort of cars that tested here post the circuit's closure in '66. Down in the paddock, Henry Hope Frost has Matt Neal with him.
Indeed, Marcus, thank you. Matt, bit of a change of scene. Don't forget, this is rear-wheel drive, yeah?
And a lot more horsepower than I'm used to, so everything's changed. Well, it's a lot different to the A35 I was just sitting in, but I was saying this morning I get more nervous about driving these things than I do my regular Chariot in the BTCC.
Do you think your fellow competitors will be slightly nicer to you out there?
Well, I just came across Jackie Oliver and he didn't seem nice at all, but I think you never lose your competitive spirit, do you, as a lot of these guys show. And it's, I mean, the field, you look around, cars around, it's very, very competitive.
It's quite a long time since you've been able to race, isn't it, because of the touring car clash?
Yeah, I mean, it didn't a couple of years ago, but I went and broke my hand, so which was sad. But it's just great. It's great that we don't clash this year and we can have a part of it. I wish we could be here every year.
BTCC season, a little bit frustrating for you. Finally got the first win. I guess you would have wanted to be doing a bit better.
We all want to do a bit better, don't we? But I've been around long enough. You know, you've got to have your bad weekends, you've got to have your rough years and all the rest of it. But we're working hard on trying to keep flashing on the podium spot for the rest of the year and win the manufacturers and trying to get everything organised for next year so we can come back stronger and maybe try and grab our title back. But it's it gets tougher every year. And
you can't stop until Plato stops, can you?
Well, that is the thing, isn't it? I think he thinks the same.
Okay, we'll let you go out and practice. Enjoy it. Thanks, Matt.
Thanks, mate.
Well, that is the scene then over the assembly area from which the cars will be allowed out very, very shortly. We are now, at virtually 20 past 1 in the afternoon. It's a half-hour session. 2 drivers to qualify each car, and some great names to say down there. We've got various touring car heroes from down the eras. We've got Le Mans winners out there as well, and the great and the good of Tintock Racing. preparing to tackle this 2.4 mile circuit. Spectacular one it is, as we all know. And if you're new to the Goodwood Revival this year, a big welcome. We're having a whale of a time. One of the last of the motorcycles just being scooped up. And
that's Mick Grant coming
is
in
it?
on this, yes.
Mick Grant coming back. So once that Everyman Land Rover and trailer is off course, and it's down at Woodcote Corner now, so not very long until we're going to get back underway with our programme. It's a very busy programme, and we're running a little bit behind at the moment, but with some stoppages early on in the first sessions of the day, doesn't necessarily surprise. Very happy looking spectators there, sampling an ale, I see, so in the middle of our picture. And the cameraman coming out to the track entry point, which can only mean we're seconds away from, sounds very Kent Walton that, didn't it? Seconds away, round one of this Shelby Cup. So the Land Rover is just tucking into the pit lane now.
Obviously worth explaining what the Shelby Cup is all about, Marcus. 50-year celebration. We have celebrations all the time here. We like to celebrate at Goodwood, but 50 years since the launch of the Ford Mustang, a car that sort of caught Ford by surprise, really, just how incredibly successful it was from the off, and all of their pre-production targets were shattered in that first year and just kept on going.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because they had some success with the Ford Falcon Sprints on the Monte Carlo Rally. And then the Mustangs came in, and the Mustangs shed some of the underpinnings of the Falcons, but a kind of a more modern, more svelte body, if you like. You can see there the frontal area of the Mustang is smaller than that of the Falcon. The white Falcon on the right, the blue Mustang, and then you've got the Dodge Dart alongside, and the Plymouth Barracuda next up. But the Falcons had a great life, particularly when the British Saloon Car Championship went into its Group 5 phase, when you could run them incredibly light, had plastic wings, fiberglass wings, homologated for the Monte Carlo Rally. But the Mustangs came here and were driven by the likes of Jack Brabham. Jack Brabham raced the Brown's car here back in the day. But the Falcons went on and on and on because they were so light, and they were homologated considerably lighter than the Ford Mustang. So so Ford, in its bid to maximise its potency in saloon car racing and rallying, managed to homologate the Falcon at a quite extraordinary 1,000 kilograms. Now, I don't know how that happened.
They were a little heavier when I saw them in the early 80s in Buenos Aires, still doing good service as taxi cabs.
Probably 6-cylinder ones.
Yeah, absolutely.
Out there, I should have thought. But yes, there were stories going around, certainly in later years, that they might not have had anything in the engines or gearboxes when they were away. But nonetheless, they're homologated much lighter than the Ford Mustang or FIA type racing. And they have narrower wheels, though, which doesn't necessarily help. But great cars, and we love a pony car with a 289, the classic 289 Ford V8, 4.7 litre under the bonnet. It's good that we've got some different drivers in this field, as you've seen before, and I was chatting to Andy Yule down in the assembly area before this session, and Andy has come all the way down from up the Lake District Way with his Ford Mustang and a Ford Anglia before that, and more recently he's been racing a Chevron B8. But good to see the builder down here enjoying himself. There's the iconic red and gold livery of Alan Mann Racing. It's the car of Henry Mann, who's sharing number 24 with BTCC star Matt Jackson.
Confusingly, that's one of 3 red and gold Mustangs that have come past me so far, so keep on your toes, but obviously that's the real one.
Yeah. Alan Mann Racing's cars, always immaculately turned out in this red and gold livery. We think particularly back to Sir John Whitmore, who won the 1965 European Saloon Car Championship in Alan Mann Racing Lotus Cortina, and to the great Australian Frank Gardner, who won in Ford Escorts, Ford Falcon, and went on to race Big Bang, a Boss Mustang, and Chevy Camaros in the 1970s. Just brilliant to watch.
Well, Matt Jackson's been very spectacular. He's looking quite sane at the end of the lap, but coming through St Mary's, he was not hanging around. A bit of a dab on the brakes before he came in, a puff of smoke, got the car balanced and got through the corner, but he is definitely on the move in car number 24.
Yeah, I think smooth works well earlier on because it's so easy to overheat the tyres. And once you've overheated those Dunlop tyres, particularly when you're putting 400 horsepower through them, whatever, you end up with a pendulous tail. And the more the car slide, the more the tyres overheat and the less grip you've got. Autocrossing. Never designed for autocross Mustangs, really. We had to get past the blue car. This is the red and gold Alan Mann Racing car then of Matt Jackson. That's another one, it's just a car, number 4 car. That's Peter Halford and Jackie Oliver. Peter Halford, the British-based Canadian, is it not? No, that's the Richard Dutton Max Chilton car. Sorry, I misread my line. But, there we go, number 4 then.
I don't know if it's Nicky Faulkner or Mike Gardner, the Ford Falcon Sprint, the white with the olive green slash up the side.
I think it was Mike Gardner in it as I went past it in the paddock.
Okay, good.
Yeah, so this is Max Chilton driving Richard Dutton's Alan Mann car. So you can see the 2 red and gold. Peter Halford's in a car with Jackie Oliver. It's thrown by the BRDC badge on the back of the other one. Peter Halford, the British-based Canadian, in car number 3. Jackie Oliver. What's happened there? That's the 65 car. Nigel Batchelor and Nick Ruddell is off at the side. Car 65, that is.
Well, it's very early days yet, but just less than 1/10 of a second between the fastest, which is number 88, which is Ford Falcon Sprint. That's the blue and white one of Rob Hall and Jason Minshaw. Don't know who's on board that. And then Jackson and Mann in the 24 Mustang we've watched so much before. Chilton and Dutton, which is complete another lap, will probably go safely into the top 10. Famous last words, and it does into 9. There we go,
9th,
safely.
Yeah. The 88 car of Hall and Minshaw. I imagine it is Rob Hall driving with Jason Minshaw. It's down in my final entry list is Graham Dodd and Jason Minshaw, but Rob Hall also drives Martin Melling's cars. We'll see Martin Melling's Aston Martin DB3 out during the weekend, I'm absolutely sure. Car which won the 1952 Goodwood 9 Hours here. The yellow Mustang is that of Jackie Oliver. And that's bouncing around really well, carrying a lot of speed through Lavant. That's the 3 car.
The car with one of the most bright liveries, let's say, is number 9, the Patrick Watts Steve Soper Mustang, dark green with Shelby Racing Company on the side. He should be going out of Lavant onto the straight down towards Woodcote now, so look out for that one, number 9.
So this is the Hall and Minshaw car. This is Jason Minshaw as opposed to John Minshaw, if it is indeed a Minshaw at the wheel, but it may initially be Rob Hall setting a benchmark for this one. It is Rob Hall in the silver crash helmet with the stripes on it. Battles up inside the 26 there, which is Rupert Keegan and Anders Nanarup.
Just looking to see if he didn't improve that lap. He got caught out on the middle and the final sections, but he set the fastest first sector of the 3 of anybody, so certainly has the pace there.
There's Max Chilton, so it's Richard Dutton then in their car at the moment. That's car number 4 down the 11th place. Max champing at the bit to get in, have a go.
Well, number 6, I mentioned last time around, I think it was, or maybe 2 laps ago, went off at St Mary's. He's done it again, cut up the inside. I don't know if that's, you reckon it's Gardner, don't you, in number 6?
Gardner driving first, yeah. It was Gardner who waved at me from within.
Well, he was trying to make himself traffic space, but number 88 has been taken off the top because 1 minute 30.456, the new fastest time for number 69, which is the Roger Wills Emanuele Pirro Mercury Comet Cyclone, the turquoise one of the easiest cars to spot. But the Hall Minshaw car is fighting back. That's number 88. They've just set the fastest sector of all. Looks like a bit of smoke being puffed out by one of the cars in the top there. That's the Watts car at the front. And behind is 88 coming to go past, trying to get back into provisional pole position down the outside, but whoever's on board number 9, whether it's Watts or Soper, doesn't want to let him through.
It's Patrick Watts, I think, with that open-faced black helmet. No, he's not very keen, but he's been boxed now. Being boxed good and proper. Stitched up like a kipper. And through we come. Someone's hit the chicane down there. There's some polystyrene in the track. But it's now 69, another turquoise car, the interesting Bill Strop Racing livery Mercury Comet Cyclone, to give it its full name, the Mercury Comet Cyclone Caliente, the hot one. It's Roger Wills and Emanuele Pirro.
One car that's being driven with enormous aplomb as drivers wait in the pits to take over is number 20. It's the orange Ford Mustang, Chris Baton, and I presume Gordon Shedden. Or was that Gordon Shedden we just saw in the pits? It's only 8 fastest, but certainly the most spectacular car through St Mary's, and therefore I say undoubtedly elsewhere around the track.
7 is multiple Le Mans winner Henri Pescarolo and Fabien Sarai.
That's smoking away.
And that is Sarai driving, isn't it? Because Pescarolo has that trademark sort of parakeet green. I mean, there's a lot of something going on with the brakes in that. I think it's
maybe a feel of Watts brakes when he gets to the chicane. Let's find out.
Maybe just a binding front brake or a wheel bearing or something like that.
Well, in fact, he's just coming down towards St Mary's as you go back to number 69.
In the Roger Wills
okay,
car.
well, there was the answer. So Wills did the early running, and
Yeah.
number 7 trying to get past the pits, just going past St Mary's, still smoking like Billy-O.
That's Matt Jackson as he's about to jump in. Henry Mann took first stint.
That car's third fastest as Andrew Jackson takes over. Hall Minshaw, we've had the driver change there, or have we? No, I think he's coming in the pits very shortly. New fastest lap, Hall and Minshaw, 1 minute 29.792. So number 88 back ahead of 69 at the top of the field for this Shelby Cup race.
Yeah, that's the real psychological barrier, 1 minute 30 round here.
You can see the smoke from number 7. It's only just come into my box. I just had my first sniff of it, and wonderfully directed by Paul Haynes there. We have it on screen.
Identify the smoke for us. Tyre, clutch or brake?
It smelled brakey to me.
Yeah, I think it is brakey. It looks like that. It's confined to that front left corner. So the indicator now on. Filming Sarai coming into the pits with that car. Falcon sprints. Oh, and that's number 23. That is the Julian Baum, Neil Twyman car. Other the Falcons, it's a road-driven car. I raced it at Branch Hatch years ago. There's the number 8 George Shelgren car. George Shelgren and David Cook. That's George Shelgren, the Swede, at the wheel.
There on screen is the Mustang that's been so spectacular
to
my
Baton,
eyes.
Isn't it?
Yeah, so it was right. It was Gordon Shedden waiting in the pits to take over. Down in 8th place at the moment.
Chris Baton putting a lot of opposite lock on there. Also races a Lola 270 and that big V8 Tiger that he shares with John Finnemore. Still though, 88, the blue Ford Falcon Sprint with the white stripe up the side, which leads the way, and a massive slide. How did he catch that? Is there something down there, I wonder, at the exit of the chicane? Because the blue Falcon right behind was very sideways as well.
Well, I don't think it was anything that came out of number 7. That was just brakes being used up rather too quickly, coming out through the wheel, and now they're looking under the bonnet as well, maybe. But number 24 with Andrew Jackson on board is really becoming spectacular. Third fastest. He's on his out. No, he's done his out lap, but watch out for 24. Could be going towards the top. Has to find just over 3/4 of a second. I think he can do it.
It looks fairly ominous. There's oil there somewhere by the looks of things. Certainly plenty of polystyrene balls at the side of the track.
Good to report we saw number 8 off the side of the track. That is still going, not going again, whether it's Shalgren
yeah,
or Cook.
Shalgren driving at the moment.
Okay. So at the moment, it's fastest, just under 1 minute 30, 1 minute 29.792 seconds. It's number 88, the Martin Melling entered Ford Falcon Sprint for Rob Ford and Jason Winshaw. Under 2/3 of a second behind Pirro and Wills, 69.
Yeah, it's nice because we've got the 88 Falcon, then we've got the 69 Mercury Comet, then we have the 24 Ford Mustang. So 3 different models. The Mercury Comet Cyclone, essentially a Falcon Sprint with sort of different battle dress.
What we're going to have is a couple of laps of settling down as the new drivers get up to speed after the driver changes. We've still got just over 15 minutes of this session remaining. The target time to be on pole, you have to get under 1 minute 30. The target, 1 minute 29.7 you need to achieve.
Yellow flags at the Lavant Kink, and that is for the Julian Baum car, I think, that's parked up on the side. Mustang, that's the Ashworths, father and son, Mark Ashworth. Also race a Chevron B16 and the Marina Rolls Royce, which is the Brian Mann created sports racer along Cooper Monaco lines. Rolls Royce V8 engine.
It's interesting actually looking at now we've got this year. Ooh, what are we looking at there, Marcus? But now we're looking at so many more British touring car racers coming into this that they take a few laps to adapt because they don't. I think some of them don't believe these Mustangs can be thrown around to the extent with which they can. It does seem for those who race them a lot, it's about getting them sideways and just balancing them. That does seem to be the key.
It's a great French veteran in the background, Henri Pescarolo, bearded, of course. Oh, doors open on one of the Mustangs, number 4 Mustang. Henri Pescarolo, Formula 2 champ. Formula 1 racer, multiple Le Mans victor for Matra, and then team engine constructor. Here he comes then, the 4 Mustang. This is the side he's on. No, it's not. They're normally left hookers, and this one's a right hooker. Well, it's applied to the Australian market in right hand form, right hand drive form. Probably into Sweden as well, I should think. Sweden was right-hand drive cars into the 60s, I think. Yeah, changed about 66, something like that. Remember the FIA saying they weren't going to allow people to change them over from left to right-hand drive unless they were originally that way round.
Well, that chicane really is looking a little tatty, as you say, Marcus. Quite a lot of polystyrene littering the track, but did anyone fall down there? Number 4 we have on the big screens. That is just outside the top 10. That's Max Chilton, of course. Just it's his door that's open.
Polystyrene. She was the lead singer of X-Ray Specs, wasn't she?
She was indeed, fleetingly in about 1978.
Where on earth did I track that one?
It's a terrible thing. The distant line. And no one's really setting very quick times at the moment. The only improvements are really at the tail end of the field. The top car to improve last time round is still only in 12th place, so maybe the big guns have used up their tyres. Maybe they put the slightly slower driver.
Rowan Atkinson out of the number 5 for Falcon Sprint. Rupert Cleveley into bat now.
I don't know why that is, whether it's only one, well, it was like that at first, and then...
It's not quite the same if you can't see Rowan's face. You need to see all the expression that he produces.
Testing after the tyres have got hot and then cool. We've got a slight snap spot by the way they've been standing. So that's what it was like when I first got out. And then...
I'm beginning to wonder if there's some oil somewhere out on the track, because we're just not seeing any quick times from the top runners, even those who've managed to get some clear track. And a few laps ago, if I look at Gordon Shedden coming past, don't forget we saw number 20, the car he's driving, so sideways. So whether it hit some oil, I do not know. But
Jochen Maas in 12, ladies and gentlemen. 1975 Spanish Grand Prix winner, and Le Mans victor as well. So he is in the 12 car, a race car in period. This is the car brought in by Bill Shepherd Mustang. Bill Shepherd, who owns this car, cut his racing teeth here at Goodwood in a Formula Ford Crosley 30F, looked after by the Belgian Jean-Pierre de Backer. And it was sad to see that John Crossley, great race car constructor in Northern Ireland, passed away after quite a long illness 10 days or so ago. Well remembered for fabulous cars, really strong, good quality single-seaters. A lovely new book about the Crosley Mark has just come out. There's young Max Chilton.
So Chilton's had his run, sharing number 4, which is the red and gold Ford Mustang, one of 3 red and gold Ford Mustangs with Richard Dutton. They are down just outside the top 10 in 13th place. Target time still remains 1 minute 29.792 seconds, set by Rob Hall and Jason Minshaw, or one or the other, in the blue and white Ford Falcon Sprint number 88, still fastest of all.
Yeah, only car under 130, but 0.6 of a second up on the 69 Puro and Wheels car. Here it is, with Emanuele Puro driving it, the Mercury Comet Cyclone. Saw this car down in WDK's workshops in Stockbridge in the week. That's where it's prepared, along with a lot of other cars. They were loading Formula 1 cars, historic Formula 1 DFE cars, to go to support the Singapore Grand Prix in a week or so's time. These are the cars that were prepared by Bill Strop in period. It's rather heavier looking styling than the Falcon, which I absolutely adore. Falcon Sprints, I think they're great.
In fact, just looking at that rear shot on the Cyclone Sprint, you can see the rear bodywork shaking as he put the brakes on to get into the chicane. Might be a trick of the light across the boot lid, but clearly quite a lot of flexing going on down there.
Lovely precision line for Emanuele Puro through Lavant. Minimal input on the steering, maximum input on the right pedal. But as you say, Bruce, quite rightly, the times have gone, haven't they? We're down to the last 9 minutes or so of this session, and there's only drivers in the sort of latter part of the field or the middle part of the field who are getting the occasional best sector.
Yeah, so all outside the top 10. They might save a second or two. I don't think anyone's going to find any big time at all. Still, they know the tyres will go off through the course of the race, so they've got to get used to how they will be after a handful of laps. So this is very useful time.
6 should be Nicky Faulkner now in the white and green, sort of Lotus Cortina coloured in inverted commas.
Yes,
Falcon Sprint.
That's the one that's had 2 offs out of St Mary's.
Yeah.
And in fact, number 20 with Gordon Shedden on board just had a little off, but kept 2 of the wheels on the circuit. Little traction.
Much of the driving in the Rush film was Nicky Faulkner. He and James Rhodes were doing a lot of it. Nicky did the James Hunt driving, and James did the Nicky Lauders, ironically. Saw just briefly then the Plymouth Barracuda.
One of 2. Duncan Pittaway, though. Have I seen Duncan Pittaway? Number 95. I don't believe I have. That's the one he was due to be sharing with Justin Bell. Have not seen that.
No, that's a bright blue car. Is it Starfish Racing or something like that? It was a race car in period. Duncan Pittaway preparing his massive Fiat S76, which he hopes to demonstrate at Castle Combe at the Autumn Classic, the first weekend of October.
Well, that should blow the froth off your beer, shouldn't it? Gosh. Last improvement, but just outside the top 10, the number 22, which is the Carson LeBlanc Nigel Greensill Mustang, red with silver stripes on it. Just improved just outside the top 10 though, but all the other improvements are further down towards the tail of the field.
Those two guys, Greensill and LeBlanc, sharing Mustang, AC Cobra and Austin Healey in races all around Europe. I'm sure they'll be writ large on the results at Spa next weekend. And the Baton Shedden car has just improved. Gordon Shedden must be now in the number 20. That's the first proper improvement within the top 10. Car number 20, Gordon Shedden now.
Yeah, he's 1.5 seconds off the pole, but if he gains half a second, he'll move up about 4 places. Maybe he can get on to 3rd place on the grid.
It's Matt Jackson, 24 car. A few more improvements coming in down the order. The Bryant Reed car number 44, the Dodge Dart. That's Graham Bryant, Papa Bryant, and Anthony Reed. And then the number 10 car is 18th, and that is Enrico Spaggiari from Verona, and James Wood. Enrico Spaggiari, who we've seen racing Cooper Bristols and a Cooper T53 historic events over the years. Set up a team in Italy to prepare various cars with Davide Ripabelli.
Well, Gordon Shedden is trying terribly, terribly hard, but he keeps getting caught in traffic, and now this is a problem. The clock is ticking down. Just under 6 minutes till the checkered flag will go. Another twitch to the tail as he puts the power down. It's that delicate balance, Marcus, as they come out of the chicane. How soon to put the power down when they clobber that curb?
Yeah, it is. There's lots of wrestling. I just like to watch for that back view through Lavant, and you can see the front wheel constantly on the turn, just trying to find grip, trying to balance the car.
And likewise, I love that shot taken from looking into the corner from behind at Madgwick when you see the cars, particularly on the opening lap of race, drifting and drifting,
yes,
and how much space they've got when they'll get any grip to turn in, and
it's
just
brilliant.
wonderful.
20 pushing on well.
Well, pushing on well, and he's got a bit of clear track ahead of him. He set his fastest first sector time. He's 1.5 seconds off pole. If he can find 2/10, he'll move up from 7th to 5th and onwards. He may well go.
Improvements for Bryant and Reed in 44, a 133.814 leaves them 16th. And Spaggiari Wood in 10, move up. There's a better one. Greensill LeBlanc 22 up into 5th place, a 131.112. That's only 1.32 seconds off pole position. So watch for that 22 car, the red and silver car that Bruce was talking about.
Yes, he worked his corner very well there, did Nigel Greensill. Found some clear lapping, and that is the key. His tyres are holding on in there. And let's see what Gordon Shedden can do. That put him down to 7th, and that's moved him up to 4th now. He's just delivered a 1 minute 30.689 seconds. If he finds another 10th, he'll go past the Jackson Man 24, but at the moment it's 88 from 69, 24 and 20.
Ran out of road, went up the inside very quickly, quite ambitious, but got ahead, but couldn't get round. It was at the 11 Devis car. Here we go, Devis and partner went through. No.
Well, we talked about the rear shot at Madgwick, and lo and behold, there it is.
Yep, Holden below. Goes through. That's the Devis and Dumoulin car. Belgian and French. It looks like Dumoulin driving that at the moment. Greensill LeBlanc up to 6th, the 31.112. That's their best so far. One sector is a personal best so far, the middle sector not so. Bryant and Reed 44 up to 13th place, dumping the Chilton Dutton number 4 down a place, and the Squires. Pescarolo Sarai car, not qualified yet by Pescarolo. Sarai has done 5 laps, but that car is in the pits terminally, I think. Chilton Dutton car, they'd walked away from that one as well. So Faulkner and Gardner, 130.679. So that's 4th place. We have now 5 cars inside a second. Only one car under 130, but it's a long 129. 4 of them in the 130s.
Just watching some cars trying to get track space. You've got number 44, the Bryant Anthony Reid Dodge Dart, pale blue, in the way of 2 Mustangs. And the Mustangs nearly took each other off in their anxiety to find a way past him. And Anthony Reid, if it is he, is pulling away, but it may well not be he. It could be Graham Bryant on board that Dodge Dart. But Mustangs wanting to go through. There you can see them on the screen.
The Squires have reacted. Car 14, Michael and Richard Squire. They've improved to a 132.8. 32's very respectable. Got 1 in the 29s, 5 in the 30s, 3 in the 31s, 5 in the 32s, etc.
And one of the ones in the 30s has just gone into 4th place. Is number 6, moving past the Baton Shedden Mustang. It's number 6, the Mike Gardner, but now we think Nicky Faulkner on board. The Ford Falcon Sprint, that's white with some blue markings on it. So it's at the moment it's 88, which is the Ford Falcon Sprint on pole position, provisional pole, but just over less than 1.5 minutes left. 69 Mercury Comet Cyclone in 2nd place, and then 24 Mustang, making it 3 different cars in the top 3.
Cook and Shalgren, personal best, car number 8 up to 20th place. Spaggiari Wood.
Oh, spin in unison, well caught by the camera crew there. 44 and 17. 17 have been trying to catch up and get past. That's the Davis Young Mustang, which is John Young and Craig Davis, and they spun in rotation, so great camera. They've even parked in formation. Quite extraordinary. The Dodge Dart has got going, points in the right direction. The Mustang will follow. The flag is yellow. It's being waved as the 69 Mercury Cyclone Comet comes through, and they should be able to tuck it away once more. So that was dramatic.
There's been a touch there, I think, because the bumper on the Alan Mann Racing car is...
well, let's take a look as they come into the corner. Well, you can't tell. They've already done whatever they're going to do before the corner.
A double axle.
Double axle, beautifully. Teamwork here.
Yes. The doof. That's done it.
Costi da doofus. Right, round it goes. See, I said to everyone come out to St Mary's. It does happen here.
It does.
So the checkered flag is out, and provisionally it's 88 on pole from 69. Just looking to see if anybody on this final lap can record an improvement. I'm thinking not among the top handful, but let's see.
14's just battled his way past 2 there. Belching flame, unspent fuel just igniting in the exhaust outlet.
Yeah, 14 has been doing that pretty much all practice, flaming away into St Mary's, a little lift and then out it comes, but getting quite sideways as he goes through the chicane for the final time. But an improvement up into 3rd place. I didn't think there'd be any improvements at all, but a very good final sector for Gordon Shedden. He puts the number 20 Mustang up into 3rd place, pushing back the 24 Mustang of Jackson and Mann into 4th.
Flag is now out. Sectors here, 3 sectors. First one goes from the start line through to the beginning of the St Mary's complex. The second one through St Mary's and Lavant down to the braking area pretty much for Woodcote Corner. And the third one from there to the timing line. Here comes the Mercury Comet, 69, Emanuele Piro. The Spaggiari Wood car, 17th after another best of 134.233. There's the classification then for the Shelby Cup. The qualifying times then on pole position, number 88. That's Rob Hall and Jason Minshaw, Ford Falcon Sprint. Second place, 69, Emanuele Piro and Roger Wills, Mercury Comet Cyclone Caliente. In third place is number 20, and that is Chris Baton and Gordon Shedden, Ford Mustang. Fourth, another Mustang, that's Matt Jackson and Henry Mann in 24. Then we've got the Nicky Faulkner, Mike Gardner Ford Falcon Sprint, number 6, that's in 5th place. 6th is the Jackie Oliver Pete Holford Ford Mustang, number 3. Then we go to, in 7th place, 22, that is Carsten LeBlanc and Nigel Greensall in their Mustang. At 8th place, the number 1, Plymouth Barracuda of Oliver Bryant and Andrew Jordan. 9th is the Craig Davis John Young Ford Mustang, number 17. 10th is the number 12 Mustang, that's Jochen Mass and Bill Shepherd. 11th is the Steve Soper Patrick Watts Ford Mustang, number 9. 12th is the Matt Neal and Nick Wales Studebaker Lark Daytona 500, number 25. In 13th is the number 44 Dodge Dart, which is Anthony Reid and Graham Bryant. The Squire family Ford Mustang, number 14, is 14th. 15th place, Max Chilton, Richard Dutton, Ford Mustang number 4. And in 16th place, the number 7, Pescarolo Sarai, Ford Falcon Sprint on Sarai's 5 laps only. We're just preparing then for the start of this session. Everyone was finding their places. The cars are in the assembly area. Rowan Atkinson having a quick pep talk from Jochen Mass out there. And the green flag heralds the arrival of 29 big V8s on the hallowed Goodwood track. 2.4 miles of joyous tarmac around the old RAF West Hampnet. And straight away, we had drivers trying really hard. The 24 car, which was Henry Mann initially, went auto-crossing. Beautifully turned out motor car, that one. And look at that, 2 Falcons, and the speed that Rob Hall is able to carry out of the chicane was instrumental in gaining him that fastest time in qualifying. Are we still having fun? I'd like to say so. And we've got sheds there waiting to go out. The Sarai Ford Falcon on its 5th lap was in considerable trouble. We've still got into the top 16. There is Fabien Sarai inside. Henri Pescarolo looking out fairly nonplussed at the other side. He's seen it all before. And a massive, massive tank slapper for Chris Baton. He caught it, as did whoever was in the blue Mustang behind him. 14, lovely belch of flame. Yeah, the license of the Bunsen burner. Through he comes. Clips what's left of the polystyrene barrier. This was an ambitious move by Gordon Shedden, and oddly ran out of road on the exit, but gathered it all together. There's Rowan Atkinson in the pits, and Rowan's had his run, put Rupert Cleveley in the Falcon. Now we've got the Graham Bryant Dodge Dart. It was rudely nerfed by the number 17 Mustang. They go off backwards and that precision parking, absolutely brilliant, worthy of stunt drivers everywhere. Terry Grant would have been proud. And there's our pole man, and it's Rob Hall and Jason Minshaw with the 88 Falcon. Well, after that exciting Shelby Cup qualifying session, let's hear from our Goodwood commercial partners. Back live at the motor circuit, and with the MGA police car alongside. We'll wait to see the cars come out for our next session. You can send us a Facebook message, you can tweet us, watch us on YouTube, follow us at goodwood.com/revival, like the page, and see the live streaming there. Plenty going on. Goodwood Revival, watching in Florida over breakfast. Tony Hutchison, you should be here. Pam and I reliving our youth at Goodwood Revival. Great fun, says Nick Jackson. Rovnik, as opposed to Dubrovnik. Gorgeous day at Goodwood Revival Vintage Fair. A does a vintage. Love that gurney stripe across the line. Goodwood Revival in my aunt's genuine Lever's Blazer, 1944, standing next to a car that my granddad used to own. It's a Vauxhall Cresta, another one. They borrowed the crank from that, put it in Rupert Keegan's. That's Tracy Sortwell. Evens and trillions of race fans, Goodwood Revival, good for them. Peter Ritchie, Caterham Racer. He's been busy. That's the second of his tweets of the day. George Hill, World War II dispatch rider, his wartime ride, the Royal Enfield, 1942 350 WDCO at Goodwood Revival, Royal Enfield. Look at that. They still make them in India, they probably do. Lots of excitement, lots of fun. Everyone enjoying themselves around here. This is what comes up next. It's a tribute to Jackie Stewart, our three-time world champion. 69, 71, 73. The Levant Cup, Jaguar D times at 2 o'clock. Whitson Trophy 2:30. Ford Water Trophy 3 o'clock. Canberra Hunter Air Display at 3:30. Jaguar D-Type high-speed demonstration at 3:40. That will be worth seeing. Richmond Trophy qualifying at 3:55. St Mary's Trophy Part 2 for the saloon cars. That'll be the owners going in at 4:25. And there's still much more to come. There is Jackie Stewart with his trademark top band scratch on it. It's one of his lads in the Matra. This is Jackie Stewart reliving the day in '64 when he came to Goodwood, having never driven a single-seater before, and basically eclipsed consistently Bruce McLaren's time in a Formula 3 Cooper, just like this car.
And if you read in the glorious race programme, the story is beautifully written about it, he didn't realise that Bruce was setting target times. He kept going out just beating them. The glories of youth, eh? Naivety.
Absolutely. And he'd driven hours and hours and hours down from Scotland, hadn't he, to come and test the car. That's a lovely shot for the family album, and in fact, that two of his lads in the Matra and the Tyrrell behind. Of course, it sowed great seeds, this test, because it was Ken Tyrrell who signed him for the works supported Cooper Formula 3 team. Jackie raced the cars and was promoted into Formula 1 the following season. As you came into the circuit this morning, I can see just beside the main grandstand opposite me is that fabulous, huge, great banner of Jackie Stewart driving here at P261. The old car loader Indy cars waiting. Mighty McLaren M20 Golf McLaren Can-Am car. Jackie raced various cars in Can-Am series. Anything goes, anything went. Little wooden chassis Marcos. There's an AC Ace down there, Jaguar E-Type. There's the lightweight E as well. Then the Tajiro, two Tajiros, and 2 wins at the end of '63 in one day for a Kyriakos. Really ignited the interest in Jackie Stewart's talents.
It's when you go back to look at Jackie's very early career, you realise how strong the racing scene was in Scotland with Charterhall and Charterhall back in. Sorry, Charterhall gone mad. Way back then, and it was super strong. There were lots of entrants, and certainly Monsieur Murray picked him up and gave him many drives. And just looking at what followed on is exemplar to just that sort of patronage, and Jackie rewarded everyone fully, clearly, in response.
Isn't that fabulous with the Matra and the Tyrrell behind in a kind of formation? Almost call it the Battle of Scotland Memorial Flight in that little triumvirate there, the Stewart family. Beautiful little Cooper. The old drive shaft coupling is whirring at the back.
One car that sort of catches the eye as it comes past, you think, what's that got to do with Jackie Stewart? Is the massive McLaren M20 Can-Am car. He didn't race it, but was down to do so. Until commitments got in the way, but obviously more famous for the likes of Bruce McLaren until his death.
He raced the big Lola, didn't he? The T260 L&M Lola Can-Am car, which they made a couple.
Yes, it's only when you go back to look at all the Can-Am stuff you realise just how busy the drivers were in those days, crisscrossing the Atlantic to...
That's Mr. John of B in his Matra there. John Surtees. 50 years after he won the Formula One World Championship, John Surtees, who made his four-wheel debut here in 1960. Ironically, driving a Ken Tyrrell Cooper. Type which we see at the front of the lineup, and John Surtees is in a Lola T70 Spider, similar to the one in which he won the inaugural Can-Am series of 1966. Here from the Rothko collection is the M20 Can-Am McLaren.
Fills a lot of track, doesn't it?
It certainly does.
Huge in every dimension.
Is that Stewart Hall maybe driving that?
I don't think so. Different looking helmet, but only had a quick peek as he came past.
Maybe it's Roel Goethe himself, owner of the Rothko collection. Household name then to Jackie Stewart. Even my mother recognises Jackie Stewart in his tartan nose badge. She hasn't been to a race meeting since the probably very early 1960s.
Well, one interesting fact I picked out of the programme this morning is that Jackie Stewart's mother was so against him racing, she ignored him and never ever congratulated him, even on his World Championship titles.
Yeah,
chose just not to know he was racing.
Alan Mann Escort there, the XO0349F Rover BRM, the gas turbine Rover, Ferrari LM before that. Asked the question this morning. LM, Lord March was always known as LM, colloquially here within the organisation. Share an acronym.
But doesn't the shot, if you're looking at a giant screen, just encapsulate how diverse drivers' careers were in the 1960s?
Exactly, these days they're not allowed to do anything, are they?
Every sort of racing car is there.
Yeah. These days, can't do that. Wrong oil, or can't do that. You can't drive anything else within 24 hours of Grand Prix. Back in the 60s, the drivers did the Grand Prix, did the sports car race in the morning, did the saloon car race in the afternoon. And back in the 50s, Sterling Moss would look at that. That's the wonderful picture taken from the Matra across the Cooper to the Tyrrell.
So presumably that's Mark Stewart in the Matra, because he never stops taking films and photographs, and Paul must be on the far side in the ROC.
Back in the early 1950s, Sterling Moss won a Grand Prix support race for 500cc cars at Zandvoort, and then did the Grand Prix, I think, at HWA.
Well, it was all about putting prize money in the wallet.
Absolutely.
They didn't have big retainers.
No.
And that was the way they earned their loot. And everyone benefited, frankly. So Jackie, yes, what a moment to come down here from having raced sports cars of various sorts. He knew the circuit, but really only from largely from coming down when brother Jimmy was racing in the 50s.
Yeah.
Gosh, that really must have been a schlep down from Dunbar. Yes, and then he came here, and that just all opened up, and I'm sure Kent Hill was very much the man to run him. They seemed to be a very, very good pairing. Seemed to understand each other.
Yes, it was almost telepathic, wasn't it? Their
And trust.
relationship, yeah, immense trust.
Non-written contracts, and so on and so forth.
I remember a couple of years ago at the Walter Hayes Trophy. Walter Hayes, such a great figure within Ford Motorsport, speaking to the late Walter Hayes' son, saying that when Ford agreed to badge the Cosworth DFE Formula One engine, the most successful in history, the contract was written on 2 or 3 pieces of paper. It wasn't a sort of a 600-word treatise, and it was all done in good faith. It all worked out very, very well indeed. Lola Indy car there, and then the Rover BRM.
The Lola Indy car just was ahead of that Lola BRM in the parade, right at the tail of it, and on the first lap round here at St Mary's he got very, very sideways indeed, but as we know, of course it's a left-hander and the car was made to go left, but not quite the right setup for someone like here, I feel.
The little Cooper is just so sleek, isn't it? And those lines, the British Racing Green with that, the twin white stripes over the top, just accentuate that. It's tiny.
It's tiny, it's lithe, it's just so purposeful. It's purposeful while being beautiful. But clearly to Jackie, it was a car that has, even if it was, dog ugly, it would be a perfect car in his eyes because it just made the world of difference. It launched him.
So that an ugly car becomes a pretty one when it starts to win. I don't think too many of the current Formula One cars fall into that category. No matter how many times they won.
Well, very few of them do win, do they, this year? It's Mercedes all the way. Well, not all, almost all the way, I'll say.
There's a little Matra down there as well. And another Matra, that's Mr. John of B. 250RM. More early Tyrrells. Derek Gardner design. Thunderous McLaren with those fuel injection stacks on behind the trumpets at all different lengths to even out the power delivery. That's what it was intended to do. Some working for the bottom end, some working for the top. ILM looks stunning without numbers and stickers, doesn't it? Almost mild with Airfix kit. Big Tajuro coupes in the background. You see the tractor taking passing spectators around. That's one of the Ian Walker Elans, a very special gold bug, special bodied gold bug coupe. Ian Walker, another of the wonderful private entrants who had phenomenal success with some great drivers, including Jimmy Clark, who's a Frank Gardner, the driver, I think, did as well, yeah. Lots of drivers as well, but another one from the Stewart collection. And there is Sir Jackie. Car fits him like a glove still. Quite a lot of drivers of the period like to say the same, wouldn't they?
Yeah, I've got a slight problem for the Rover turbine, limping past St Mary's, the MGA. Police course car is sitting in behind, but hand out of the windows, I'm afraid, and pulling off to the side of the circuit now, so 31 will go no further.
Do you have a thermos of kerosene you can offer them?
I drank it earlier, unfortunately.
Days when aerodynamics were all terribly experimental.
They did change by the circuit by the weekend, didn't they, back in 1968 was when it all kicked off.
And then suddenly they were gone.
Yes. And in fact, if you chart the evolution of rear wings on Formula 1 cars, it got into the early 70s and they were extended so far behind, weren't they? They were cut back and then suddenly air scoops went off.
And you saw the same
76.
Yeah, you saw the same. 73 was about the sort of the furthest they got back, and Formula 5000 is the same. Although the T330 had a wing way back in the next county.
Yes, I was going to say, you were on 2 rows at a time, weren't you?
Yeah. And they reined them all back in for 74.
So the car's peeling into the pits, Marcus. I see the final one, the Lotus, the red and gold Cortina. Yes, they are.
Yes, they are. There's another Ian Walker Elan further up the John Surtees taking that T70 in. We say it every year, but someone somewhere has to press that green light and finally give John Surtees the knighthood he so richly deserves.
10 times over. I mean, what more did he have to do?
The petitions have raised tens of thousands of signatures, but he's not kicking a football around, is he?
No, or sitting at a desk. Or
Quite.
Whatever. So there is the Rover turbine.
Pretty car.
Very pretty car.
Went to Le Mans. Experimental gas turbine engine. There were distinct versions of this sort of sleek coupe. There was a rather uglier one, wasn't there?
It's funny, the word ugly just came into my head as you were talking about the second one, and I thought how to phrase it, but never mind.
Speak as you find.
So that'll have to mop up. But how great it is, we're going to enjoy the Jackie Stewart demonstration on each of the days this weekend for, you know, ever more people to see and respect a career that was already well underway, but this was the springboard here 50 years ago.
It's all gas turbine cars in Formula 1. The Lotus 56B, didn't we? And in IndyCar racing, the STP Paxton turbine car rings a first bell, then the Lotuses subsequently.
Oh, it's got going again. No sooner had the bright blue Everyman Garage's Land Rover with the tow hook arrived than
it's gotten a version to tow ropes.
Yes, well, I didn't think they could find a hook, but I suddenly heard a bit of a what and a whiz, and off it went. So that's good. And there's number 31, the Rover turbine, coming back to base.
Yes, the F1 Lotus had a Pratt & Whitney turbine, didn't it, in it, and it was an interesting development, but it was no more than a sideline in Formula 1, sadly.
I always enjoy talking to anybody who's driven up the hill at the Festival of Speed when they've driven one of those, because it sort of gets their attention trying to understand how the power's going to arrive, and then it suddenly spools up and off they go.
It does make an amazing noise, doesn't it?
Oh, epic. And they look brilliant as well to my eye. So the weather's staying good here, and the next thing we're going to have on track after the Jackie Stewart tribute parade is the Lavant Cup. Something I look forward to every year. Now, Jaguar D-types as far as the eye can see, Marcus.
Yeah, absolutely. And it will be a sight for sore eyes. We've seen a grid of Maserati 50Fs for a demo, and now a grid of Jaguar D-types, but this time it's for real.
D-types plus 2 XKSSs as well.
Yes, there were some monocoques lying around at the end, and they were turned into road spec cars. There was that wonderful story, wasn't there, about Noddy Coombs, who was always fulsome in his praise for Jackie Stewart, who drove for him in the Formula 2 era, and he went to the factory in Coventry. I think there were 5 D-types lying around, and it was a post-period. We were sitting there, and he had lunch with a major director, and said, "Oh, I'll buy those from you." And he made a suitably derisory offer, and the chap said, "Oh, I don't know about that." And he said, "Well, the offer stands until I climb into my car and drive home." this afternoon, and as he was getting to his car and firing it up outside, I think it was the MD's secretary ran out and said, "Mr. Coombs, I think we've just bought those D-types." It was something like £3 each or something like that. It was, I suppose, the price for a house in the day.
Yes, fairly much. But whenever you try that as a negotiating tactic, don't they let you drive away, Marcus?
No, oddly. Well, they don't even risk it. The Beckett's, Colin and James Beckett on screen. James Beckett, the man behind the Waterhays Trophy, Formula Ford cars at Silverstone each November. Here come the Jaguar D-types then. And Henry Hope Frost has with him Sir Jackie Stewart.
Yes, indeed, I have. Just caught up with Jackie after that wonderful parade. What a fitting testament to your marvellous career to have such an extraordinary lineup of cars here.
Well, it's wonderful for me. Lord Matches, as usual, delivered way over the top. It's such a great collection of cars. I mean, I've got to go round them all yet, because that's still to come. But I mean, wonderful people as well. You know, John Cooper was the man I drove this car for when I was testing for Ken Tyrrell, and this is Charles, his son, who's here. And just to have him here alone is a great thing. And to have both my sons driving, you know, the Tyrrell and the Matra was wonderful also. So it's a wonderful weekend.
This is a special place for you because it's where it all started, of course.
Yeah, with Ken Tyrrell, he invited me down to test me to see if I was quick enough in order to get a drive for the 1964 Formula 3 season. And I got the drive, and we won the championship that year, the European and the British Championship of Formula 3 in this very car. So, and the same mechanics are here. One of them's up there, one of them's somewhere else. I mean, the mechanics who saw me right through my whole career, from this car to the Matra, to the Tyrrells, they're all here, which is a great achievement for them to come up.
And you still fit in it, of course, which is important.
Yeah, well, that's nice. No, I haven't lost the original size overalls, so it's more or less kept the same.
Have you got a favourite? I think Tyrrell 006 is right up there.
006, of course. This Matra is a big favourite. That was a world champ. That's my first world championship car, so it had a lot of meaning to me.
Great to see you. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Brilliant to see then Sir Jackie Stewart, who was with Henry Hope Frost, and Jackie's boys Paul and Mark there with the Matra MS80 with its Cosworth DFV engine, and Tyrrell there as well. On track, meanwhile, you heard the music of straight six twin cam engines, and that can only mean a field of wonderfully sleek Jaguar D-types, monocoque centre section unitary chassis with tubular engine frame, and this absolutely delicious super slippery body by Malcolm Sayer, who was a total genius in this department. It's not an ugly line on a D-type, is there? One of those classic things, as they used to say, if it looks right, it probably is right. Looks like it's doing about 170 miles an hour when it's standing still, so that all works well. That's the number 9 car going around. That's Ben Eastick. It's a car that has been built from a lot of period parts. Quickest so far, straight out of the blocks, is number 17. That is Gary Pearson. In a long-nose deal, 1:31.421, and that's the result of his first flying lap. 24 is second currently. That is John Young in JD Classics car, 1:32.5. 14 is Christian Glaisel, ex-historic F1 champ, he's in the 32s as well. Number 6 is later Jaguar Le Mans hero, Le Mans winner Andy Wallace, driving the Nigel Webb Trade Air car. Number 6 and 11 is 5-time Le Mans winner Derek Bell from nearby Pagham, at the wheel of Adam Lindeman's 1956 Jaguar D-Type. The D-Types won 3 Le Mans 24 hours on the trot, 55, 56 and 57. And here is Gary Pearson, maestro, dancing at number 17 in the car. He's done thousands and thousands of miles in D-types. Many of those miles on the road, testing them.
There's more to come from Gary because he got very heavily blocked by number 16, one of the two XK SSs with John Breslow on board down at St Mary's. So that scuffed his lap. This time around, I'm sure he will improve. 24 second fastest with John Young on board. But one car with a problem is number 10. It's the pale yellow, canary yellow, if you will, the Diego Ribadeneira. I'm afraid I think we'll be limping back to the pits in that.
There's one of the SSs. There's Ribadeneira.
It's not even going to get back to the pits. He was popping and banging, and the most easily identifiable one in the whole field is now parked. There we go. Andy Wallace, fourth fastest at the moment. So super smooth. Whereas number 14, who's second fastest, Christian Glazel, came into St Mary's with an awful lot more speed. As the marshal runs down to see what they can do for Ribadeneira, who's parked at number 10. But maybe Glazel will go fastest this time. Let's see. But Gary Pearson was blocked last time. And in fact, he set 2 pink segments. That means his first and second segments are fastest of all. So Pearson will stretch his advantage just under 0.6 of a second. But Glazel, seeing on the big screens right now, number 14, the blue D-type with the white bands on its nose, second fastest and closing in.
Yeah, here comes 14. Christian Glazel. John Young down to a 1:31.114. That's a stout effort in car 24. He's within 8/10 of a second of Gary Pearson. Looks like one car we don't have is the car number 8 in the programmes, which is Kriton Lendudis, who brought a Rothmans Porsche here to the Group C car here to the members meeting in March.
Also missing number 4, John Bailey's regular D-type. That's not around, not to my eye anyhow.
Yes, that's been withdrawn from my latest 10th of September entry list. So that was scheduled not to appear. Yellow flags waving, that's just to cover the situation with the yellow car, I think, isn't it, which is pulled up at the side of the track. Pearson into the 30s, 1:32.92. He's going to, I'm sure, pop through that 1:30 barrier. 24 there is John Young. This car without the pointy tail, just with the smooth head fairing.
John Young still even has time to wave to his pit crew as he passes, but he needs to find nearly a second to depose Gary Pearson in number 17. But 24, John Young, he has been around this circuit many times indeed. Is this as fast as the car can go? Let's see. 1:31.1 he's done. He needs to get into the 1:30.2s to depose Pearson.
Glazel's just done the best sector 3 of anybody, and a PB in sector 1. That contributes to a 1:31.275. He's just 5th of a second behind John Young now, and within a second of our man on pole. There's Andy Wallace, AWOL. TWR silk cut Jaguar days with the big 7-litre V12 powered car. Number 11, which is Derek Bell, up into 4th place with an excellent 1:33.064. A lot of these cars aren't raced very often, so they may not be absolutely au point in terms of setup.
Derek, you just talked about him getting a very good flow indeed through St Mary's. He's 4th, as you said, going faster and faster. Looking on screen at number 12, which is Harry Wyndham. That's Valentine Lindsay's D-type. And that's good. You'll be seeing that at Spa, I think, next weekend, Marcus, with young
Sure
Alessandro Latifi at the wheel. 18 years old, already does international sports cars, and now he's having a go at historic racing. But right now it's Harry Wyndham who's getting quite a lot of mileage in this D-type.
I did offer to share, but it was trumped, I'm afraid.
Next year, Marcus, next year. Always believe in it.
I don't think my budget's going to be any better next year. But there's another one with an unusual colour scheme, the 49 car. And that is the car, well, it's down as Kong on the list here, down as Clive Joy on my list. But I'm sure the timekeepers have a later version of it. I can't hazard a guess as to what Mr. Kong's first name is.
Title?
King, maybe?
Yes, well, let's go with that. So Derek Bell improved his time that time around, but he needs to find another couple of seconds to get in the real sharp stuff. But number 11 going very well with Derek Bell with that famous helmet of his. That I like it when you can always judge a driver by, recognise a driver by his helmet. A modern curse is you cannot, with very many at all. Derek's had that helmet pretty much since he was a Ferrari driver in the 60s.
These cars, Works car and then Ecurie Cos cars winners at Le Mans. Mike Hawthorne, Ivor Bueb, Linian Sanderson, Ron Flockhart, the drivers across the years.
Well, Derek Bell's still improving. He's done two green sectors on this lap, but he has a deficit of almost 1.5 seconds back to that battle for second place on the grid. So Derek Bell in number 11, still in fourth place. Look out for Gregor Fiskin in number 27. That's Simon Kidston's D-type, the sort of bluey grey one. He's fifth fastest, but he's also on the hustle at the moment. Very spectacular indeed. Can Derek improve? I'm sure he can on this lap, but by how much? He's just crossing the start-finish line by a small amount. He's found another few tenths of a second, which is all going the right way for Derek, but he needs a big leap to move above fourth overall.
I think it's fantastic to see these masters of their craft, who are not as young as they once were, shall we say, out there just showing the talents that allowed them to shine in this type of car with this much power and this little grip have never deserted them. 27 is Gregor Fiskin. A pale blue machine with a Spanish flag on the side.
Yeah, Gregor Fiskin certainly really not afraid to get in that number 27 D-type very, very sideways if he needs to. Just gone very tidily through St Mary's, unlike last time where he was a bit more arms and elbows. So maybe this will lead to a quicker lap. Let's see his opening part of the lap. Has been another improvement, so both he and Derek Bell are edging their way up the timesheets, but not up the positions. They're staying fourth and fifth at the moment, with Fiskin, the Scottish driver, in fifth place.
It's great, isn't it? It's watching him hop over the curb just on the inside, just very, very daintily through Lavant. There's virtually no weight on those inside wheels as he just came through. Very elegant driving style. Pearson's in the pits, secure on his 130.292. He's not a long way clear of the rest by any stretch of the imagination, and Fiskin is in fourth place, 32.178. It's half a second-ish ahead of Derek Bell in number 11. Pearson in 17, Young in 24, 14 is Glacial, 27 Fiskin, 11 Bell, 6 Andy Wallace. There is Gary Pearson, winningest car driver in the history of the revival. One competitor has that's Wayne Gardner from the motorcycle world.
Well, Pearson emerging from the pits. There has been a change of position because Derek Bell has been pushed back to fifth. Gregor Fiskin has trumped him by half a second. So number 27 up into fourth place, the provisional pole sitter Gary Pearson back on the track in number 17, sitting on an advantage of 0.8 of a second. And there seems to be no response at the moment from John Young in number 24. He just got blocked by Nick Mason last time around, and that
Andy Wallace having a good push. Bruce, number 6, Andy Wallace, personal best in the first sector, as has done Christian Gleisel. And Harry Wyndham too, rising to the occasion. He's currently in 7th place, needing to find a couple of seconds to move up.
Well, Wallace would advance by, if he improves by the blink of, 2 blinks of the eye. He's fractions of a tenth of a second behind Derek Bell, so 6 still behind 11 in that battle for 5th place. Looking on the screens, Christian Gleisel, he's been pressing hard, and he's 3rd fastest at the moment. He could easily, if he finds a 5th of a second, go up into 2nd.
Fiskin in. Fiskin in the pits.
I think we might have a transponder problem for Christian Gleisel. He's crossed the start-finish line, but he's still only credited with one of the sectors from the previous lap.
I think it's more of a timing problem, because there's only one car in sector 2.
Yes, you're right.
So I can tell you is that the clock has clicked down to 4 minutes to go. 4 minutes to go then in qualifying for this Lavant Cup. All Jaguar D-types this year, and derivatives, of course. Only the 5th running of the Lavant Cup race, not been on the card since 2009.
Nick Mason on screen at the moment, one of the many cars from his glorious 10/10th collection, number 5. Jaguar D-Type, of course. Nick Mason, the drummer for Pink Floyd for forever. I mean, when they started the band, they'd had no idea they'd stretch probably even into the 80s, let alone till now. But that just shows the change in the market, and it's certainly afforded Nick some fabulous racing machinery. And thank goodness he's one of the best owners in the world for getting them out onto the circuits.
Very much so. 15th place there, Mason. The other Pearson on your list is number 3. That is John Pearson, brother of, and he is running down in 11th place. I mean, just done a best of 1:37.447. Wyndham still in the mid 34s with the number 12 car. Now down on row 4. Ben Eastick, a good improvement, 1:35.382. He's now 10th in car number 9. 17 Gary Pearson, 24 John Young, 14 Christian Gleisel, 27 Gregor Fiskin, 11 Derek Bell, 6 Andy Wallace, 12 Harry Wyndham, 7 Fabian Sarai, 1 Lucas Hooney, 9 Ben Eastick, and 3 John Pearson. That is your top 10. Ribadenera, number 10 car, the primrose coloured car, still parked up at the side of the track down near the kink on the 11th straight. There's AWOL going around the outside, just tacking in.
Well, Derek Bell has responded. He got pushed back down the order a bit by Gregor Fiskin. Andy Wallace is closing, and Derek's just found half a second. He's now 1.5 seconds off the ultimate pace, but back into 4th place for number 11 and Derek Bell.
One there on your track is Lucas Hooney.
Well, he's just moved up to 8th place, so he's just been improving too. So he's closing in now. John Young starting to respond in number 24, responding to the threat of Christian Gleisel behind him and Derek Bell behind him. Don't forget, John Young 2nd at the moment, 0.8 of a second down on number 17, which is still Gary Pearson. There is John Young on your screens. He set a green, a personal best in the opening sector of the lap, which ends just before St Mary's. His middle section, no improvement on anything before. He doesn't look as though he's going to improve overall, but can he move his time forward and reduce the pressure from Christian Gleisel, who's on the chase?
John Young from Roxwell Racing in Essex. Coming through to complete his lap. No, wasn't to be.
John Young hasn't improved. He's still 0.8 of a second down in second place on Gary Pearson, who's on provisional pole. Christian Glazel, number 14, you can see him on the big screens. He has set a green sector for the middle part of the lap, his personal best. He finds just over 0.1 of a second to post John Young.
He's pushing hard. You saw the way the back of the car just dug down and fired him through out of the chicane. And yes, with a best of anybody, section 3, up into second place. The gap now between Pearson and Glazel is 0.153 of a second.
And in response, John Young in 24, you got him on the screens now, beautifully picked up there. He's just done his fastest first sector. He's just gone past me at St Mary's.
Well, it's going to be his last lap, Bruce, because the flag's out.
Well, as we saw with David Metley, it's the last lap that counts in the Formula Junior. He stuck it on pole, having been about 10th the lap before. I think the lap that's fairly clear traffic-wise out the back part of the circuit. But can Glazel carry on responding? Pearson has been doing... Oh, his last lap wasn't bad, at 1 minute 31.7. His previous one was about 1 minute 35. But I think he's realised pole is not safe. 0.15 of a second, it's nothing.
Exactly. But these two guys are both terrific racers. They'll make a good show of it when the time comes.
And there's John Young crossing the finish line for the last time. Oh,
he did a 31 though, didn't he? Back into 31s.
Another 31.
Derek Bell out on the track. His first 2 sectors have not been better than before. But what a great run he's had. Derek Bell, super effort from Derek. That was a cracking final lap from Christian Glazel.
Yes, he'd been building up to where Gary Pearson did his time early on and just held on. He came in and had a pit stop, gathered his thoughts, went out. But just right at the end, we saw he too could get into the 1 minute 31s at will. So he's certainly the man to beat. But Glazel showed increasing form through that session. Marcus.
There's our classification then. The Lavant Cup Jaguar D-Type race. First, number 17, Gary Pearson. 1:30.292. Second, number 14, Christian Glazel. And in third place, number 24, John Young. Fourth, 11, Derek Bell. Fifth, 27, Gregor Fiskin. Sixth, number 6, Andy Wallace. Seventh, number 12, Harry Wyndham. Eighth, number 1, Lucas Huni. In ninth place should be Fabian Sarai in number 7. 10th is 9, Ben Eastick. 11th is 3, John Pearson. 12th is number 49, which is actually it's Kilian Koenig. Kilian Koenig, not Kilian Kong, in car 49. 2 is in 30th place, Daniel Goes. Then 0, Chris Keith Lucas. 18, Barry Wood. And 5, Nick Mason. Well, that was a cracking session for the Lavant Cup, celebrating 60 years of the Jaguar D-Type this season. And there is Christian Glazel dancing the number 14 car through St Mary's. Stick coming up upon Chris Keith Lucas, dives between them. There's the maestro Gary Pearson working at the wheel of the number 17. So you can see that's the Chris Keith Lucas car. CKL Developments down in Battle in East Sussex, top Jaguar preparers, and there unfortunately is Diego Ribadeneira pulling up at the side of the Lavant Straight. He's trying to make some hand signals at the marshal. 27 is Gregor Fiskin with that stall tyre on the front, modern Grand Prix racer. Andy Wallace, former Le Mans winner, down in the pit lane with the number 6, the Trader car. And through comes our man on pole, number 17. It is Gary Pearson. Well, let's hear from our commercial partners. Remember to catch up with everything that's happening here at Goodwood on Facebook, on Twitter, YouTube. Follow us on goodwood.com/revival. Like the page and get stuck in. Absolutely super conditions here today. Everyone enjoying themselves. Goodwood Revival, beautiful warm day at Goodwood Revival, watching the cars go by. This is Osblond, UK. Lunch break at Goodwood Revival. Yeah, that looks busy. That looks absolutely splendid. That's from Matteo Petrani. Bats in the tunnels. Look at that. Oh. Vintage fair. Jaguar Heaven. Goodwood Revival Jaguar Car Club from Simon Buck. Lots of mark activity in the car parks and in the Pre-66 parking place. Goodwood Race Weekend. The atmosphere today is already amazing. Guido van der Garde, the ex-Formula 1 racer. He's racing in the Cobra over the weekend. Drove it at Zandvoort last month. Former Caterham F1 driver, now Sauber F1 test driver. So, what's happening next at the Revival Friday? Well, it's the Whitsun Trophy. Big banger sports cars of the mid-60s. This is the really quick cars coming out to qualify. Full water trophy at 3, Canberra and Hunter air display at 3:30, Jaguar D-Type high-speed demonstration, all those Jags and more at 3:40. Richmond Trophy, 355 50s Grand Prix cars, St Mary's Trophy Part 2, and then we'll go on into the last of our practice sessions, the Glover Trophy and the Freddie March Memorial Trophy. Don't forget, at 6:15 this evening, we're going to be into our first race of the weekend. 1 hour long double driver race for 50 sports cars. It's the Sussex Trophy. It runs from 6:15 until 7:15. Now, this is where any potential assault on the lap record is going to come from. Because the lap record can only be set within a race, not in qualifying, but the target they're aiming for in the back of their minds, some in the forefront of their minds, will be Andrew Smith's 118.9, and that was set here in the Lola T70. Got some fabulous cars in the field. Number 20 in the foreground there, we just saw, was the unique Maserati V8 powered Cooper T61. That's Michael O'Shea, the car that Roy Salvadori drove for High Efficiency Motors back in the 60s. Behind is 91, that's John Bladen, McLaren M1A, and then the white and purple McLaren is Andrew Beaumont. Thundering through, first car through, there's the number 10. David Hart, Dutchman, with the Lola C70 Spider, which he shared with Nicky Pastorelli back at Zandvoort a couple of weeks ago. Cambridge Cigarettes T70 Spider in the middle there. It's the car of Marshall Bailey. Car number 14. One of the really quick McLarens. That is Chris Goodwin, McLaren test driver these days, and a development driver for the road cars.
Well, I tell you what, I just want to cut in, Marcus, if I could. Number 10 with David Hart. He wins the save of the day coming into St Mary's. A super big twitch for his blue Lola T70 Spider. So watch out, if you will, for David Hart. In fact, he's probably going to calm down now. That was a big moment.
He's on it straight away. That's quite normal. This is Chris Goodwin then, Formula Ford champion back in the 90s. This car, an ex-works M1 car that raced in the first Can-Am Championship. It's an interesting neck of ducks cut in that right front wing. Car that Rich McLaren and Chris Amon drove. And And he's quickest so far at 1:22.538. It should surprise you not. He knows the place very well. And they've got Del Tagiro off. Just short, it does. Stops just short of the conveyor belting. The number 19 car. And that is Till Bettelsheimer. New to this car. Already in the kitty litter, number 9. And that's Richard Mines' GT40 prototype. Where on the circuit that is, but no, doesn't want to come out of there in a hurry, is it? Just talking about Till Bettelsheimer in that 19th Tagiro, brother of Laura Bettelsheimer, the equestrian gold medalist at the last Olympics in London. Marshall's running to the car of Richard Mines, but I don't think one Marshall against a ton of Ford GT40, particularly a ton of GT40 buried in the gravel. It's going to be very effective, fortunately.
So Chris Goodwin leading the way, 1 minute 22.5 seconds. He's 2.5 seconds clear in the number 5 McLaren M1B from 32, which is Andrew Smith in Tony O'Reilly's Lola T70 Spider. So Goodwin on it from the outset.
Gets Andrew Smith then in 32, the lap record holder. Trudging off, and the red flag doesn't surprise me. So it's number 5 Chris Goodwin, 32 Andrew Smith, 10 David Hart. Number 1 is Jay Estra, who had that fantastic race here with Gary Pearson a few years back. And he is in 4th place so far. He's driving the Chinook Chevrolet Mark II, a real dragster of a car made by the expatriate Hungarian Fair brothers in Canada. This is where Jay Estra is from. And 5th place, number 7, is Paul Natfield. And in 6th place is number 8. And that's the BMC Huffaker Genie Exton Skogmo car of Piero Tonetti. Till Bettelsheimer's just got the Tagiro Buick in. That is Chris Jolly with the ex-Skip Hudson Cooper Monaco with the Chevrolet Super Cooper. Behind him is the Lotus 30, which is Anthony Scrowan from Belgium. We've got GT40s, we've got GT40 open-topped car. 88 is Marcus Musso with the ex-Master Gregory McLaren. That's the dark blue one with the kind of lemon-coloured flashes on it. Lots of great aerial views to be had from the pit balcony down into these cars. Lotus 30 with a curious cruciform chassis, a bit like a sort of reversed Lotus Elan. 70 I saw out there, which was Pedro Macedo Silva. I haven't seen much of him since the end of last season. And just pushing these cars safely off. So not much space in the pit lane. That's Chris Goodwood just arrived.
Well, he's sitting 2.5 seconds clear, but a lot of other drivers must be fairly pent up at the moment. Their best lines of laps, sectors were coming on the lap that was stopped by the red flag.
Absolutely.
So look out for, I think, Jay Estra. He's 4th at the moment, but he had a pink segment time, fastest of all, in a lap that had to be aborted at the end, so he could well challenge Goodwin at the top.
Look at the all the gravel coming out of the front wheels on Richard Mines' GT40, as it was just towed back out of the gravel by a tractor on some massive wheels. We have 30 cars in this session. 30 is shown so far anyway. It'll continue over 10 minutes. I'm not going to get the full quota by the looks of things. Nobody, by the looks of our screens, has done more than one flying lap, so it's really in its infancy, this session. Number 1, there's 17, one of the rounds there is the Be interesting. Team Vidal Chinook as a Crosley of Professor John Monson, one of the world's leading cancer surgeons, real specialist. David Hart's early you saw there. Looks like that was James Cottingham in one of the GT40s there. Paul Natfield one side, and it's Chris Goodwin on the other. Richard Mines will be dispatched back to the pits fairly pronto. There he is in car number 9. Here it comes in, the Ford GT40 prototype. These cars have been around now for 50 years. It's absolutely amazing to think that styling remains so fresh today. Into the pits he will go.
Well, hopefully we'll be able to go back on track. There were some 13.5 minutes remaining when the session was red flagged, knocked down to 10 minutes. So hopefully we will be out very soon indeed for the rolling thunder that is the Whitson Trophy. It's still just the race that puts the most power through your sternum, I think.
There are 4 Mega Weber 48 IDA carburetors on top of the V8 engine in the Lotus 30. That's the car of Anthony Scrown from Belgium. Similar carb set up on the Huffaker Genie. Not very much to that chassis, is there? Cross fingers from Piero Tonetti.
Great shots down into the cockpit there. If you're looking at the big screens, you just see sort of how rudimentary, but they had all they needed. That very large engine.
Lots of messages in Italian.
Dai, they're fast.
Tonetti will enjoy this again. There's Marshall Bailey in from Dubai to drive this beautifully liveried Cambridge CX. That was the subject of the car that was raced in New Zealand in its early days. John Monson just being pushed off. He's got a big carburetor back that one single Ollie. Now the tyres will have gone cold in that little lull. It's about finding space if you're going to get a quick time. The other Chinook is number 2, the silver and red one. That's Ray Boissonneau. 21 then. Tajiro Ford. That's John Clark driving Tom McWhirter's Tajiro. The Attila. The front of that pair, the turquoise car, the Attila, designed by Valder Bryan. Pierpoint Enterprise, that driven these days by Richard Evans. Not Richard Evans we see driving historic Formula 2 cars, but Richard Evans who has raced Marcos's and Jaguar E-types and things. Chris Jolly and Jay Estra. Jay Estra barrels up the inside of Chris Jolly's Super Cooper. Prepared round the corner from Bruce Jones up Shaftesbury Way. And Estra with that drag racer's engine in the Chinook, hurtling past Marcus Musa. Marcus Musa, who started racing back in the 60s. Monegasque. But born in Liverpool. Who in recent years has raced Formula 5000 McRae's very successfully, particularly down in New Zealand, where the biggest number of Formula 5000 cars are, biggest congregation. Estra, once he gets through Lavant corner past the Lotus 30 of Anthony Scrowan, will be thundering along. Here he comes on your big screens. Interesting, those spoilers on the front of the car.
This will be the moment of truth. How fast can these guys go on their first proper flying lap since the restart? Chris Goodwin sitting on an advantage of 2.5 seconds before the restart. He's improving his lap time. Zanetti goes into second place, just under a second down on him. The quick times are coming in 70 into third place. Pedro Mercedes Silva. And he has been pushed back Estra into second, as you thought would be happening. Marcus closing right in on Goodwin. Goodwin has got to respond in number 5.
3 tenths. Now, Estra has more downforce than Goodwin, and I would think that Estra has more power than Goodwin as well. It's a question of whether he can harness the two components of his car's speed. Going past Marshall Bailey down there, who waves to his right.
Well, Andrew Smith has got the strange feeling of... I was going to say he was 8th. I think one of his cars the car he's entering was 4th, but he's just gone top. Andrew Smith, 121.291 in car number 32, which is the dark blue Lola T70 Spider. He's 1.2 seconds clear of Goodwin.
Yeah, that car, the 32 car, is the car that David Hobbs drove here back in period. Entered by a chap from Long Melford in Suffolk. Beautiful, that Spider. Not the car which he set the lap record.
Well, Smith had to really work his way through traffic there. He set a green first sector. I think he'll struggle to set a green second one, but behind him, Goodwin has gone even faster, and Smith has responded there. Tonetti goes into second place. Mercedes Silva into third. Goodwin down to 4th, but Goodwin has 2 pink sectors. Smith will improve this lap, but I think Goodwin will go top again in number 5. Yeah. There he is on the screen.
He's not going to get blocked in the chicane either. He comes up, gobbles up the Lotus 30 of Anthony Scrowan, and he goes second. He goes second at 121.678. He's pretty much 4 tenths of a second down at the moment on the number 32 car.
And now the new fastest first sector set by number 8. That's Pier Enrico Tonetti in the white and blue Huffaker Genie, and he is 4th overall at the moment, but it looks as though he's going faster. No, he's now up to 3rd overall, but it's Smith, Goodwin, Tonetti and number 70, Mercedes Silva. They're the top 4, covered by just 1 second.
Tonetti was impressive in this car last year, but it was driven by Simon Hadfield the previous year, and you can see the little vapour from the carburetors on top of the Chevrolet engine. Unusual in that it's a left hooker. Doesn't stint on the throttle, Pier Enrico Tonetti. There goes Smith through again. And Tonetti goes quickest to 120.643. Who's going to be first into the 19s? Still have 3 3/4 minutes to go.
And moments later, number 70 with Mercedes Silva on board went into second place. So Smith down to 3rd, Goodwin back to 4th. So things are changing very, very fast indeed at the top of the timesheet.
Yeah, the Portuguese driver Mercedes Silva barely blipped my radar prior to brief appearance towards the end of last season. Company ahead of some of the aces. Andrew Smith 3rd, lap record holder. Chris Goodwin is in 4th place. The number 70 car is pushing hard.
And getting blocked by the number 2, Ray Boissonneau, Chinook down at Lavant.
That is Mercedes Silva. You can't get 3 abreast into Lavant, as he found. It was an idea that crossed his mind, but soon realised that it was a cul-de-sac in the middle of that. Mercedes Silva put in his best first sector. Looks like he means it, doesn't he?
Yeah, I mean there is no quarter with him at all. He's stuck up behind number 4 there, which is Diego Ferrao in a Ford GT40, but he'll blast past. This lap has been scuppered for him. He's second fastest overall. Yeah, he was 3 seconds off his best pace, but now he's got clear lap ahead of him, clear track. So let's watch out for number 70. One of the 2 Mercedes Silvers in the race. He's in number 70, Pedro is, and his brother Rui is in 194 Ford GT40. He's way further down the timesheet.
Now, you came up with the number 4 as being Diego Ferrao. Is that a change of driver?
No, I'm looking at the original programme. Sorry, let's look against the screen. It's Henderson, it says there. So, okay.
Diego Ferrao did tell me that he was coming here to drive a GT40, interestingly.
Yeah, on the timing screens it says Henderson. I think we'd go with that, actually.
Yep.
Just under 2 minutes remaining, and now Andrew Smith on top by half a second. Good lap there. 1 minute 20.156. Your dream of a 119 getting closer, Marcus.
Well, yeah. It's going to have to be 18s when it comes to the race if that record's going to fall. Pedro Mercedes Silva. Oh, and that is.
That's 111. That's Steve Soper's GT40. Big flames from there. But getting going again, so couldn't see where that was.
111. Okay. Not actually on my start list.
Yeah, and there's Joaquin Falk Russignol as 12. Have you got him? He's on the track as well, and another GT40, a black one, whereas Soper's 111 it is clearly white with the blue and red stripe on the bottom of the doors.
Joaquin Falk is in kind of 12, as you say. Famous car that
well, I'm afraid it had to happen. It was getting more and more leery, but Pier Enrico Tonetti has got it wrong, and the Hoofer Gagini took to the grass on the exit of St Mary's. The yellow flag is waved, it's now put away, so he's collected again. But lap after lap, he was getting closer to the grass this time. Off he sailed in number 8, but has rejoined. Still second fastest. Andrew Smith leading by just under half a second. 23 seconds until the checkered flag comes out. Some people will get this lap and the next, but others, it's their last lap. Chris Goodwin, who set the pace early on in number 5, there he is on the big screens in 4th place, but he's looking for his best lap this time around. He's just out of St Mary's.
And it's now or never, because it's 10 seconds to go.
This is his last one. At the moment, Goodwin is 1.5 seconds down on the ultimate pace set by the dark blue Lola T70 of Andrew Smith. His time at 1 minute 20.1. Goodwin's at 1 minute 21.6.
Personal best first section, second sector fastest of everybody.
And he seems to have
Goodwin.
Doesn't look as though he's going to trip over traffic either.
No, he's not.
Through the chicane, he just got the blast to the line, so this is the moment for Chris Goodwin. Set the very early pace, we had the red flag, he was sitting on the top by 2.5 seconds, the rest came back at him. He's
Goodwin
responded.
19.211. Absolutely fabulous. That'll do the trick. There was a yelp of disbelief from somewhere down below the commentary box, and he's popped it in very timely fashion because Andrew Smith had run out of time.
Yeah, but a much slower lap. Good improvement up to 6th place for Laurie Bennett in the dark blue M1B McLaren, number 17 up to 6th place.
Top guy Laurie Bennett, all the way from Melbourne, Australia, in the timber business. Based on Formula Ford back in the 70s.
Just looking for any late improvements. I think we've sort of had them from the top guys. So it looks like Andrew Smith will end up in 2nd place, just a second down there. Completing his session is Tonetti, who had the moment at St Mary's a lap or 2 ago. This won't be an improvement for him. He will stay in 3rd position in number 8.
Don't think we've seen everything of Jay Estra yet. He got 22.8, but he knows he can go faster. So he's about 3 tenths away from the lap record, Chris Goodwin. That was a beautifully judged run right at the very end. So there's our Whitsun Trophy qualifying times. First then, with that electric last lap, number 5, Chris Goodwin with McLaren Chevrolet M1B. Second place, number 32, Andrew Smith, Lola T70 Spider. Third, number 8, Pier Enrico Tonetti with the Huffaker Genie. Fourth, number 70, Pedro Macedo Silva, Lola T70 Spider. Fifth, number 1, Jay Estra with the Chinook Mark II. Sixth, the great sixth from 17, Laurie Bennett with the McLaren M1B. Seventh, number 7, Paul Natfield with the Lola T70 Spider. Similar car is 8th, that's number 10 of David Hart, the Dutchman. In 9th place, James Cottingham in the GT40. 10th, Steve Soper, who spun towards the end of the session in the 111 GT40. 11th, number 3 in the GT40, John Hugenholtz. Then number 12, a similar car of Joaquin Falk-Roussignol. Number 12. 13th place, Chris Jolly with the Cooper 61, number 16. Then Marcus Musa in 88, the McLaren. Marshall Bailey in 14, the T70. And number 29, Keith Arlers with the Ford-powered Cooper Monaco King Cobra. Well, spectators just regrouping prior to that session. The Whitsun Trophy, and the cars come out. The big banger sports prototypes of a type raced prior to 1966. These are the fastest cars on the track potentially this weekend, given the weather staying the way it is. Don't be surprised if the lap record falls on Sunday. And here they come then, Lolas, McLarens, the Huffaker Genie, Ford GT40 out there. That's the Tajiro. Number 19, Till Bettelsheimer had a spin. A bit different from the Allard J2 he races. Chris Goodwin was soon into action with his X-Works McLaren, X-Priest McLaren Chris Amon car from the 1966 Can-Am series, the first of the Canadian American Challenge. The spinner there was Richard Mines with his GT40, who brought the red flags out, unfortunately, I think for the fourth time during qualifying, the fourth session, interrupted by that. That's the extravagantly mustachioed Chinook of Jay Estra, and then Andrew Smith really got going with the ex-David Hobbs Lola T70 Spider. Car that Frank Sittner had for quite a long time. There's the old Don Skogmo Huffaker Genie of Piero Tonetti, pushing on a spin for Steve Soper in ex-David Cuff's GT40, that one. And a lovely belch of flame from the exhaust. So go out once he gets going. Puff the Magic Dragon. Moves away. Here comes number 5, which is Chris Goodwin, coming up past Ray Boissonneau, trying to pass Ray Boissonneau in the Chinook. But he's made it to the end, he's on pole. Well, let's hear from our Goodwood commercial partners. We're live back at Goodwood for the next of our qualification sessions, and that's for the Ford Water Trophy, production-based sports and GT cars of a type that raced between 1960 and 1966 when the circuit closed. You won't see a wider variety of cars on track this weekend than in this one, with many marks represented. There's even a Rochdale Olympic due to be out. Oh, unfortunately, number 17 Turner of Peter Adams has crawled to a halt as the third ESO Revolta I've seen racing in the last 2 weeks, and that is Alan Collett. There were two of them at Zandvoort a couple of weeks ago, and that's the yellow one of Alan Collett. Chevy engine, Reliant there, Sabre 6, Holy TVR Grand Tourer, little Ginetta G4, Ferrari. Got an Ogle in the group. But Lotus Elites, the Rochdale Olympic goes past. There's a Triumph TR in there as well. Triumph TR4, and a couple of those in the field. Little Gilburn. That's Gilbert, the Welsh-built car. It's owned by Mike Bell. The Gilburn GT. And the guy pushing in the times is number 64, which is Andrew Smith in a Porsche 901. It's the pre-911 cars. And he's got a best sector on S1 and S2. He's just going past now, and right behind him in the tow is Nigel Winchester in his Ginetta. Smith goes quickest, 1:36.690. Now it's just the same Andrew Smith as we saw before. There are about 7 or 8 Andrew Smiths who race in historic, so it's very difficult to tell. There's Mike Bell in Gilbert, and you'll recognise the rear wings, doors, lights, all Austin A40 stock stuff. Looks like the same Andrew Smith. It's got a white helmet with yellow and black bits on it.
Well, he did well to get down the pit lane in time, having reported in at one end.
Yeah, I think the car must have been lurking for him.
It's funny looking through the field from as you run through the list of cars that are in there, but just seeing that great big silver Ferrari, the 275 GTB, you realise that's rather more expensive than probably about half the cars put together in period, wasn't it?
Yeah. Another 911, watch for that one, number 11, that'll be Bill Wickham. Bill Wickham, legendary Morgan racer, driven everything up to a Frisbee Can-Am car, centre seat Can-Am car, a long and excellent career. Little daughter Libby will be doing the Setrington Cup J40 race over the next couple of days. She's 4, making her racing debut. Number 3 is the currently runs second. It's the little pistachio-coloured Ginetta of Nigel Winchester. He raced Clubman's back in the 1970s. Nice little Morgan there, that's Murray Smith. Murray Smith in his Morgan +4. Super Sports spec cars. Quick Lotus Elites. Brian Archulus, Robin Ellis. And I saw the Keep Shirley car also out there, another elite. Number 8 is Anthony Binnington in one of the MGBs. Ross Jones on your screen, currently second in the number 16 Triumph TR4. Alpine there, just goes past underneath us. Number 1 is Holly Mason Franchitti.
Here comes Lee Mumford down at the moment, now in 14th place, but look at this, he will go... Where's he gone? He's gone up the timesheets. No, waiting for his time to come through. He's just set the pink middle sector. He goes fastest.
He does.
I'm not losing it. I thought he was quick when he came past me at St Mary. So he went from 14th to 1st. That's no small leap. Gained 7.5 seconds.
So Ginetta's first now and 6th because my Nigel Winchester has been bumped. Second place is Andrew Smith. Third is Alan Ross Jones in 16th. Fourth is Nigel Winchester up again in number 3. Yes, and then it's number 7, which is the TVR Grand Tourer. Now it's down on my list here as Clark. Now I was told that's driven by Tony Sinclair, but we'll wait and see. Sinclair's in 63, and he's driving the Rochdale Olympic, so a change round within that team.
Well, just looking at Alan Ross Jones again, he's third fastest, coming up to complete another flying lap. Will he be able to go ahead of Andrew Smith in number 64? Yes, he does. So it's 4 from 16. Lee Mumford still fastest in the Ginetta, and that man on the big screens, Alan Ross Jones, up in the Triumph TR into second place. 1.3 seconds down.
Mumford, Ross Jones, Smith, Clark, Winchester, Ellis, Robin Ellis. They've been racing for a couple of years in the 75 car. Is doing a grand job. All big lock up there for the Warwick GT. GT50 Rover engine, Ian McDonald. It's the yellow car. It's similar to the Peerless of its type. Chassis designed by Bernie Roger.
Well, we're looking at Lee Mumford, who's still fastest, 1.3 seconds clear, but Alan Ross Jones in the metallic blue number 16 Triumph TR is closing in, 1.3 seconds down. He set the fastest first sector as the Rochdale Olympic goes past photographer Simon Aaron, who's taking photographs. I'll give him a wave, as ever, from Motorsport down there, just watching the Rochdale Olympic, not pointing his camera at it though this time, as it ran through over the grass at St Mary's.
I went to the British Grand Prix in the 60s in the Rochdale Olympic. The seat was not upholstered at all, just a sort of a fiberglass moulding, probably a garden chair, I think. Ross Jones still second, Mumford on a 34.3.
Yeah, the gap's come down though, less than 7/10 of a second though for Ross Jones. Oh, there is the Rochdale Olympic.
Rochdale's bouncing along nicely.
Looks rather nice on the grass, but slightly better on the track. Here we go, number 63.
There you go, that's the number 7. Oh, that's David Clark. David Clark driving the car. So the TVR Grand Tourer Mark 2A, which Tony Sinclair was going to drive, has morphed into a Lotus Elite, and that is the famous Bob Chalman Curie Shirley Lotus Elite racer from the States. David Clark driving it. David Clark, winner of the Spa 6 Hours a few years ago with Wolfgang Friedrichs and Simon Hadfield.
Well, a lot of much quicker times. You're talking about David Clark in number 7. He's just gone up a place from 5th to 4th, but Lee Mumford's raised the bar. 1:33.8 puts him 1.25 seconds clear in number 4. He's just gone through St Mary's right to the edge of the circuit. In fact, they're all running towards the edge of the circuit. Sometimes one has a line and the others get sucked into following it, but Lee Mumford right on the ragged edge there, holding it together.
Yes, 33.8, 1.2 seconds clear of anybody else at the moment. Number 4, Lee Mumford. Second, 16, Alan Ross Jones, Triumph TR4, the dark blue car. 64 is the car on your screen, the White Lotus Elite with the Curie Shirley down the side. That is David Clark, but he's been bumped by 64 Andrew Smith in the Porsche. 5th is number 5, Alan Collett with the Isa Revolta, and 6th is number 3, which is Nigel Winchester, the early pace setter. Here he comes. Nigel Winchester, a personal best in the first sector. He's now dicing with the Porsche of Andrew Smith. Personal best in the second sector, so this is looking good.
For Andrew Smith, yeah.
Well, Andrew Smith has gone a middle sector best for him, but the Ginetta has been quicker than before on both sectors so far, and he's going to get a tow up past the pits. So Nigel Winchester, expect number 3 to jump up the order now, and it does. Nigel Winchester in number 3 up into 4th place.
And equally, Andrew Smith vaults over
Yes.
Alan Ross-Jones into 2nd place. Now it's less than a second between Lee Mumford and the number 4 Ginetta and Smith in the 64 Porsche.
This is often one of the most open races at the Revival. And you can see with all these interesting cars out there.
I mean, the Ginettas look the most dynamic. Alan Ross-Jones looks much more planted in the Triumph TR. But
yeah, they're only small engines in the Ginettas, but they're very light. Made by the Walklett brothers, initially in Suffolk, later at Whittam in Essex.
Yeah, well, both Lee Mumford in number 4 and Nigel Winchester in number 3, who were 1st and 4th respectively, looking very, very twitchy and running right towards the edge of the circuit. Number 16, Alan Ross-Jones in the Triumph TR4, much more together, but he's running 3rd fastest, so in between the two.
There. I do like a TR4.
Great looking cars, really good looking cars. I was looking to buy one and then saw that they've rather seemed to have doubled in the past 5 years, alas.
He's diving up past the Reliance Sabre 6.
Yeah, that's Simon Drabble. Sometimes shares it with his son Alex.
Yep.
Used to a bit of Formula Ford.
That's got a straight 6 Ford Zephyr or Zodiac type engine under the bonnet. Ross-Jones is pushing on, but his first sector's not yielded much because he was busy trying to find his way past another car. Brian Arculus hasn't really shown his hand yet. 71, the ex-historic Formula 2 March racer, down in 9th place, car 71. 15, Chris Ryan, and the other TR completes the top 10.
Just looking at, see, that's the Ogle on screen, but some of the cars look relatively sedate, but one that's being hustled along but to no great effect on the timing screens is a Turner driven by a Turner, Darren Turner, down in 19th place, but he's shucking that blue Turner with the black roof around with gay abandon, but it's just not really working on the clocks.
Not at the moment, no. And we've lost the Adams car. Oh, Adams Turner broke early on. 24, that's Richard Paley with his TVR early Grand Tourer.
Looks a little lopsided, or is that just me? Looking at the rear shot of the Grand Tourer, it seems to
You're
be
absolutely right.
down
it
on
does.
the left.
Yep. Sagging. Looks a little down the right hand side now.
Well, he's on. Just then he dropped onto the grass as he went through St Mary's, just to the right hand wheels. But one thing I love about this field, I always do, is that so many people walking around the circuit must have gone, I had one of those.
Well,
or probably I nearly had one of those.
My dad did have a Rochdale Olympic, which arrived from Rochdale Panels, and my late godfather built it, and they shared it for a while. We had it when I was a kid for a year or so. Ours was pale blue. I drove that little car at on the Porsche Centre circuit at Silverstone a couple of years ago, because the then owner found out that my father used to have one, said you ought to have a go, and have a go I did.
Alan Ross-Jones getting a little caught up in traffic there, which is a shame because his first sector on that lap was fastest of all. So number 16 still potentially has the pace, but he's 1 1/4 seconds down Lee Mumford's pole time. So still number 4, Pale Blue Ginetta, tops the timesheet. But you know, consistently quick times, and Ross-Jones just got caught out behind the Sidery Smith MGB, and that really ruined his lap. And now we're looking at Andrew Smith in the 64 Porsche, the silver one. He's going to see what he can do. He's in 2nd place. He has to find nearly a second, though. He set his fastest first sector time, so at least that's a start.
Yes, the middle one didn't quite work out for him. He's now pogoing through Woodcote Corner. Andrew Smith on your screens.
Time is ticking away though, as you can see if you look at this big screen, just over 1.5 minutes until the checkered flag is hung. So these drivers all have a chance for one more lap. And at the moment it's there's been a response there. Second place has improved. It's Andrew Smith, 1 minute 34.569. He's 3/4 of a second, or as near as can be, slower than Lee Mumford. So he found 2/10, but he's got to find another 3/4 of a second, as I've said, to go top in 64. That's the Grand Tourer back in the pits. The car we said was sagging. Looking at the offending article. The left rear wheel.
Just pressuring it there, just to check.
Okay, Andrew Smith is leaving it late, but on this lap he's just set a new fastest first sector of all. Looking there at a replay, is it the Ferrari lurching off and wide, and then luckily Carlos de Miguel brings it back again. That was the car I was saying was worth more when it was new than probably 5 or 6 of its competitors at any one go.
Now the ratio has widened.
Yeah.
Here comes Andrew Smith.
Well, another purple sector. Now we've had 3 drivers set purple sectors in the 3 different sections. Lee Mumford, who's fastest overall, just set it in the final section. Alan Ross Jones, who's 3rd overall, set it in the first sector of this flying lap. So look out for that metallic blue number 16, the Triumph TR4.
Andrew Smith completing his lap then with he's going to get one more out of this one.
Now the checkered flag is out. Andrew Smith timed that really well. He didn't go on to pole, but he moved to within less than 0.4 of a second of Lee Mumford. It's getting tight at the top.
Here's Ross Jones. Is the bonnet fractionally propped on that, or does it normally sit proud of the headlights?
It's probably a spanner accidentally rammed under there.
Just to give it a bit more air into the engine bay.
Well, he set that purple first sector timer, and no improvement on his second sector time. Let's see what he can do down into the chicane for what for him will be the final time. That checkered flag is already out, and there goes
good exit speed.
Adam Ross, very tidy exit line. Marcus, take it to the end.
Yeah, here he comes then. This is Alan Ross Jones in the 16, finds time to wave, and he does improve. He improves to a 134.544. So we've got 3 cars in the 135s, but the 134s, but we've got the 2 top cars still on track and have one more chance to perhaps nibble closer.
Okay, well here's Lee Mumford, Marcus, coming down to the chicane for the final time. He's behind the number 57 Porsche, but he hasn't got a green in either of his first 2 sectors.
Rut.
So that's it, he is done. So he's on pole, but will he stay there? Can Andrew Smith fight back? But he also
Mumford,
has no time.
33.830, that's a really good time from earlier in the session. But these little cars so slippery with tiny Ford engines. Great handling, always were. What's Andrew Smith going to knock in that last one? No, it wasn't quite as quick. So the margin of pole is going to be 0.381, 2/5 of a second. So here's the classification then for the Ford Water Trophy. The qualifying times: first number 4, Lee Mumford, Ginetta G4, 133.830. Second number 64, Andrew Smith, Porsche 901. Third number 16, Alan Ross Jones, Triumph TR4. Fourth number 5, Alan Collett, coming up well with the ISO Revolta GT. In 5th place, number 3, Nigel Winchester, Ginetta G4. 6th is number 71, Brian Arculus, Lotus Elite. So he did improve towards the end. 7th, number 18, which is Robbie Bernberg with the TVR Grand Tourer. And in 8th place, number 7, David Clark with his Lotus Elite. Well, the cars then coming out for that session. 1 or 2 of them didn't get very far, but you can see the mixture coming out. The Ogle, designed by Tom Caron, as I recall. Beautiful little Morgan, Barry Smith at the helm. That's Owen Jones and the guys looking in Tony Sinclair's under his bonnet. The Rochdale. Tony Sinclair, of course, the designer and builder of the Jade sports cars. There's Andrew Smith in 64. He's been jumping from car to car through the day. And problem there, one of the TVR Grand Tourers. He'll be all right on the night. Alan Ross-Jones put in a bold effort with the dark blue Triumph that was twitching in the background as Brian Arculus goes through the chicane, pursued by one of the Turners. Alan Ross-Jones did push hard, but it was going to be third, I'm afraid, for him. He couldn't quite match the Andrew Smith car, despite a best final lap. But the man on pole at the end of it was Lee Mumford, from one of two Ginetta G4s. Anxious moment for our Ferrari driver there. Out before St Mary's, that's Carlos de Miguel from Spain. And there's our pole man then, number 4. It's Lee Mumford with the Ginetta G4. Superb effort from him. Andrew Smith second, Alan Ross-Jones in third place. Ford GT40s on track. I know that Mike Bushell from BBC Breakfast was going out to do a lap in one of the GT40s at some point. Mike Bushell, who we see presenting sport on the BBC Breakfast show. So that was the Ford Water Trophy qualifying. Due an air display fairly soon, and then we're going to move into further official practice for the Richmond Trophy, the St Mary's Trophy, second part of the saloon car session, Glover Trophy Formula Ones. How's the social media been going? Twitter, Facebook, YouTube. Follow us on goodwood.com/revival. Like the page, get involved. A few of your tweets coming up. And even foxes need a drink. Goodwood Revival, says Peter Ritchie. God, he's busy. That's his third tweet of the day that we've seen. Got a talent for it. Wishing I was at Goodwood Revival this weekend. Bird's Eye View 008. At least you can see it on other media. It's all part of the service. Watching Goodwood Revival. What an amazing event. Shame I couldn't make it, but next year I'm sure, says Fraser Callum. So come on down, Fraser. You're very welcome. Lunch is served. Goodwood Revival. Yeah, that's really cool. Simon Buck. He's busy again. Practicing at the side of the track, just going for a spin. Bentley at Goodwood Revival. Will Ray. Sustainer will. Fabulous scene here. You can see how that start straight undulates just past the start grid. The Truntle Hill in the background and the tree marking the exit from the assembly paddock just to the left of your screen. Next, let's hear from our commercial partners. Back live then at the 2014 Goodwood Revival, and good to see a packed house as we have the Jaguar D-types coming out for their parade. We're going to have aircraft overhead very shortly, and we can see them at 11 o'clock. So I'd like to hand over now to Chris Stewart for our aircraft display. Chris, good afternoon.
Thanks, Marcus. There we are, the wonderful Canberra PR9 and the two Hunters of Mid-Air Squadron. And I'm joined by Mike Davis, who runs Mid-Air and is making a business case for these wonderful airplanes displaying. Mike, let's talk Canberra first. Amazing aircraft that was in service for well over 50 years. Immensely powerful and achieved amazing altitudes, didn't it?
Indeed it did, Chris. The airplane's reputedly been well past 70,000 feet, and I'm forbidden to say who actually did that, but he wouldn't be too far away from that airplane right now. The aircraft has a tremendous role in the photo reconnaissance world. Still to be replaced, I think.
Yep, designed by Petter, who also designed the Lightning. Two powerful Rolls-Royce Avon engines, quite a long way out on the wing. So am I right in saying that if one engine decides to fail on takeoff, unlike cramming the power on the other one, you actually have to cut back the power to stop it turning sharply towards the failed engine?
That's very correct. I think you need to be also looking to see what's in front of you at the time, or just 10 degrees to the left or the right, just in case. But you need an awful strong left or right foot to keep it under control. But the VMCA, or the minimum control speed in the air, is in fact relatively slow. So the airplane is controllable, but it's a handful.
It is. It's a great big wing. I mean, it's not an immensely fast airplane. We'll talk Hunter in a minute, but it's lovely to see these three aircraft together. We've seen Canberra and Hunter before, but I don't think at Goodwood we've seen Canberra and two Hunters.
No, in fact, nobody's seen the Canberra and these two Hunters together. This actually is our first. We've launched them from Kemble on a couple of occasions, but this is the first public event.
Isn't that a wonderful sight?
It is the most amazing sight.
Canberra being flown by David Piper, who you say is like a kid in clover with flying this aircraft.
David was one of the last pilots to fly that aircraft in service in Afghanistan. Basically delivered the airplane to me through the MOD in 2006 and thought he'd never see it again. And as I say, he is a child on Christmas Eve, basically.
And you got it flying again last year, but it could have flown the year before. You had a lot of paperwork to sort out.
Indeed. Yes, a lot of new rules came out, and we had a lot of explaining to do as to why we couldn't rebuild an airplane to modern specs. But with the Civil Aviation Authority being very pragmatic, we've managed now to... This is our 17th show this year, which I think is quite spectacular, frankly. To see those three together now,
isn't that wonderful?
Is very, very rewarding indeed.
And to start the Canberra engines, it used to be a cartridge starter, which was a big bang and a puff of black smoke, and I don't think those cartridges are easy to get hold. So you've converted it onto electric start.
Indeed we did. That was a very carcinogenic, toxic and very unstable way of starting an airplane.
Yeah.
The Air Force tried to do it, and I'm afraid with the Ministry of Defence budget they couldn't, and we did it for about £200, but I won't go into that.
Let's look at Hunter, a wonderful, graceful Hunter, designed by Sidney Cam. Motto, if it looks right, it is right, and that certainly applied to the Hunter, although initially not. It first flew in July 1951, flown by the great Neville Duke. All sorts of problems to begin with the early ones, when they put they had the air brakes and the flaps combined, and when the pilot put the air brakes out, the thing pitched steeply downhill, which doesn't help very, very much. And then they tried firing the cannon, and out came the cartridges and damaged the bottom of the airplane. So they had to do quite a lot of work before the Hunter actually was effective in service.
It became a weapon of war indeed. Yes, you've obviously done your homework very well, Chris. The two Hunters that we've got flying are, I think, 2 out of approximately 35 left in the world in airworthy condition. And of course, just to return to the only airworthy Canberra in the world, 134 is her. You mentioned that her big Avon engines, probably not as fast as the Hunter. I can tell you from personal experience, the Hunter will not keep up with the Canberra in level flight.
Is that
low
right?
level. No.
Wow.
The Canberra gets away from her incredibly quickly.
And the two Hunters are T7, so that's the trainer version, side-by-side seating. Is that very different to fly from the single-seat aircraft?
I've never flown the single-seater. I can't actually say, but I do know from the old denizens of 2, 3, 4 Squadron that tell me that the T7 Hunter is actually, thanks to the area rules around the rear of the cockpit, is faster than the single-seater.
Really?
Very surprising.
Wow.
Indeed. Yeah.
We've got a treat in a few minutes. The Battle of Britain Memorial Flight and our 4 aircraft based here are going to fly together, so we'll have a 7-fighter formation. The D-types are going round, so classic British engineering, Spitfires, Hurricanes, D-types, Hunters and Canberras. What more could you want? I would love to have been at Farnborough in 1958 when the black arrows combined with the blue diamonds and looped 22 Hunters in formation. I don't suppose you were there.
No, I wasn't there. In fact, I don't even want to say that our Hunter pilots were there, but
David Piper might have been.
David Piper and actually Rob Sargent, who's flying 577 for us, just coming by now. Rob's Air Force career is quite extraordinary in that he joined it shortly after leaving school, same school as me, ironically, and he's been in the Air Force ever since until early this year.
And staying in for a bit more?
No, he's out now and he's flying
out
with us, and he also is having fun because nobody's telling him what to do.
So one of the Hunters being flown by Gareth Walker, the other by Rob Sargent. Are they going off to do a bit of solo work? No, they're still in formation. Wonderful to see these aircraft.
I believe we're going to do a high-speed run by one of the Hunters, which will hopefully achieve the famous Blue Note, which is a combination of boundary layer hitting the Aiden cannon at the front and effectively making a very strange noise, which all the aficionados of the Hunter will recognise. So I'm hoping that that's what we'll get next.
It's rather like the Mustang's Blue Note, isn't it? But the Mustang is from the airflow across the gun ports.
Yeah.
The Hunter's a bit different.
It's a bit different. Apparently we can't do that with the Canberra, but I've certainly heard a very strange noise coming out of the Canberra at 500 knots.
Now at the Festival of Speed, the Hunter established a new hill record of about 21 seconds, as far as I remember.
No, I'm afraid it was 9.8 seconds.
9.8.
Yeah. But
must have been cutting the corners a little bit.
That was done tongue-in-cheek. I believe Bernie Eccleston wants a steward's inquiry because apparently we knocked a bale down on the way up. But there we go.
So some really interested spectators. We've got D-types going past. There's the lovely T7 Hunter. It's such a graceful shape. Six-cylinder Jaguar engines and 6 Avon Rolls-Royce jet engines.
Absolutely.
That's Goodwood, isn't it?
That's a lot of horsepower there.
That's a lot of horsepower. We might get a solo high-speed pass by one of the Hunters. It'd be lovely to hear the Hunter Blue Note and the D-type howl from the 6-cylinder straight-six Jaguar engine. But pretty soon we'll say goodbye to Canberra and Hunters. They'll go back to Bournemouth, but the good news is that they're back tomorrow and I believe Sunday as well.
And on Sunday as well, as a matter of fact.
Wonderful,
yes.
Mike. Well, thanks so much for arranging for the Hunter and the Canberras to come and give us this lovely display. I believe this is am I right in saying your 20th display this year?
At the end of the weekend it will in fact be the 20th, that's correct, yeah. Which is not bad in one season, first season that the Mid-Air Squadron has in fact been in action.
And then a lot of maintenance over the winter?
Quite a bit of maintenance. So the airplane's actually flown so much this summer that we've probably exceeded the RAF's utilisation of the aircraft in the last 20 years. So that's quite something.
And a possibility of some winter displays in the Mid-East. High-speed run. Hunters coming in from over Woodcote. Listen for that Blue Note. So we say high speed, Mike, but what's that, about 450 knots or so?
About that. We've got a problem with your crowd line. It's a curved display line, unfortunately, and the energy being thrown into the sky by those things. If we could do it in a straight line, it would be a lot quicker, but we can't get round the bend at the end, I'm afraid. But chaps in D-types know about that as well.
Indeed. The Canberra and the two hunters have linked up, and I guess they're now flying off to the west. But if you're here all weekend, we'll have another 2 chances to see those 3 lovely airplanes again. Mike Davis, thanks so much for joining us. That's been really informative and a treat. Many thanks.
Chris, thanks very much.
So, Merlin engines, and even with the ME109, it's still a Merlin engine, because that ME109 is Spanish built. Messerschmitt gave the Spanish Air Force some airframes during the war, and they were meant to be built up with Daimler-Benz engines, but by the time the end of the war came, they hadn't received their Daimler-Benz engines. So in the late 40s, early 50s, they fitted the Merlin engine. And the interesting thing is that the Daimler-Benz engine, a V12 like the Merlin, but upside down. So a very different propeller force line. With the Daimler-Benz engine, the propeller was much lower down, so the Spaniards had to do a lot of modification of the engine and engine cowling, and in fact the driveline with the Merlin is 8 inches or so higher than with the Daimler-Benz, which I'm told makes it actually easier to fly. There's a future pilot. I don't know if he's aiming at D-types or aircraft, but the D-types in fact are still circulating. D-types doing a demonstration. Marcus is back with us. And it's nice to see the XKSSs. But the story, Marcus, I don't know if you've told the story of the XKSS, why it emerged, but the fact is that at the end of their production run, they'd made 67 or so D-types. Jaguar couldn't sell the remaining ones. Can you believe that? At 1,500 quid a pop or whatever it was. So they converted them into these 2-seater sports cars with a windscreen and a kind of hood and a luggage rack on the back, called them XKSS, and they all sold, of course. Well, I'm not sure they did all sell, because they then had a factory fire in Browns Lane, didn't they? And maybe some of them were destroyed. But the XKSS looks like a nice, comfortable sports car. But in fact, if you try and sit in the passenger seat, there's not much room for your feet. You have to chop your legs off at the knees.
You're a bonsai passenger, really.
Yeah, bonsai passenger, exactly. The other thing I learnt, Marcus, about the D-type, which I never knew before, Norman Dewis told me, is that the wing, on the fin on the back, is not directly fore and aft. It's actually angled 5 degrees to the left.
I've heard the story before, and it's very interesting, and it's absolutely what it should have been.
I wonder if the people who make replica D-types know that. Some of them, I'm sure they do. French registered D-type, but still right-hand drive. Of course, you, I'm sure, know that the blue ones with the sergeants and corporal stripes are the ex-Écurie Écosse cars.
Écurie Écosse, which won at Le Mans in 56 and 57.
There's the Battle Britain Memorial Flights Hurricane taking off. Much wider track than the Spitfire, much easier to handle on the ground. Of course, not so fast in the air.
I was up at Tony Ditheridge's Hawker Restoration Emporium a few weeks ago and saw 3 of these, an ex-Battle of Britain plane, another one that was awaiting a rebuilt engine, and another one they were restoring, which was still about a year away. And I was amazed in real terms as to what would buy a Hurricane. It's not as much as you'd think.
Have you noticed MH434 taking off? Lee Proudfoot, I think, flying MH434. Do you notice how much work he has to do on the rudder pedals to keep it straight on takeoff? There's a terrific amount of torque from the Merlin engine and that great huge propeller trying to pull the aircraft to the left. So you have to push a lot of right rudder in to keep it straight.
Lovely shot there with the Hurricane pulling out. And you've got the V12s overhead and the straight 6s on track.
And the XK engine that powers the D-Type, really the layout of it was discussed and designed when Walter Haynes was up on the roof of the factory in Coventry watching for, well, what did they call it? Fire watching in those days, didn't they?
Well, I mean, the whole engine was debuted in '48, wasn't it? So
it was
a terrific piece of equipment.
And it was meant just to power the Mark 7s. They built the 120 as a sort of show car to demonstrate the new engine, and it was so popular that they decided they had to productionize it.
You would know, Chris, because you're a little older than I am, and also more knowledgeable in such things. Why did the Mark 7 come before the Marks 1 and 2?
Good question. Of course, the Mark 1 was never a Mark 1. It was just the Jaguar 240 and 340, and only when the Mark 2 came out did they refer it to as a Mark 1. So it was
sort of retrospectively given a kind of nickname.
It's like the DB1, which was never a DB1 until the DB2 came out. Hurricane and Spitfire. That's the old Flying Machine Company's Hurricane and MH434, the Mark 9 Spitfire. What's new to say about a Spitfire? Well,
we have a four-ship display now.
Isn't that wonderful?
Have you been down to the Freddie March Spirit of Aviation?
I have. I walked around it with Phil Whiteman, who's the editor of Pilot magazine, which is one of my Bibles. We had a good look at some of the lovely aircraft there. Do you know that in the mid-60s there were only 6 Spitfires flying in the world? And then various people, Doug Arnold, the Hayden Bailey brothers, Rob Lamplugh, Charles Church, they really led the search for Spitfires and started restoring them. And 40 were used as gate guardians outside RAF stations, and of course they were rotting in the rain. And a guy called Tim Routsis made a proposal to the Air Ministry to swap them for fiberglass replicas, which was wonderful because they took them all down, rebuilt them, and now we've got more than 40 Spitfires airworthy around the world.
And something like a dozen Hurricanes.
6 Hurricanes, I think.
I know there
and more coming online.
Yeah,
all
I know
the
there've
time.
been as many as 13 or 14.
Right.
Because Hawker Aviation, Hawker Restorations up there in Suffolk has been involved in the vast majority of them. Much more difficult to build and get running again.
There's a Goodwood connection with the Spitfire because the first flight of the Spitfire was flown by Supermarine's test pilot Mutt Summers, and he was the grandfather of one of our great bike racers and car racers here, Chas Mortimer. And a couple of years ago there was a replica of the prototype Spitfire in the Freddie March Spirit of Aviation Concours, and Chas surprised them by going up to the people in charge of it and saying, "Hey, that was my grandpa flew that."
Awesome. And the first Spitfire flight from Eastleigh, now Southampton Airport.
Yep, that's right. And Mutt Summers is reputed to have landed and said, "Leave it, it's perfect." But I think he meant leave it for this afternoon, don't change it. I don't think he meant it was perfect.
Don't change the setup.
Because there were immense number of changes to the Spitfire between the prototype and the last one. So following these 5 British and 1 American fighter plane is the ME-109 Bouchon, which is the Merlin engined version of the 109. There's a lovely example of the elliptical wing of the Spitfire, very different from the ME-109. But John Romain, who's flying the ME-109, told me this morning that actually once you get it into the air, the ME-109 is a delightful aeroplane to fly, although it's very cramped in the cockpit. But during the war, the Luftwaffe lost a lot of pilots in landing and takeoff accidents in the 109 because it's a very twitchy and tricky aeroplane on the ground. John says it's okay here at Goodwood because the runway is like a lawn and the conditions are good. But just imagine a bumpy French field, overcast sky, probably pouring with rain, a tired pilot, just a recipe for an accident. I think we should not interrupt for a moment. Let's hear the wonderful song of the Merlins. So the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight Spitfires, it's a Mark II, very early Spitfire, and the clipped wing Mark 16, which was designed primarily for ground attack, has a much greater rate of roll than the full elliptical wing ones. And so the 3 Battle of Britain Memorial Flight aircraft leading the 4 aircraft of the old Flying Machine Company. I think Alistair Kay is flying the Mustang Ferocious Frankie this afternoon. John Romain flying the ME-109. Stu Goldspink flying the Hurricane. Lee Proudfoot flying the Mark 9 Spitfire. One thing we could say, but as long as Rolls-Royce aren't listening, is that the Packard Merlin was actually better built than the Rolls-Royce ones, because Packard had much more modern machinery, could build the aircraft, but build the engine to much closer tolerances than Rolls-Royce. And so, unlike Rolls-built Merlins, where you had to take a number of conrods, for instance, and weigh them all to get a nice match set, you could pretty much guarantee that 12 conrods from a Packard would all be of exactly the same weight. Look out, Bird, you've got a Spitfire up your tail, and a Messerschmitt.
I think I'm right in saying there were some Rover Merlins, weren't there, as well, for marine use?
And tanks as well.
Yeah.
Rover, the Meteor engine, was a Merlin, I think unsupercharged, which was used in tanks.
Yeah, a friend of mine's putting one in an Alvis chassis. He wants to twin supercharge it before it goes in.
Perfect. Has it got any brakes?
Wouldn't have thought so. They only slow you down, apparently. Well, they've certainly got the cameras clicking. You talked about, I think you mentioned Patrick Lindsay somewhere down in that conversation about the aircraft with all the other guys who were into racing and aviation, etc. And Ludovic Lindsay, who's racing here this weekend, one of Patrick's 3 lads, has a son called Merlin, doesn't he?
Oh, does he?
Yeah, Merlin and Cosmo, I think the sons are called from memory.
There's the clipped wing Mark 16 Spitfire of the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. Wheels down, curved final approach to land so that the pilot can see the runway along the side of the cowling. That's flown by Group Captain Johnny Stringer in his last day flying for the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight before he goes off to do a Staff College course leading to greater things. He hopes it doesn't involve flying a desk, but I suspect it probably will. He was station commander at Coningsby, where Battle of Britain Memorial Flight is based.
It's up in Lincolnshire, isn't it?
Yeah.
Near Cadwell Park for races.
Here comes Ferocious Frankie.
It seems to hang in the air.
It does, and unlike the Spitfire and Hurricane with Mustang, you can apply the brakes pretty hard because it's pretty tail heavy. Look at the air brakes on the Hurricane. So it's a much more docile aircraft, much wider track undercarriage, which retracts inwards, unlike the Spitfire one, which retracts outwards. And you can see the radiator behind the prop unblanked by undercarriage legs, so the Hurricane is much more tolerant on the ground. Wonderful air display. Maserati's coming out to play 250Fs as the aircraft come into land. And so pretty soon we'll say goodnight to aircraft. I think there is an evening flying display tomorrow. Of course, there'll be the dawn patrol, 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Hurricane landing. But we've got Maseratis coming out. So we're changing our focus from great British engineering to wonderful Italian engineering. And I'll hand back to Marcus Parra.
Thank you very much, Chris. It's nice to hear from Chris Stewart and Mike Davis there on the aircraft display, which was absolutely wonderful. Can't get enough of them. And we've got Grand Prix cars of the 1950s, front engine cars out to play now, going into 1960, right at the back end of an era, because Formula One changed in 1961, became the 1.5 litre formula. We have a lot of those Maserati 250Fs we saw earlier in the day on display, and they are going to be somewhere pretty close to the front. But I know we were supposed to have, let's hope we do, a trio of Scarab Offenhausers. Now, 2 of these cars raced in period, and one was the team spare that languished, I think, on the roof at one point at Donington Museum.
Well, the Richmond Trophy cars out,
built by Julian
by
Bronson.
UBS, out on the circuit. Fabulous. It's going to be a 25-minute race on a Sunday for 2.5 litre front-engine Grand Prix cars that race between 1954 and 1960. So if you like your Aston Martins, BRMs, Connaughts, Ferraris, Ferguson 4-wheel drives, Keith's BRMs, Maserati, Tech-Mex, Lotuses, and a trio of Scarabs. They're all here out on the circuit, and driving number 30 Scarab, picked up beautifully there by the director, is Julian Bronson, who has 2 purple sectors to his name. He won't be the first to set a flying lap. He should be the maybe he will actually, but he'll certainly be setting the fastest time. What will Big Julian manage? A 1 minute 26.7 seconds, already 2 seconds clear of Roger Wills in his Lotus Climax number 16, and into 3rd place after their first flying laps goes Marshall Bailey in another Lotus 16. Very nimble little cars, but Julian Bronson's taken that big Scarab and really made it work.
Yeah, very much so. He comes here off the back of a double victory at Zandvoort 2 weeks ago at the 3rd historic Grand Prix meeting.
Bronson in the Scarab already 2 seconds, 2.2 seconds really. Another Scarab has gone into, let me see, into 3rd place, now 4th place, because Simon Hadfield's moved the Aston Martin, one of the 2 DBR4 Aston Martins, entered by Wolfgang Friedrichs, this one, number 2, up into 3rd place. But Julian Bronson, 1 minute 26.7, that is a very tidy first flying lap.
Well, here comes Julian Bronson then with that 126.742. That's precious close to 100 miles an hour average. Roger Wills, the second, in the number 16. Lotus 16 is on your screens.
1958. You know, this is the car that really put Lotus on the map, and they built from there. Roger Wills always goes well in whatever he drives, and the very talented Kiwi with that fabulous stable of cars going down to complete another lap. He's 2nd fastest at the moment. His middle sector hasn't been great, but his opening sector has been an improvement. But don't forget the gap between he and Julian Bronson, who's just follows his 126.7 with a 1 minute 27.4. He goes slower. Roger Wills goes slower. Simon Hadfield will be completing his 2nd flying lap shortly, but he stays in 3rd place ahead of number 26, Patrick Orozco, in one of the 3 Scarabs.
Well, there we go. There's our 26 Orozco, one of the 2 Orozco Scarabs.
Fourth fastest at the moment, shown as number 28 in your race card, but in fact his Scarab is number 26. You can see him having a bit of a twitch there as he went to put the power down.
Well, 30 Julian Bronson then on the pole so far, 16 Roger Wills 2nd, 2 Simon Hadfield in 3rd place, 26 Patrick Orozco is next up, 32 Marshall Bailey, and 19 Klaus Werner having a battle, Max Werner I think it is, having a battle for 6th place at the moment. Behind them, number 20 is Tony Wood in the Tech-Mech, and 21 is Eddie Maguire, the Irish architect, in his Lotus 16. So plenty of action there. Tony Wood in 20, and his father-in-law Eddie Maguire in 21. Having a battle. Joaquin Falk in his Maserati 250F, number 15. He's in 9th place. And then number 7 is Stewart Rolt in the 4-wheel drive Ferguson. 23 is Mark Hales. He drives the Maserati 250F from Nick Mason's 10/10ths stable. And then 17 is one of the Rettenmeier brothers. It's Joseph Otto Rettenmeier, an ex-Fangio 250F. 27 is the Portuguese Jose Albuquerque with his 250F. 1 Mark Valkens, the Belgian, with his Aston Martin. And number 50 is Andy Newell in Sir Anthony Bamford's Lancia Ferrari D50A. 11 is the car was shown as Pearson now. So does that mean we've got is that Gary Pearson driving the car of Fierro, the Spanish driver? May well be number 11. 12 is Stefan Rettenmeier and his 250F. 24 is from Trouillard, the Frenchman from the Champagne region of Reims, with his Lotus 16. And then number 9 is Nigel Batchelor. Nigel Batchelor driving the monster Kieft Climax with the Coventry Godiva V8 engine. Then we have all the way from Virginia in the USA, number 18 is Graham Edelman with his 250F. 56 is Wolf-Dieter Baumann with the 250F. Number 4 is another German, Helmut Gassmann, with his Connaught. And 14, having just popped in, it says 3 laps, but no times showing up. That is Simon Diffie in the Cameron Miller 250F. Cameron Miller, the Scottish engineer, made something like a dozen of those cars. Absolute perfect replicas, some using a lot of original parts, some using fewer original parts but made to the same pattern. I did notice earlier in the session that Simon Diffie was pointing at something as he went up towards Madgwick, so maybe he knew there was an issue with the car, but he doesn't seem to be clicking the timing at the moment, if indeed he is coming round. Bronson on a 1:26.742, Wills a 28.935, Wood in number 20, which is Tony Wood in the Tech-Mec Maserati. He is in 3rd place in a 1:30.752. Julian Bronson, multiple winner at the Grand Prix Historique at Monaco, driving a pair of ERAs victory down there, R14B and R4D over the years. So he locks up on the inside, and that was, I think, the Kieft, just ahead of Tony Wood. Marshall Bailey, 4th place so far in the Innis Ireland Lotus 16. This is the car that Duncan Dayton raced for many a year, had a lot of success in, including some victories at Monaco. 22, by the way, is Alan Miles in the Alan Miles Jerry Hann Cameron Miller 250F. Great effort from the Miles and Hann combo to be here this weekend at all. The car was quite badly damaged at the Nürburgring in the middle of last month. Roger Wills coming into the pits in number 16. He is 2nd quickest. 7, Stewart Rolt putting in some good times. Trouillard in 24. I've seen a Lotus 16 before. He's various Lotuses, including a Lotus 11 and a Lotus 24. He moved up well to a 36.637. Up into 3rd place has come Stewart Rolt with the 4-wheel drive Ferguson. We said he was going well, the car in which Sterling Moss won the Alton Park Gold Cup. Also won the British Hill Climb Championship, that car, in the hands of Peter Westbury. He won twice running, Peter Westbury, with that car and the Felday, a sort of bespoke hill climber in the early part of the 60s, following on from the likes of David Good, the amazing one-armed David Good with his Cooper V-twin, and Arthur Owen, the Jerseyman, with a Cooper. 61, 62, 63 and 64 were the years in which Peter Westbury won the British Hill Climb Championship. Been running continuously that championship since 1947. Julian Bronson leads the way. Second place now is Tony Wood in the Tech Mech. He's the man on the screen. This is the ultimate evocation of the 250F theme. It's a tube frame chassis. It's all disc brake rather than drum brakes. It's an interestingly packaged car. A massive anti-roll bar under the front end these days. And Tony Wood drives it very well. Such great battles with Tony Smith in the Ferrari, which Phil Hill won the 1960 Italian Grand Prix at Monza, the last front-engined car to win a World Championship Grand Prix. Tech Mech, they did one Grand Prix, did the 59 US Grand Prix at Sebring in the hands of the Brazilian Fritz Doré. Didn't last very long, as I recall. But Tony Wood pushing on well. He got 3 personal bests. He's down to 1.4 seconds away from Julian Bronson. There is the number 7 Ferguson. It is Stewart Rolt, sometime rally man, and hooking up really well coming out of Lavant Corner. Stewart Rolt, 4th quickest, because Roger Wills back on the senior number in 3rd place. He's currently in the pits. Bronson and Wills, 30 and 16, currently in the pits, as are 2 Simon Hadfield, who's 6th quickest, and number 26, which is the Patrick Orozco car, which is 28 on my sheet. So Stewart Rolt pushing on. No, it wasn't to be. Stout effort, 130.7. Bronson then quickest, 126.316. Tony Wood 127.780. Roger Wills 128.935, and Stewart Rolt 129.848. The 4th driver under 1 minute and 30 seconds. Simon Diffie's, whatever the problem was, the transponder now working again. He's up into 19th place in car number 14, which is one of the Cameron Miller 250Fs. And Alan Miles in 22, the other. See who's been improving. Number 19 has just made an improvement, but he's pulling off, and that's the 250F V12 of Max Werner. That's Simon Diffie with his hand in the air, which all looks quite ominous. Out there improving. That's Max Werner. Simon Diffie staying well out of the way. And that is 22. That's Alan Miles into the pits with the Cameron Miller 250F. Both of the Cameron Miller cars now in. There it is. And that's his lad Lee looking into the cockpit. He's not happy about something, and not looking very happy is the Hocking Fox 250F that's billowing a smoke trail behind it. Is Hocking going to limp back to the pits, or is he just going to pull off? I think he's going to pull off. Too valuable a piece of equipment to risk. If there's the slightest doubt, again, there's loads more smoke coming out of the back of Hocking Fox number 15. proprietor by the Real Automobile Club de Catalunya. Joaquin Falk from Barcelona, former winner of the FIA historic Formula One Championship. So raced Formula Juniors and Lotus 23B and many other things over the years. We'll have a few cars here today. He's also a mad keen motorcycle racing fan. I think his son's probably racing here this weekend. Well, it's a shame that Werner had to pull off. Growl, and that is the Lancia Ferrari of Andy Newell up into 10th place. Car 132.135. So quite a competitive spread in here. The early Rettenmeier 250F is driven by Stefan Rettenmeier, and that is car number 12. That's 2504. 54 spec car. 250F's going right the way through to 58 spec within this field. Roger Wills is back out, as is Tony Wood. Julian Bronson out as well, but he's just Julian Bronson just going round to complete another lap. He's in the last sector of this lap. Tony Wood coming through. Checkered flag is given. So there's not a bit amiss with the timing, I think, because Tony Wood has completed his lap, but he's shown as not getting past sector 1. So it looks like Bronson in 30, Wood in 20, 16 Wills, 7 Rolt, 19 Werner, and 32 Bailey, the top 6. And then we've got 3 cars in the 31, 17 Josef Otto Rettenmeier, 21 Eddie McGuire, 2 Hadfield. So the classification of that session of the Richmond Trophy presented by UBS. First, number 30, Julian Bronson, the Scarab Offenhauser, a 126.316. Second, number 20, Tony Wood in the Tech Maserati. In third place, 16, Roger Wills, Lotus 16. Fourth place, number 7, Stewart Rolt. Great effort for the Ferguson Climax Project 99. Fifth, despite not finishing the session, 19, Max Werner with the Maserati 250F V12. Sixth, 32, Marshall Bailey with the Lotus Climax 16. Seventh, number 17, Josef Otto Rettenmeier, Maserati 250F. And in 8th place, Eddie McGuire with his Lotus 16. In 9th place, Simon Hadfield with the number 2 Aston Martin DBR4. In 10th place, 26, Patrick Orozco with the Scarab. In 11th place, number 50, Andrew Newell with the Lancia Ferrari D50A. 12th, number 1, Mark Valvekens with his Aston Martin DBR4. 13th, despite the smoky end to his session, 15, Joaquin Falk Roussignol with the Maserati 250F. 14th, 23, Mark Hales with the 250F. 15th, John Pearson, number 11, BRM Type 25. And in 16th place, number 22, Alan Miles with his Maserati 250F. Here's a GT40. That's the unmistakable face of Mike Bushell from BBC Breakfast. He's one of the sporting presenters on that programme, and he's strapped into a Ford GT40 for an unmissable lap of Goodwood. And there is Mike, and you get to try to commentate as he goes around. No wonder he's got cameras trained on himself, and out onto the track in the FMC1 Ford GT40, one of the big 7-litre GT40s. He goes out onto the track behind the Jaguar XK. He's busily trying to trigger his camera. They grew and got bigger faster, the GT40s, but none were as pretty as the early ones. So Mike Bushell certainly enjoying himself. He's turning the camera around. Another look at what's going on in there. It's coming down towards the kink before St Mary's corner. A little brush of the brakes from his chauffeur, and through this very tricky and spectacular part of the circuit. Marshall's at the side of the track. It's down there where Max Werner's V12 250F was parked in a position of safety. It started to misbehave. Coming down through Lavant corner now at GT40. Out onto the Lavant straight. It's deceptive because it has a nice flat out kink in the middle of it, but it is flat out in pretty much everything, and it certainly is a great test when you're on track here. V8 engine in the tail, transaxle gearbox behind that, and coming down now through a deceptive part of the circuit where it appears to narrow quite significantly. Keep your foot buried through the middle of it, aim for the second apex of Woodcote Corner, past the Super Shell building, up into the chicane. Quite claustrophobic in a GT40 on a hot summer's afternoon, even a kind of early autumn afternoon. That's BBC's Mike Bushell then into the assembly area. Mustang and the MGA are still out there on track. Marshall's just sweeping up some bits and bobs, or maybe just laying a little bit of dust on some spillage in the middle of the circuit. It might a little bit of oil or other fluid. While they're just doing that, let's hear from our Goodwood commercial partners, without whom we couldn't have this fabulous revival meeting. Well, here we are then, ladies and gentlemen. Look at your big screens. Here's our timetable for the remainder of the afternoon. Next on track, second half of our St Mary's Trophy qualification session. This is the owners of the cars going out in them. At 5:05, the Glover Trophy qualification session for the 1.5 litre Formula 1 cars of the early 60s. Freddie March Memorial Trophy sports cars qualifying at 5:35. Sussex Trophy race still scheduled to start at 6:15, and the track closes at approximately 7:45. Now that race running for an hour with a double driver format. Once you've finished in the campus, go over the road, see all the activities over there. There's lots of places to eat and drink and be merry. And that runs until 10:30 p.m. 10:30 p.m. for over the road later on. Lots of traders over there as well. And a reminder that the gates open tomorrow morning at 7:30. Gates open at 7:30, and we then have all kinds of activities for our first race of the day at 10 o'clock. Social media has been vibrant this weekend, and you can be part of it. #Goodwood Revival. Share your comments with Twitter, Facebook, YouTube. Follow us on goodwood.com/revival. Like the page and get into the action. A few of our best tweets during the afternoon. Watching the Goodwood Revival at work with my new decal. Very nice too. Shame you're not here. Starting to think I should have gone to Goodwood this weekend. Good Revival. Andy Clues. Yes, Andy, you certainly should have done. It's always next year. Busy afternoon in the office today. Goodwood Revival. That's a humongous screen, Big Apple screen there. Gary Clark. The Gary Clark, no less. You're in cinema at home. That's good. Goodwood Revival having an amazing time. Rachel Grenier. Having a lot of fun in the aircraft displays. So you're invited to send in photos, videos and comments on Twitter and Facebook using #Goodwood Revival. Some of the best ones will be chosen to go up on the Goodwood website, which will be accessible live and later. Follow @Goodwood Revival, like the Goodwood Revival Facebook page to stay on top of all the great action from the weekend. Video highlights, exclusive video highlights, all the best bits. Some very elegant dresses on display, as ever, here at Goodwood. There's a nasty little number, the check job with the +4s. Busy round behind the grandstands there. There's an orange T-shirt I see. And need a bit of cash for your purchases on the way home. There's an ATM machine in the telephone box. There's one of the tractor drawn trailers, which will take you all round the circuit to a different vantage point. Hop on, hop off service in operation throughout the weekend. That's the only thing that's non-period about our dress code this weekend, and that's smartphones. Didn't have those from 48 to 66. Lotus elite racer Robin Ellis down there. We saw him in the Ford Water Trophy. Very arty. Picking up the leaves there. Here are the couple of Austins, a couple of Jaguars. A throb of engines. You can see Don Law in the Titfer at the back of the pick, leaning on the Albert Betts Jaguar. Glamorous officer coming down through the paddock. Great to be able to go around pretty much the whole circuit here, and as we've said so many times over the years and today, so many different vantage points to enjoy the racing, and you're bound to have some favourites, and you can go and move around the circuit. As Bruce always says, walk around the circuit in an anti-clockwise direction, see everything coming towards you, and it is absolutely superb. Very high speed circuit this at Goodwood, and it is incredibly demanding from the point of view of the drivers, and that what sort of make the actual races so spectacular, keeping up the pressure, the concentration over an hour, as we're going to see later on in the first race of our weekend, tonight's Sussex Trophy race for World Championship sports cars. Aircraft climbing out. They're down in the assembly area. The green flag has been waved, and cars are out onto the circuit now for what was I think an 18-minute session. It's been shortened by a couple of minutes. One of those quick A40s that went so well before. Richard Shaw now, little BMW. Now hopefully the Jason Plato Ford Prefect will have been cured of its earlier ills. This is the St Mary's Trophy Part 2 presented by Cazenove Capital Management, qualifying session for the second drivers, and the little Ford Prefect now has James Martin, the TV chef, in it, and it looks like he's doing most of the testing. He had a misfire in the previous session. The mechanics thought it may have been the condenser had gone down. And there's a huge slide from the by-one Jaguar. It's just brilliant. And that is Grant Williams, multiple winner here before. There's Rob Gravitt, class 6. There's Rob Gravitt on the side of the car, and Ben Anderson. Is he Autosport's Ben Anderson? Actually, I think it probably will be. By one was always a number on the John Coombs Jaguar. Was the likes of Roy Salvadori raced with by one and by 1-2. And Grant Williams, tyre dealer from South Wales, always gives it everything in this car. Stand 10 up ahead going through. Justin Law in the 14 car. It's a very strong partnership. Justin Law and Anthony Reid in that car. Grant Williams trying to muscle his way past Justin Law down towards Ford Water Corner. Ahead of them, the number 17 Austin. That's Nick Naismith, who's doing a pretty good job of controlling the centre of the road down there, preventing the Jags from coming through. And Naismith over that treatment for whatever was on the circuit, surely can't hold on into Lavant. Well, he's into, and one of the Austin A35s, and hooking his way out of the top, and that's off in unison with Bumble, the number 24 MG Magnet, and the red flags fly. 24, that's Julius Thurgood in the Magnet, one of the men responsible for putting this particular race on. And the little A35, that's the Speedwell A35, isn't it, that's gone over. That'll just bounce back onto its 50 minutes ago, bouncing on its wheels. Drivers climbed out through the top. Good view of the underside. Schematic diagram of how an A35 works. It's over near you, Bruce. I've lost Bruce. Sort of the standard pennant going. So the marshals are going to just push the little Austin A35 over. It won't take them very long. The 4 car. That's the 4 car of Neil Brown. Much more used to handling the Lotus Cortina or a Ford Mustang. Poor old Neil got turfed over in a multiple roll in his Lotus Cortina at Thruxton last year. But that was a relatively innocuous one there. But Neil's been driving brilliantly in his Ford Mustang with Richard Dutton this year. But the rest of the cars back into the pit lane. A couple of little Alphas down there. There's the Mercedes. And there's Stewart Imber. Driving his old Mercs, including a Fintail for many years. Bruce Chapman in the Studebaker Golden Hawk. And number 10 is Ken McNeil, driving the Lloyd McNeil Standard. Big SU carburetors, bigger than standard. The bonnet. So Ken McNeil. I think it'll be too long before we're back underway again. 77, that's the Austin A40. Mike Jordan driving it in this session. Control tower, a budding Sterling Moss is suited and booted. Just adjusting the throttle linkage there on the standard, I think that is. Oh no, that's another standard. That's a standard pennant. Big Jaguar, more big SU carburetors with their swirl pots there. It's running on nicely. Number 2 alongside the Austin A105 Westminster. James Wood driving it for Jim Woodley. Alphas is known to his friends. .48 Jag. Is that a Richard Butterfield? And alongside, that's an overspill from the other session, the Shelby Cup session, the Julian Baum Ford Falcon that stopped out on the circuit earlier on. Well, they're towing the magnet away. Very sad that there's so few of those MGZA magnets around. Most of them wiped out in myriad stock car racing accidents in the 60s and 70s, where they were absolutely de rigueur. Jackie Oliver in the background.
It does make quite a difference.
Richard Shaw in the foreground. So little 20 BMW now with John Clark at the wheel. John Clark driving that, the BMW dealer from Scotland, among his dealerships. 37 is the A35 of Ian McMurdo. Ian McMurdo and Gordon Shedden, Scottish team there. That's the Albert Betts Jaguar. Justin Law at the controls in this session. Must really start favourite for this race with Anthony Reid driving as well. The A35's a little biffered. You never know though with the Fortec boys, they might have that straightened out by tomorrow morning and be back on track. Early low light Morris Minor, number 49, and that is the car of Paul Alcock. Gives it the big thumbs up from inside. Tony Jardine sharing that one. '69 is the Gaz Volga of Roger Wills, who lived in Moscow for quite a long time. It's been co-driven by Max Chilton, who's over there. Little comment down there about DRS. Don't think really works on a Volga.
That's our aerodynamic DRS. Our F ductors.
The DRS is just the windscreen wipers, probably optional extras.
It makes a lot of noise. What's really nice though is you can go sideways without even rolling the speed. It's quite a lot of fun.
Roger Wills with the New Zealand fern on the side of his crash helmet. The 46 A40 is that of Desmond Smale. Des Smale driving in this session. It's Andrew Higginson's car.
Fade off to the alternator, I've nicked off the coil.
Pop the dizzy cap off. Maybe an issue under there. Just beside that is the big BMW, the 502 V8, which Paul Taft was driving. There's Peter James in this session.
A lot of fun. It's a good day. Yeah, I've had that before.
There's the scene then, looking down across the pit lane. We're in the top set of windows of that box above the Girling sign, ladies and gentlemen. That's where we operate from, above the clock. Sorry for this delay, which has prompted a stoppage and a reduction down to 10 minutes of this session. Shouldn't be too long now before we're back underway. We do have qualification for another couple of sessions yet. We've certainly got the Glover Trophy and the Freddie March Memorial Trophy qualies to go. I hear an engine bursting into life below me. Can't be too far away now. Here the Sunbeam Rapier. Sunbeam Rapier is that of Michael Peat, number 18. Oh, and there's the Borgvard Isabella. We didn't see too many of those in their day, but we did see them on track with Bill Blydenstein up. He really was a star. Kevin Watson, Werner Schuppen and Alec Poole on side as a driving lineup to conjure with. And the 17, Austin A95 Westminster. That's Nick Naismith. Got some star names on there, Tom Christensen, Rob Huff among them. Well, the signal's been given for the drivers to restart their engines. It's like a saloon-bodied Austin Healey, really. The big Studebaker is down there. The Golden Hawk, Bruce Chapman. Grant Williams managed to hook his Jag out from behind the Studi. James Martin, the TV chef, he's out in the Ford Prefect, the Alan Mann Racing Ford Prefect number 8. '15 Jag has got Derek Hood driving it now. There's the Gaz Volga, behind it the BMW 502 and the Borgward. The engines of which were well advanced and used to power Coopers and Lotuses Formula 2 days. The little number 6 car there, Fiat 1100, Guy Harman's car, which has Ben Anderson at the wheel. Ben's driven a lot of cars in his roles with Autosport on the F1 staff these days. Top racer in Formula V single-seaters in recent seasons. Never quite managed to string a championship run together. It was always too busy working some of the weekends, but won races. There's the little Fiat. It looks like it's throwing fuel out of the back of it. Not very promising. Ah, now 3 into 1 won't go. Someone has to brake. It's not going to be the Jaguar 7. Commanding the court, like all good squash players. So the Derek Hood car. So 6 3/4 minutes to go. Quickest so far in this session, 77, which is Mike Jordan in this A40, the white A40 Farina. Just coming down into Woodcote Corner. Sounding good. It's got the later grille on it. And powering out. Nice slide, beautifully built car. He goes quicker still at 137.619, 137.619. Andrew Jordan was quickest on a 135.261 in this car in the other session. Watch for this particular car, the 14 car, Justin Law. Anthony Reid did a 137.082 in it earlier on. Now this session won't affect the overall qualifications because each driver qualifying for his own race, or his or her own race. 38.4 in fact for Justin Law. 38.12 goes quickest. That's Grant Williams, 37.54. in the Jag. Car number 12, that car only 13th in Derek Bell's hands earlier on, so that's be interesting over the two-legged race. Here's Nick Naismith growling the 17 car, which looks like Tom Christensen has raced in the past. No, into the pits has come Ben Anderson with a little Fiat. That's not working. 155 is Hilton Berceau with the standard pennant. Justin Law squeezes past the Morris Minor. Low light Minor. This is the car of Paul Alcock. Well, he goes top. Justin Law top. A 1:37.152. Track may not be quite as quick as it was when Andrew Jordan set best time in the early session. 35.251. 35.251. Tricycling through is Grant Williams. Dives up the inside of the 48 Jag. There wasn't much room through there, but he squeezed through, got on the grass on the exit though. As a result, the 48 goes round, which is Richard Butterfield. And so does Grant Williams, a big 360. Gets it all back. Waggles the tails away. One car that sounds very interesting is the Studebaker Golden Hawk, very distinctive. He comes down the inside of Richard Butterfield here. He's going slightly too quickly. Gets a wheel on the grass, and from that moment on, he's a bit of a passenger. Probably looked in his mirrors, saw Butterfield going round, and then gyrated in sympathy. Grant Williams then, a slower lap obviously. Law's done a 37.152. 37.54 is Grant Williams. That's a replay of his big spin. I remember the days when Grant's father and a couple of their mates brought 3 of these Jaguars, special saloons, to Thruxton and Landau and Castle Combe in the 70s under the Risker Garages banner from just over the Severn Bridge into South Wales. Lovely flat line there for 77. That's Mike Jordan. Quite convinced the A40s used to roll more than that, used to lean more in the corners. Certainly my dad's did. He hadn't got the chassis set up right. I can guarantee that Mike Jordan has. Wide swing through the first apex into the important second one, carry the speed through, dab on the brakes, down the gearbox. Mike Jordan jostling it through, and they're coming out in a flurry of opposite lock. Right foot buried on the bulkhead. He goes back quickest, 1:36.257. 1:36.257. What did his lad do earlier on? Let's remind ourselves. Andrew Jordan did a 1:35.261. 35.261. So, and Law goes quicker. Law goes quicker. A 35.985. So Mike Jordan's got just inside a second away from his son. Here's Grant Williams in by one, the John Coombs Salvadori Jag. Huge slide. He really is so spectacular. That's the standard. That's Ken McNeil. All 4 wheels off. Mike Jordan pushing on. He's got a personal best first sector. Something with a gearbox problem there. That's the red A40. There's Smale, I think. Jordan with a personal best in the second sector as well. He's chasing a 35.985. He's got a 36.257 on the slate. He's going to come across some big bangers in the middle of the chicane. He's got to try to arrange to get round them. And he does, but it might have cost him time. I suspect it has. A very good effort, but it comes up short purely because he met the Studebaker and the Borgward coming into the chicane, and the checkered flag has gone out. Checkered flag has gone out. .48 Richard Butterfield coming back. He's in 6th place at the moment, but he's set personal bests on sectors 1 and 2. .296 is Tom Shepherd in Alpha Juliet TI. Long-time Special Saloon, Special GT racer. Ben Anderson up into 17th place with a little Fiat. But it's 14 Justin Law, 77 Mike Jordan, 12 Grant Williams, 17 Nick Naismith, 48 which is Richard Butterfield, who did a best lap on his last one, and number 20 John Clark in the tiny little BMW in 6th place at the end of that session. 2 more quality sessions to go. As Mike Jordan powers through for the final time. 2 more qualification sessions to go. One is the Glover Trophy, and that is the 1.5 litre Grand Prix cars from the early 60s, 61 to 65. Best entry yet of the little V8s in there. Well, how did it all pan out for that St Mary's Trophy Part 2 presented by Cazenove Capital Management? Well, Justin Law in 14, the Jaguar Mark 1, quickest, 1:35.985. Only 0.3 quicker than 77 Mike Jordan in the Austin A40. In 3rd, Grant Williams, despite that mega spin at Lavant in car number 12, his Jaguar. 4th, Nick Naismith in number 17, Austin A95 Westminster. 5th, Richard Butterfield in the 48 Jaguar Mark 1. 6th, John Clark, the Scot, in his number 20 BMW 700. 7th, David Swig in the 16 Riley 1.5. And 8th, Kerry Michael in number 11, the Ford Zodiac Mark II. 9th was Des Smale in the 46 Austin A40. 10th, number 2, the Austin A105 Westminster of James Wood. 11th, Ray Davis in number 1, Austin A35. 12th, Tom Shepherd going well in his Alfa Romeo Giulietta TI number 296. 13th, Jeff Gordon in the 34 car, another Giulietta. 14th, Roger Wills in the 69 Gaz Volga. 15th, Michael Peat in the Sunbeam Rapier number 18. And in 16th place, another A35, number 37, is Ian McMurdo. Oh, the flags were waving in the breeze, greeting the cars out onto the circuit. Second half of our St Mary's Trophy qualification. These for the nominated owners of the car. It's one of the real quick cars, and there's a little Fiat, Rob Gravett and Ben Anderson, that just doesn't want to play ball at that point. This is the expected battle when they come to race on Sunday as well, but it soon was all over, and it looks to me as though yes, Julius Thurgood climbed out to see if he could help Neil Brown, top engine builder, who is absolutely fine. Max Jordan watches on as the preparations to unleash the Gaz Volga on the world, the Russian car, watched by the Marussia F1 racer, pouring fuel out the little Fiat. Enormous spin for Grant Williams. Smoking can certainly damage your tyres' health. Down the inside he comes in so quickly. And good that the little BMW scoots past on the inside with John Clark driving it. Standard 10 runs out of road. That's up at Madgwick. Plenty of room up there. And the Jaguar of Justin Law, great Albert Betts racer of the 60s, comes through, take the fastest time in that session and pole position for tomorrow's race, for Sunday's race. Well, let's hear from our Goodwood commercial partners. Out on track, what a sight this is. 50 years since he won the Formula One World Championship, the only man to have done so on the back of a hugely successful motorcycle career. 7 motorcycle world championships prior to this. We have John Surtees back on track in the Ferrari from the 64 season. Give him a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm very much hoping that Bruce Jones's PA has been fixed out of the back at St Mary's. Bruce. So no sign of Bruce at this moment. The engineers are working on it, but look at that, what a glorious sight. The red Ferrari with the pale blue wheels cutting a swathe through the middle of Lavant Corner. A lot going on down there, very busy. Down the Lavant Straight, through the kink. This is absolutely superb to see. Sounds just beautiful. Looks like the front of your Waddington's Grand Prix box when it's viewed head on. Glorious little car, and Il Grande John at the wheel. The championship race that year went all the way to the final round, when Jimmy Clark could have, and perhaps should have, won it had he not hit problems, just as he had in '62 when Graham Hill snatched the title away in South Africa at the end of the season. In reality, we could have had Jim Clark very, very easily world champion 4 times on the trot, 62, 63, 64 and 65. In fact, he only won it in the 2 odd years. But John Surtees, who was so spectacular in Grand Prix racing from his arrival, led the Portuguese Grand Prix in a Lotus 18 at the end of 1960. He only started his racing career, car racing career, here at Goodwood in the spring of 1960. Had a fabulous race with Jim Clark in the Formula Juniors. And let's hope that we can now throw over to Bruce Jones out the back at St Mary's. Bruce. Well, we still have problems with Bruce, I'm afraid, out the back. It's not with Bruce himself, of course, but with the equipment. So let's just look at this. Appreciate the sight of John Surtees, the man who we vehemently believe should be knighted. This year of all years, 50 years, half a century after a unique achievement, 7 times a motorcycle world champion and then car world champion within 3.5 years or so of starting his 4-wheel career. Acknowledging the flag, brilliant to see. So much spare upstairs to acknowledge everybody, to acknowledge the marshals, and does a wonderful job with his Henry Surtees Foundation, named for his late son, tragically lost his life after an accident at Brands Hatch. And there is John Surtees, the inimitable John Surtees, who was a regular racer here in the early days of the revival, as well as clearly in the period. And I always remember seeing John racing a Ferrari GTO here in the TT early on, and his mastery of that car was absolutely unparalleled. Beautiful to watch. Of course, a great engineer as well as a driver, very, very much in sync with the car, mechanically very, very sympathetic. Now, be very careful, lads and lassies, crossing the green flag is given. John Surtees staying out there to qualify as well. That would be nice, wouldn't it? Here come then the 1.5 litre Grand Prix cars of the early 60s. Let's see, Bruce Jones out the back at St Mary's. Are you back on PA?
Well, let's see, am I back on PA, Marcus?
You are?
Oh, hurrah,
Top.
Right. I wasn't just going to have a cooling beer, it really was a little wire that was loose, but thank goodness I'm back on board just as the cars come round for the first time for the Glover Trophy. So, hallelujah. I'll close the doors. Thank you very much, the engineering team. And now you can have not a rest, Marcus, but just a little gap between speaks.
On our screen, the bright green helmet there of Martin Stretton. He is driving the 19 car, which is the Bill Drayson Lotus BRM 24. It's a tube frame Lotus 24s, whereas the 25s are monocoque cars. It's putative corn stooks. up there in the field. Somebody going very slowly out of 11th, out of 11th corner onto that 11th straight. His first couple of time. 25 is Andy Middlehurst. Oh, that's Nigel Williams. Nigel Williams with the Lola-bodied Lotus 24 BRM.
Had the Chris Amon looky-likey helmet.
Yeah, conversion. Well, he drove those cars. Conversion by the Reg Parnell team. Reg Parnell, the same man who had raced here at the opening meeting and won here at the opening meeting in 1948, ran this team. Nigel Williams, unfortunately, looks like he's out of this session pretty much before it's begun. Been going pretty well this year. Had one or two very good races with the HGPCA. Andy Middlehurst in 25, John Bowers' car, comes here on the bounce. He's won this race, the Glover Trophy race, a period race here at Goodwood for the past 3 years, and is out there flying in the latest 25. This is Jim Clark all over again. Andy Middlehurst, a huge admirer of the Scots' abilities, and the father of Chris Middlehurst, who's racing in F4, had a win recently, and a few drivers just staying out of the way while they find their feet on the circuit. So we've got 26 cars.
Well, it's safe to say that Andy Middlehurst is going to set the benchmark, but in fact he's not top, because the 4, Andrew Beaumont, has gone marginally faster, a tenth of a second quicker.
He's in the pale green British Racing Partnership Lotus 24 with the Ronnie Peterson helmet. You can see at the back there, drives various Ronnie Peterson cars, and this is the car prepared by Classic Team Lotus by Tim Gardner up there. It's got a climax V8 engine these days, had a BRM in it in period, raced by the likes of Maston Gregory, Ennis Island, and Trevor Taylor. Had a win here in 63.
Well, as well as Andy Beaumont's going, Andy Middlehurst just ahead of him on the track. The top 3 are running 1, 2 and 3, not in that order, but Andy Middlehurst looking as though with that pink first sector time on this lap, he is going to improve and go top. But also right in the mix in that little trio is Mark Piercy in the number 40 Lola. So 4, 25 and 14 all running very quick here at the head of the field.
Lola, one of the 4 BRGP Mark IVs that were raced in period, initially with a 4-cylinder Climax FPF engine, later with the V8 driven by John Surtees and Roy Salvadori in the main. Beaumont then quickest, but Middlehurst goes top, a 1:25.854, 1:25.854. That looks pretty impressive. And Andy Middlehurst has made this race his own in recent times, but Mark Piercy's going with him. Mark Piercy into second place. In the 14 car, a very, very pretty Lola, car with which the Lola Mark entered Formula 1 in the 1962 season. John Surtees had some second places, pole position at Zandvoort, and won the 200 or 2,000 guineas race at Mallory Park. First win for a Lola Formula 1 car.
Well, noise doesn't necessarily equate to speed. Now, I've just been listening out, and I think David Clark's making the most noise in his BRM P57, but a totally different noise, rather sweeter actually, is Joe Colasacco driving the Ferrari.
That's the 12-cylinder Ferrari.
12. Yeah. It's just that much softer. It's a great noise.
Yeah, very shrill. Nick Fennell, in the meantime, in the sister Lotus 25 to Andy Middlehurst, another Classic Team Lotus entry. He has popped in the best first sector of all. He's been very quick here in recent years. That is Nick Fennell in 29. Down from Cambridgeshire. .26.547. That is a big improvement. Takes him up into third place. Middlehurst 25. 14 is Piercy. 29 is Fennell. 4 is Beaumont. 6 is James King in the Extant Gurney 1964 French and Mexican Grand Prix winning Brabham BT7, the first of 2 BT7s built for the 63 season. Sam Wilson, who we saw out in the Formula Juniors earlier on, driving Alan Bailey's Lotus BRM 24. Sam Wilson's in 5th place in that car, now bumping James King back to 6th. In 7th is number 17, Joe Colasacco in the Ferrari. 8th is number 20, which is Alex Morton in the ex-Neville Ladal South African Lotus. It's 21 with a Calotti gearbox, that particular car. 18 is the car of Miles Griffiths driving Philip Walker's Lotus BRM 24, and then 28 will be the Tommaso Gelmini Sirocco BRM. Number 1 in the meanwhile goes through, and that is the American John Romano in the ex Duncan Dayton Brabham. It's BT11.
Nick Fennell really having to weave his way through traffic towards the end of the lap. It's funny in these practice sessions, you get suddenly lots of clear track, and then just as you're winding it up, you're in the thick of the pack. So Fennell up into 4th place, but won't be improving this time around. In the pits,
meanwhile, Bruce, is Martin Stretton, who we had rather expected to show his hand. Sam Wilson has gone 2nd. Joe Colasacco has gone 3rd. Joe Colasacco, winner of the front-engine Formula Junior race here 2 years ago.
Well, I think Sam Wilson has got a very good chance to go top overall. He's a third of a 0.3 of a second down, but he set the fastest first sector time last time round, and the time before he set the fastest middle sector of the lap. So he's got the speed in him. He's just got to really keep clear of the traffic and see what he can knit together. But likewise, Middlehurst's best lap, 1 minute 25.7, was followed up by a 1 minute 25.9. So he's super consistent.
Yeah.
But there is Sam Wilson going through the cement dust that's been down for the past couple of sessions. Certainly makes you great photography, catching the sun when the dust is kicked up. Not that Sam Wilson has time for that sort of artistry when he's out on the track in 22.
Middlehurst a 1:25.501 last time round. The gap is shown at 0.544 seconds, but patently 25.501.
No, that's right.
It's
26.045.
Half a second. He's.
Okay, Wilson's fighting back on this lap.
Yes, he is.
A pink middle sector, pink purple.
Oh, he's had to go around the BRM going to the chicane.
I still think he'll close the gap. Whether he'll go top remains to be seen. So there he goes with his blue and green, very funky liveried helmet going up to the start-finish line. Will he get into 25s? 1:25.589, so just less than 1/10 of Andy Middlehurst's pace. So 25 is fastest, 22 is second fastest, as number 4, Andrew Beaumont, goes for a long run off the circuit. Well picked up by the camera crew there. And he's parked just in the field, and he's coming out. That's the exit of St Mary's, but he's about 20 yards off the circuit.
He's got a reverse in there. Doing all sorts of things with Andrew Beaumont, right up to winning the Silverstone 24 Hours and a Mosler. Andy Middlehurst then. He's a man on a mission. He's already on pole.
Just so if I could cut in, Marcus, Tommaso Gelmini has just come off on the inside of the circuit, well, no, the outside of the circuit, right beneath me. He just cruised to a halt by the marshal's post. That's in the Sirocco number 28. So I don't know what the problem is, but it was under control. He's just parked up.
Needs a tow back. That's the marshal's indicating. Tow back to the pits, whatever's happened with that. Colasacco back up to 3rd. Middlehurst, Piercy, Colasacco, Wilson down to 4th. So we've now got 4 cars in the 25s and 2 in the 26s.
Well, the top 4 covered by less than a 10th of a second.
Yeah. James King, who's just finishing his lap. Something's got a bit awry with the timing. Everyone's stuck again on sector 1. But James King's first bit of this lap was very good. And he did a 26.218 last time round. He's bumped Nick Fennell out of the top 6. Very exciting. I think this is the car I say that Dan Gurney, James King's hero, won the 64 French Grand Prix, and James King was there as a lad touring Europe, and he saw that victory, resolved to own the car if he could one day. And he is with it, looked after by Sam Kendall's team, Kendall Adams Motorsport, down on Jody Schechter's estate in Hampshire.
Well, Sam Wilson is fighting back in 22. He's just said at the fastest first sector of all. He's been bumped down to 4th place, but as we said, less than a tenth of a second between he and Andy Middlehurst on provisional pole. Mark Piercy in 14 in 2nd place, and Joe Colasacco in the Ferrari, number 17, in 3rd. Very, very close indeed.
James King then up into 5th place then with a 26.218. Gone quicker than before in the centre section. Sam Wilson, 2 pinks, and that must mean a good run. He got out over the top of the curb coming out of the chicane, and this could be the one that counts for 22. Sam Wilson, he goes top. Wilson 24.602.
Well, he found the next closest thing to a second there. He was just under. No, he wasn't. Yes, he was. He was just under a tenth of a second down. He's 9/10 clear now. Very, very close 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. But Sam Wilson, that was a masterful lap in number 22.
Yeah. Nick Fennell back in the top 6. Fiddling with the that's Tony Best's ex-Jim car, 21 car that was involved, badly damaged in the accident in which Wolfgang von Trips lost his life in the 1961 Italian Grand Prix. Given to Tom Wheatcroft as a wreck, and was beautifully restored by the Hall and Hall team who run it to this day. David at Silverstone a year or so back, from what I remember. There's Mark Piercy's loader Climax.
In from 3rd place, as you can see. You can see the graphic. Andy Middlehurst just improved. He's just north of 1 minute 24s now, 1:25.013, so 4/10 down on the ultimate pace. Joe Colasacco, you can see in the Ferrari, the number 17 with the pale blue wheels. He is 4th fastest. He hasn't done a quick lap for a while, and he's not looking like it just at the moment. Let's see what he can do on his first sector this time around. He's running behind rather useful driver to have ahead of him, Nick Fennell. Fennell's down in 6th, Colasacco just a little bit faster in 4th, and now he's set his fastest first sector of the lap. That's Joe Colasacco, number 17 in the Ferrari.
And he's chasing one of the 2 classic Team Lotus
It's Nick Fennell, number 29.
Nick Fennell, yeah, he's trying to improve as well. He too has a personal best first sector. There's Nick Fennell in 29. Hurtle through the kink down towards Woodcote Corner. Will Colasacco pick up anything of a toe? Not as pronounced as it would have been in a big car with wings. Nonetheless, it's always good to have someone to chase.
Oh, someone's attacked the chicane there.
They have, and it's getting out of the way. But
number
I think
15.
the car might be damaged.
John would be, and at the same time, number 20 goes for a massive spin coming to St Mary's. It's Alex Morton. He's gone off and just going around the back of the dummy commentary box in the infield, and will rejoin.
Oh yes, he's backed that Mr. John Abee's backed his broken the rear suspension in doing so.
And that's number 20 recovering, Alex Morton. The checkered flag has come out during all that excitement, and at the moment Sam Wilson sitting on top ahead of Andy Middlehurst, so it looks as though that's how they will stay.
Mr. John Abee came in very quickly. You see he's deranged the rear suspension in the Lola, the right hand side rear corner, towing in quite dramatically, and cambered as well. Mr. John Abee, the pseudonymed Frenchman, being ushered off. Also, that's the ex-Duncan Dayton car that I was very privileged to race at Silverstone at the Classic in 1999. Only experience of a 1.5 litre V8 car. Yellow flags then, as this chicane wall needs rebuilding. It won't take the marshals very long, and the Goodwood crews, but it's altered the trajectory of the cars through the chicane. Trigger flag then is out, and the time has run down. That's the classification. Then Sam Wilson snatches pole. Lotus BRM 24, number 22, 124.602. In second, 25, winner of the last 3 years, Andy Middlehurst, Lotus 25. And in third place, number 14, Mark Piercy with the Lola Mark IV, number 14. Fourth, Joe Colasacco with the Ferrari 1512, number 17, the Italian-American. In fifth place, another American, James King. Next, Dan Gurney, Brabham Booty 7, number 6. And in 6th place, Nick Fennell in 29, his Lotus Climax 25. 7th, Andrew Beaumont, Lotus Climax 24. 8th, Lotus Climax 21, the Exodus Ireland American Grand Prix winning car of 61. And that is Dan Collins at the wheel of that car in 8th place. 9th, Miles Griffiths, Lotus BRM 24, number 18. 10th is Alex Morton with the Lotus Climax 21, the ex-Neville Delcar from South Africa, despite that spin at St Mary's car number 20. 11th, David Clark, good effort in the BRMP 57, car number 8. 12th, Tommaso Gelmini with the Sirocco BRM number 28. 13th, Michel Bonti, the veteran Belgian, in his Lotus Climax 24, number 27. 14th is Kurt Delbene in the BRP BRM at number 10. 15th, Mr. John of B with the number 15 Lola Climax that's now deranged. And in 16th place, too far down, Martin Stratton, Lotus BRM 24, number 19. Well, kicking off this session, we had the great delight of seeing John Surtees out on circuit, recalling his 1964 Formula One World Championship, won at the final round. Big John at the wheel of a very, very little, very tight-fitting, shrink-wrapped car. Fits him like a glove still, and that was a beautiful sight to behold. Absolutely loves this sort of thing. Man who won 7 world motorcycle titles before making his car racing debut here at Goodwood in 1960. Race eventually won by Jim Clark, but my, John put up a fight, and he was in a Ken Tyrrell Cooper, and Jim Clark was in a Lotus 18 Formula Junior. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Well, in this session, the real star of the show was young Sam Wilson, but right towards the end it was truncated, this session, by Mr. John of B, and you can see he's got about 30 degrees toe in on that rear corner. There is Eddie Middlehurst battling the Lotus 25. That's a Jim Clark car. But he couldn't deny Sam Wilson, who was absolutely on the limit. Gets pole position in car 22. Now let's hear from our commercial partners once more. Well, there have been a few tweets coming in since our last visit to the Tweetcast platform, and you can join us on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, or follow us on goodwood.com/revival. Like the page, get involved. Who's been saying what of late? Well, how terribly civilised. Matt Neal Racing, Jason Plato and Gordon Shedden. Quite nice to see a bit of harmony between that three. Oh, it's come from Hank Hope Frost. Look at that. Henry Hope Frost, our very own commentator down in the paddock and on presentations of the weekend. Goodwood Revival have a live video stream. American, is this how you do a race meeting? Some great racing to come. James Whitaker. My favourite part of today so far, Goodwood Revival, that's K150 Jaguar heel kick. Sarah Pelling. Yep, she likes that. Suits her. Suits you, madam. Jag arriving in style this morning. Goodwood Revival. Mr. Wakefield Harry's newly renovated. I don't think you spell it like that, sir. E-Type. Nick Taylor. Nicky J. Taylor. Well, what's coming up next? Freddie March Memorial Trophy, the last of our qualifying sessions, next on track. That is followed by the highlight of today, the first day, Revival Friday here at Goodwood, the Sussex Trophy race for the World Championship Sports Cars and Production Sports Race Cars of 55 to 60. That's 1 hour, 2-driver race at 6:15 p.m. Track closes at 7:45, but don't feel that you have to disappear, because over the road there's plenty going on for a best part of another 3 hours, and there's some top quality catering, there's some great stalls. Visit our traders, frequent them, and look forward to tomorrow, our middle day of the 2014, the 17th Goodwood Revival meeting. The gates open at 7:30 in the morning, and at 9:20, first noisy action on track. That's the BRM V16 high-speed demonstration. And say 9:20, and the Goodwood Trophy, the early Grand Prix cars, kick off our race card at 10 a.m. Follow us at #Goodwood Revival, at Goodwood Revival, goodwood.com/revival. So here are the sports cars for the Freddie March Trophy. That's AWOL down there, isn't it?
He doesn't need a badge that says driver on his arm. Famous fellow like him.
He's gone AWOL. He's in the assembly area, ladies and gents.
Well, it's the last practice of the day before we get to that race that will conclude proceedings, and it looks like we're going to have one of those fine sunsets that that photographers love so much, and when the lights go a little bit low and the headlights come on, magical.
Absolutely, and it's a lot nicer than this time yesterday at this stage of the afternoon. Keep everything crossed, ladies and gentlemen. We do like a commentator's curse, but the breeze keeping the clouds up high, and we have two sports car sessions. The Freddie March, the earlier cars, coming out first, and that's a qualification session for what will be the event closer on Sunday afternoon. And these are the cars in the spirit of the Goodwood 9-hour races in 1952, 53 and 55. Long before our time, Bruce, but we can imagine the excitement and the pathos of a 9-hour race into the night here at Goodwood.
Well, they used to entertain my father greatly, and I'm sure yours as well. So actually, just sadly, slightly before our time, Marcus.
Yep.
Not as much as we'd like to.
Tantalisingly just out of reach. There's a Bristol up there.
There, if you haven't been on the tractor drawn trailer, that's what's going past in the background. And look at that selection of cars along the banking. That's just between, it's on the Lavant Straight, really. So as you come out of Lavant, and it's 2 or 3 rows deep now, and a lot of picnics being consumed. And what a great place
Super
to go.
VW camper in among them. Lovely Porsche 356. And Alfa Romeo in there.
I think, is that BMW just slightly out of period, 2002?
No, they were around. Close, but no cigar. Alfa Romeo 105, but it's only Triumph Spitfire. E93A popular, look at that. Splendid. Jag XK. All that.
What a day they've had to sit there. looking into the sun with their picnics. But the place always to be is the paddock in the middle of the circuit, and certainly if you can, get down and take a look over the fence into the collection area at all the cars and all the drivers before they go out to action. That's where they have to start putting their serious heads on.
Very much so. 19 is Ben Cousins and his Jaguar C-Type. Carsten LeBlanc in the foreground there by the looks of things. He's driving a Healy 100S. Well, that's a Hancock helmet in car number 14, is it not?
It is indeed. I think that's Sam, isn't it?
Well,
they're quite similar, their helmets.
It's not Ben Shuckburgh, therefore, and he had a bit of a bang early today in the C-Type, and it is a Hancock. I think it's Sam Hancock with that sort of martini striped helmet. And
yes, Ollie's has thinner stripes, less pronounced stripes.
This is a reproduction of a Cunningham C4R, which had the whole body scanned from a car in a museum in the States. Ben Shuckburgh arranged, and it's a mighty machine. Cooper Jaguar there, looking really splendid. Derek Hood in the Cooper Jaguar, I think it is. JD Classics car is Derek Hood. It's the glorious Alfa Romeo Disco Volante, PR3000 Disco Volante. Car crashed in testing by Sanesi at Monza back in the 50s. Reconstructed around quite a lot of the original bits by Christopher Mann and the guys at Hall & Hall. Freddie March Memorial Trophy qualifying session then. It is a short 15-minute session. I'm trying to claw back a little bit of time here to get this race underway. Maserati, A6 GCS, Fraser Nash Le Mans reps in duplicate. Don't get me wrong, it's not actually a replica, it's just called a Fraser Nash Le Mans replica. Like the models they took to Le Mans. Has a straight six Bristol engine. Allard there. Aston Martin at EV3. That's Mark Midgley's car. Car number 34. Number 8, the big Ferrari of David Franklin, Arnold Meyer's machine. David Franklin is in his 50th year of motor racing. Good to catch up with David and Deb in the paddock this morning. Knew them very well from their hill climb days back in the early 70s. David topping the British Championship in 78 with a March 772. Sprint and hill climb double that year. Number 2, LRJ2, Bob Francis. It's probably got a Cadillac engine, though some did have the Ford V8 with the Arden Arcus Duntoff head. Zora Arcus Duntoff, of course, the father of the Chevrolet Corvette, sort of jump cabs. 7 is S. Robson Walton himself, down the Walmart man in his Jaguar C-Type blue crash helmet. Maserati, red Maserati pale blue helmet, that's Lucas Huni.
As gentlemanly in the car as he is out of the car, waving people past. He knows he's not in the fastest car in the field, and flagging another group for few. And as we said, Marcus, only 15 minutes for this session, so they've all got to try and pick their moment. But leading the way with the first purple sector, pinky purple, is Robert Newell in number 16, one of Sir David Scody cars, the Cooper Jaguar T33.
Rob Newell, the former Dorset farmer, who raced in Formula Ford back in the 70s, but was the king of XK racing for quite a number of years. Derek Hood in the 59 Cooper Jag. There's that very sinister looking matte finished Mercedes-Benz 300 SL, car 25. And that's got Jochen Mass in it from the Hans Kleisel collection. We keep homing in on this very aerodynamic Cooper Jaguar of Derek Hood.
Well, at the moment, Rob Newell is indeed fastest by only a third of a second from number 20, which is Nick Finberg, another car from the same entrant for Sir David Shirley, but a Jaguar C-Type in second place.
Nick Finberg, yeah.
Finberg, beg your pardon.
There's the other Cooper Jag, Aerodyne, that's Robert Newell. There it is, that's class quickest. This is the ex-Bertie Bradnack car, chasing down the number 1 Alfa Romeo, which is that of Chris Mann. What I love about this car, not only does it look gorgeous, but Chris Mann drove it to the Nürburgring and back for an event a couple of seasons ago. Drove it from Greenwich to the Nürburgring, as you should. Chris in the shipping industry, actually shipping in the city. And there's Robert Newell, whose father was a racer. Raced pre-war at Donington.
So still top of the timesheets, about to complete another lap, looking as though he's not going to improve. I think he had too much traffic. Is Rob Newell, number 16. Nick Finberg in second place. Darren McWhirter, 49, is third.
Number 6, Adrian Wilmot, the ex-Formula 3 racer and Formula Ford man of the 80s. He's on a charge in car number 6. That's the Peter Thornton entered Austin Healey 100S.
Yeah, it's white over dark green. There's another Healey in there as well that's white over dark blue.
Wilmot gone. Well, he's not finished the lap yet.
Well, he's had a fastest first sector there, so fastest of all.
And a PB in the middle of it. It's all shaking around. Yep, 4th place for car number 6. That's a good effort. Number 20 is Nick Finberg. Finberg and Christopher Manwood each side of a Maserati A6 GCS there. Lovely Aston Martin in the middle of all that. Pick up the number of that one. It's 27. That's David Bennett.
Darren McWhirter goes top in the Lagonda. Number 49, he was in 3rd place. And just responded, he's in top by nearly 1.5 seconds now, 1.444 seconds ahead of Rob Newell there. So Darren McWhirter, 49 on the top of the charts.
The big man from Elgin in Scotland, hugely tall at the wheel of this Lagonda, in which he's won at Goodwood before in the Freddie March races.
And can Nick Finberg respond in the C-Type Jaguar? No, he's a bit bottled up at the moment. He's behind, I think that's number 17. Was that Martin Melling? No, it isn't. Sorry, 27. I can't read.
David Bennett.
David Bennett.
Yeah. And there's 30 cars on track, and they're pretty well spread, which is making it very difficult to find a decent gap. Nick Finberg has won, but such is the spread in the field, which is about almost 30 seconds, that you're going to catch some of the slower cars every 3 or so laps, and that's if the driver of the slow cars are consistent. Three is the Aston Martin DB3S, which is Steve Boltley Brooks. That's the Lagonda with Darren McWhirter.
And as you can see, that enormously tall roll hoop used to, because he's an enormously tall person.
That's right.
And he's going faster and faster. His first sector time is the fastest of all. Of course, 3 sectors around the lap, but he's doing the right things at the right moments.
He is. It all looks very comfortable. Nice and under control. He's got a Fraser-Nash Le Mans rep ahead of him. Of course, he's not absolutely sure who's in some of these cars, and got to pick his way past pretty carefully, and that might stymie a pink sector in the middle of the track.
Yeah, but for now he's got a clear sector of the lap ahead of him. Just looking for any other movers. Certainly Rob Newell seems to be trying to respond. He's very close to his fastest time yet. on his last lap, just off his best pace, which is good for second, but he's 1.5 seconds down. He's got a long way to go to get up there.
Yeah.
And just look at the traffic. Poor Darren McWhirter caught in about a 3 or 4 car bunch going into the chicane.
3 abreast.
Lifted off.
3 abreast out of the chicane.
One person who sort of sneaked up the charts without me really noticing was Michael Milligan in the HWM Jaguar. He's up to 4th place, number 18. I think he's been there for a minute or two.
Laventon Boxgrove Motor Club. Michael Milligan, Spike Milligan, the gynecologist from Lavant, just on the fringes of the circuit. 2 Healey's running together. One is Wilmot, and one I suspect is Carsten LeBlanc.
LeBlanc in front and Wilmot trying to find a way past, because certainly on times on the circuit, what's the gap between them? It's actually only half a second on pace, and they've just come past me at St Mary's, and Wilmot's got a better run into the dip as they come up across Eddie Maguire's little Gordini.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
Oh, it's lovely. Pocket size, just beautiful car.
It's great to see these cars just jostling for position. And they're being caught by one of the C-Type Jags as well.
Yeah, that looked like Rob Walton in number 7 in the background there.
But the C-Type Jag abandoned somewhere down the inside of the approach to Woodcote Corner. And that is the 24 car, I suspect.
Yeah, that's Nigel Webb. It's been stopped since it did 1 lap.
Gordini's nippy, isn't it?
It really is. I was just looking. I'd like to compare the acceleration out of the chicane, and it's way more impressive than I thought.
19 is Ben Cussons in the dark green Lister behind them. Then it's McWhirter in the Lagonda, who's a bit stuck in traffic. Behind them, it's Rob Walton.
2 good times to report. Car number 14 with Sam Hancock, we reckon the Cunningham is up into 2nd place. It's both he and Nick Finberg have pushed Rob Newell, who was 2nd, down into 4th place. So it's 49, 14, 20 and 16. They're the top 4.
Hancock chasing down the number 4 C-Type Jag, which is Henderson, Gavin Henderson. He's on the run with this Cunningham, Briggs Cunningham, top American privateer team. This is a reconstruction of Cunningham. Gone to extraordinary lengths to get it absolutely right. It's owned by Ben Shuckborough.
And a new fastest time is set by Sam Hancock there. 1 minute 33.968, so he deposes the McWhirter Lagonda from the top. So it's Hancock in the Connaught. There he is on screens. It's large, it's very mean looking, it's white with those 2 American Racing blue stripes up the middle, and it's the fastest car out there. And it's going faster and faster. He's just set his personal best in the opening of the 3 sectors.
3 minutes to go. It's going to do a tonic for Ben Shuckborough after a bit of a bash in the Cooper Jag this morning. And that great snorkel and air intake on the bonnet. Should I say on the hood?
On the hood or in the hood or something like that, anyhow. The 2 Austin Healeys that were nose to tail. Wilmot was getting very frustrated behind Carsten LeBlanc, but they've both just moved up the charts, and more to the point, Wilmot's gone faster but been edged back. LeBlanc is now just ahead of him in 5th place. But can anyone respond?
Well, they're absolutely in touch with Rob Newell, aren't they? And not that far behind Nick Finberg.
And they've got Darren McWhirter right behind them, so it's a good gauge of pace. So 1.5 seconds or so separates them from pole position, but a good little battle there.
Hancock's had to back out of it. Sam Hancock.
Well, he's got time for this lap and another, but he's coming in.
He's coming in.
Okay, he set his marker. 1 minute 33.968 seconds. No one else below 134.
Going straight back into the paddock, so no intention of resuming. 35 in the pits. That's the Dave Brazel car.
And Michael Milligan in number 18, as you said, the Laventon Boxgrove Motor Club HWM, also in the pits. He has slid back to 7th place. And there is Carsten LeBlanc, and right behind him is Adrian Wilmot. It's the white and blue Healy leading from the white and green one, and Wilmot's looking very, very excitable as he tries to get around. He's been held up for quite some while, and really, I think with a bit of clear lap, he should be able to depose, but he has slid back to 6th place. Carsten LeBlanc in 22. That Austin Healy there, if you're looking at the big screens, is in 5th.
Yeah, Rob Walton improving at 1:35.745. He's 7th in car number 7, and he's within a 10th of a second, or 0.08 of a second to be more precise, of number 6 Adrian Wilmot, the second of the two Healys on your screen. These are the Healy Flyers, the 100Ss. Remember when Stuart Graham and Emanuele Pirro won the Freddie March race here?
Okay, interesting moment. Oh, Adrian Wilmot has had to really make the car dance on the brakes. Carsten LeBlanc almost ran wide. They were coming in towards St Mary's, and they had Mark Midgley ahead of him in the DB3 Aston Martin, and Wilmot thought, I'm going up the inside, but then so did LeBlanc, and Wilmot now has got that clear thing, but I don't think he's going to have another lap. 33 seconds. Can he get to the start-finish line?
No, he should just about get there. Thought.
Okay, but this lap will be ruined because of that manoeuvre down towards St Mary's, but he's been trying it for laps.
He's going to catch a lot of cars ahead of him. Might be down to 15 seconds.
No, surely he hasn't got enough time to start another lap. 10 seconds and he hasn't got through Woodcote.
More to come, I think, from Adrian Wilmot.
Yeah, there he is. The checkered flag has just come out and he's just negotiating the chicane behind Darren McWhirter. Sitting in 2nd place overall. Sam Hancock in the paddock already, sitting on provisional pole. Looks like he's still got it. So the final few cars just completing their final laps, and the target 1 minute 33.968 set by Sam Hancock, who took over Ben Shuckborough's Cunningham, and that does not look as though it's going to be beaten.
Classification then for that Freddie March Memorial Trophy qualifying. First, Sam Hancock in Ben Shuckborough's Cunningham and C4R. Car 14, 1:33.968. So close behind. Darren McWhirter, 46 thousandths of a second behind in car 49, the Lagonda. In 3rd place, 20, Nick Finberg, Jaguar C-Type. 4th, Robert Newell, Cooper Jaguar T33 in car 16. 5th, 22, Carsten LeBlanc, Austin Healy 100S. 6th, the sister car, number 6 of Adrian Wilmot. In 7th place, number 7, Rob Walton, Jaguar C-Type. And in 8th place, number 17, Rob Hall, with the Aston Martin DB3, 1952 Goodwood 9-hour winner. In 9th place, 18, Michael Milligan, HWM Jaguar. 10th, Ben Cousins, number 19, Jaguar C-Type. 7th place, Jochen Mass, in the 25 car, Mercedes-Benz Gullwing. 12th, Eddie Maguire in the Gordine, number 56. 13th, Steve Bolton Brooks, Aston Martin DB3S, number 3. 14th, Bob Francis with the Allard J2, number 2. 15th, Derek Hood with his Cooper Jaguar T33, number 59. And in 16th, Mark Midgley with his Aston Martin DB3, car number 34. Again, we had 30 cars out in that session. Well, looking at the circuit, here we go, all getting ready for that last session. Nice little pose there for the cameras, and there is Sam Hancock waving to us from the Cunningham. Derek Hood just drops his goggles over his eyes, and they're out on to the circuit. 24, Nigel Webb's Jag C-Type didn't get very far. That is 20, that is Nick Finberg, who was one of the early pacemakers. And the man who set the early marker, number 16, was Rob Newell with the Cooper. There's Bob Francis, there's Allard. Bob Francis in from the States. Dropping a wheel over the edge of the curb, Darren McWhirter. And he came back hard at this man. Rob Newell, who's wrestling with the Cooper Jag. McWhirter got himself ahead in car 49, the Lagonda V12. It's a tight pack up ahead, including the two Healey's that battled so well. So 49 looked pretty good for a front row start, if not pole, but he was being chased down in the latter stages of the session. There's 5, that's Tarek Mahmoud. These are the two Healey's that were battling. They ended up in 5th and 6th, 22 Carsten LeBlanc and 6 Adrian Wilmot. But this is the man who snatched pole position in the dying stages of the session. Number 14, Sam Hancock in the Cunningham C4R. Let's hear from our commercial partners. Well, down in the paddock, we've got Henry Hope Frost with Bobby Verdon-Rose on pole for this, our first race of the weekend.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Marcus. Down here in the collecting area, big excitement ahead of the evening race, and fastest in the qualifying session, Bobby Verdon-Rose. A good lap, Bobby?
Very, very pleased with it. Yeah, the car's going quite a lot faster than it ever has done. So, yeah, getting in the 24s was really quite an achievement. I was very pleased with that.
Lovely to race in the evening into dusk in this glorious Ferrari.
It is. I hope it doesn't get too dark. I don't think it will. No, it'll be a lot of fun.
Who are you concerned about in this one? Because there's some quick pairings behind you.
Yes, I think that, there's a number of them, but the listers are all going to be there or thereabouts. So, it's a long race. Hopefully they'll show up their tyres a bit more than we do. But, I think there's any number of, 4 of us that could win it.
How do you decide who starts? Obviously, Nick's going to start this one. How does he work it out?
It's normally if we sort of, I go second, so that if there's a safety car or something like that, then I can jump in and take advantage of that. That's generally the sort of the way we go.
The car's looking lovely. We wish you well.
Thank you very much.
So that was Henry down there with Bobby Verden-Rowe in the assembly area. The grid girls are here with Lollipops akimbo, and shortly we'll get our first sight of the cars coming out for this 1 hour race, a 1 hour race for the Sussex Trophy, the World Championship sports cars, production sports racing cars, 1955 to 1960. These are the days of the World Championship races here at Goodwood, the TTs. I thought for a minute that was Autosport photographer Jeff Bloxham hiding behind a lollipop, hiding his light under a bushel. So we have mechanics and marshals and grid girls looking terribly glamorous out there on this lovely September evening. We'll try to pick up as many as we can of the start drivers. Brother Bill's down there in the assembly area running round and seeing what he can find out for us. Of course, the cars are in the main going to be open cars. We should have no massive problem in picking them up as we go along. Lovely scene here. The wind has just dropped a little towards the end of the day. Being slightly divorced from the elements, it's hard for me to tell whether it's still pleasantly warm out there. I hope so. Engaging by a lot of people still dressed in really light attire. It all looks very comfortable. Aston Martin comes out. Yes, there's Nick Leventis in 5. Ewan McIntyre and Joe Twyman and Duncan Ricketts are in various cars there. That's Marino Franchitti in the number 28 car. There's Marino, sports racer in the States, brother of Dario. We know that Joe Twyman starts 24. We know that Duncan Ricketts starts 22. Like Chris Lunn in his number 9. Mr. Jag. Ron Gammons, I would say, is in the Devon, which is number 4. Oh dear. And number 19. Number 19 has had an altercation. Number 19
a tete-a-cur
is Steve Boltby Brooks and Robert Beebe.
Well, I think that's Boltby
Brooks, isn't it?
Well, it had a slight off earlier in this morning with Robert Beebe, but I think that might have been an avoidance. But that's a prang, that's a bender.
Oh dear.
What a shame.
What a shame. Just a flat iron. What happened?
I think it's cold tyres going to the first corner. Let's have a look. Down to Madrick, they get some heat in their tyres.
Dear.
Oh my golly! Oh well.
They didn't go so well, did it? And it's made a mess of that, unfortunately. What a blow.
Yeah, they're pointing out the bodywork is possibly rubbing on that front wheel. None too surprisingly. Great camera work there.
Well, I can give you up at the front. Up at the front, we can give you number 5 on pole position is Nick Leventis. We knew that. Number 23 alongside him is going to be started by John Minshaw, the car owner. Number 18 is Alistair McCaig, and he's going to continue round. That's bold. Then we go back to Sam Hancock. Sam Hancock in number 20. 41 is, next up 41 is John Young. John Young starts that car. It's Derek Hood's car. Chris Ward to take it over. Then we go back to Ewan McIntyre in 15, as I spotted on the camera. Joe Twyman, 24. 22 is Duncan Ricketts. 28 is Marino Franchitti. Number 16 is James Cottingham. And it's Oliver Bryant in that car, not per programme. Gary Pearson starts in 21. Then we go to Kent. Richard Kent is in 10. Number 8 is going to be Barry Wood starting it. 14 is Roberto Giordanelli. Then we've got 67. 67 is Michael Malone, the American driver. Fred Wakeman, another American, who had a good win with Pat Blakeney Edwards at Silverstone at the Classic. He starts car number 11. Car number 19 is Boltby Brooks, but whether that car is going to be able to start, I have my doubts. Number 1 is Wolfie Friedrichs, and then Chris Lunn in 9, as I suggested. 25 is the Belgian Marc Devis. Then we go to number 17, which is Max Girardo. The Lindsay Shuckburgh Cooper Jag was damaged this morning when Ben Shuckburgh crashed it, unfortunately. We don't know who's in 2. Franchitti and 12 are in the pits. So 12 is the Simon Ham Mark Lewis. We've got the grid coming up in just a second. 12 is going to be Simon Ham, but that's in the pits. There is Sam Hancock. Keith Fell starts 25. There's our grid then. Sussex Trophy then. On pole is Nick Leventis in 5, alongside him John Minshaw in 23 and Alistair McCaig in 18. Row 2, Sam Hancock starts 20 and John Young in 41. 15 is Ewan McIntyre in row 3. 24 is Joe Twyman and 22 is Duncan Ricketts. That's the first 3 rows for this Sussex Trophy race. To go back in just a mo to row 4, and that is the Marino Franchitti Maserati that's in the pits at the moment, and 16 James Cottingham to Giro Jaguar. 21 Gary Pearson. 10 is Richard Kent. 8 is Barry Wood. 14 is Roberto Giordanelli on row 6, and 67 is Michael Malone, who follows him up. On row 7 we should have Fred Wakeman. So they've gone on what should be the green flag lap. Should pick up a few more down the order. 11 was Fred Wakeman, 19 Boltby Brooks, 1 is Wolfgang Friedrichs, 9 is Chris Lunn, 25 is Mark Devis, 17 Max Girardo, 7 is a non-starter, 2 I'm looking for, which is the Allard Farrelak. I'm not sure that I've seen it hove into view yet. There were some problems, I think, this morning with it. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be there. Simon Ham is in 12, that was in the pits. 3 is going to be driven by Keith Fell to start with. 6 is Carlo Vogler to hand over to David Franklin. Ron Gammons is in 4, as I thought it was. 26 is Ulrich, Conrad Ulrich. He will hand over to Julian Bronson. 29 is Stefan Rettenmeyer, hand over to his brother Josef Otto, and Martin Halusa starts the number 27 car. So there is no Allard Cadillac. The Farrelak then missing, car number 2, a non-starter, and also a non-starter, the Cooper Jag, which was crashed in practice, unfortunately. So the Cooper Jag, our cover star of the race card insert, is a non-runner. The car that Patrick Head had entered this weekend was raced by his father in period. That gives us the runners and riders then for what should be a fascinating race. And I don't know whether the Boltby Brooks Lister made it back to the paddock or not, back to the pits or paddock or not, but I suspect that it wouldn't last long.
Certainly, had he wanted to flash his lights at anyone, only one of them would have worked, wouldn't it?
Absolutely.
So at this time of the day, we love looking at the sun shining, but some of the drivers will find certain parts of the circuit, like heading down towards Fordwater, no small corner in its own right, just a little bit bright, I would suggest.
Yes, I remember the staggering situation racing at Daytona in 2000, coming around off the 24-hour banking, not being able to see any of that 3/4 of a mile of grandstand, straight into the sun. Absolutely extraordinary.
Frightening.
Yeah. You needn't tell me, it was terrifying. Well, this is the Sussex Trophy, and it's been promoted to the Friday night race till dusk. It's a 1-hour race, starting within about 9 minutes of the scheduled time.
So here's the question, Marcus. Can that Ferrari get off the line ahead of the Listers alongside it? A bit more grunt under the bonnet of the Listers.
Yes, but the handling is there with the Ferrari. I would think that Nick Leventis just needs to hang on in there, try to stay close to those snarling Listers that sit alongside in his stint. And as Bobby Verdenreau said, maybe they can take advantage of any situation. John Felix drops the Union flag, and away they go. One or two Lotus 15s make it a good start. That's Joe Twyman trying to barrel up the inside, but eventually got shuffled back into the pack. I can see Gary Pearson up there on the inside.
But there's 3 Listers in the lead, though, in the front 3.
Yeah, there are, and it looks like the Minshaw car out front. 23 Minshaw, then it's McKagan 18. Sam Hancock is 3rd. Leventis is 4th. Joe Twyman appears to be in 5th. Battle of the Lister Costins behind Ewan McIntyre. There's Gary Pearson's in there as well.
What a fantastic sight as the field was coming down. The amazing sight was the sun glinting off the visor of Nick Leventis, running in about 5th place. It was as though someone was shining a light. He's now in the shade there, being passed, or is he? Trying very hard indeed. Number 24, that's Joe Twyman.
Yeah.
Quick off the line, but just can't get past.
Gary Pearson's right behind Joe, and behind Joe is Ewan McIntyre in the all-polished aluminium Lotus 15. But the leader's already down towards Woodcote for the first time.
And Andrew Smith isn't interested in staying in 2nd place, is he? He's certainly really closing in on Minshaw there.
John Minshaw, Lister Jag. And in 2nd place, Alistair McKaig.
Sorry, McKaig, of course, starting that car before he had
in the Lister with the Chevrolet engine. Absolutely brilliant. They're filing their way through. I can see Richard Kent doing a good job up there in the blue Lister. 23 is Minshaw, 18 is McKaig, 20 is Hancock. Behind them is 5 Leventis, then 21 Gary Pearson.
Well, you just had Gary Pearson picking off Leventis there as they get down before even they got to Madgwick. He's made it stick, and so the Ferrari number 5 started on pole position with Nick Leventis, back now to 5th.
That opens Leventis up to the 2 Lotus 15s that are following. Those in the hands of Joe Twyman, 24, now behind Ewan McIntyre. So a very bold start by Twyman. Then we've got John Young in 41. Behind John Young is Richard Kent in 10. Cottingham is next in the Giro. Number 16, 8 is Barry Wood. And then 14, Roberto Giordinelli. Behind over the local man Chris Snowden. But the battle continues. Down they come, down this Lavant Straight, so-called, with the big kink in the middle.
And a much closer this time around with Alistair McCaig. Obviously, I called him Andrew Smith. That's who he'll be handing over to this time around. I'd say he's about 3 car lengths closer, but still John Minshaw holding on in front with the big green list under the yellow stripe, followed by a green lister with a yellow stripe. But as you pointed out, different engine.
Yeah. Absolutely fantastic. You see 0.5 between them at the end of the first lap. This time through it's down to 0.2. New fastest lap to Alistair McCaig, a 1:27.118. 27.118. 24. Got a car coming into the pit through. I think that's Joe Twyman in the back of our picture, just going into the pit lane. So I think he could be out of the race. Third place Hancock still. Fourth is now Gary Pearson, as you say, up ahead at Madgwick last time through.
And Leventis really dropping back off that Lotus battle with the McIntyre 15, pulling away from it very easily. In fact, there's about 2 seconds back from McIntyre now is Leventis, so hopefully he doesn't drop back too far to give Bobby Burden Road nothing to attack, but McIntyre pushing very hard indeed on the tail of number 21 with Gary Pearson on board. A much smaller Lotus, really nipping and tucking and biting away at the tail there, but still the grunt, as you can see, is coming out of the second part of lap, the third part of lap, and you can see the Leicester just pulling away.
Frank Kitty did get going, and he's down in 18th place. Frank Kitty, but the battle goes on out front, and shooting back, opening up a couple of lengths under braking, is John Minshaw down at Woodcote Corner for the third time into the chicane. Minshaw, modern GT racer now, and the Kyrgios man, McCaig, is hot on his heels.
Well, he does a lot of modern sports car racing too.
Absolutely, a new fastest lap to Minshaw at 27.087. The gap's gone out to 0.5 of a second.
Now looking to see who is going to be next to pick off Leventis. Cars queuing up behind number 10. That's with Richard Kent on board. That's the Lister Jaguar Costin right on his tail, but he's got to watch in his mirrors too because he's under great pressure from behind. Number 41 right under his tail, starting near the front of the grid. 5th place on the grid for 41. That's
Joe Twyman, who came in at the end of that previous lap.
Ah, there he is. Okay.
Looks like the Lotus may go out again. A little bit of a wobble for our race leader through St Mary's that time.
Yes, he's opened out. It was 0.2 of a second, then 0.497, and certainly John Minshaw seems to be edging away. It was amazing how McCaig closed him in by about 3 or 4 car lengths on the second lap. But now the greatest racing is between Sam Hancock trying to hold down third place and Gary Pearson pushing really hard. 20 being pushed super hard by 21. Will there be a move coming down into Woodcote? It's a long race, it's an hour, don't forget, but certainly Gary Pearson more than a little interested.
Yeah, that's the thing. And Hancock twiddling the wheel to catch the tail of the third place list at number 20, has 21 right up behind him. Into the 26s goes Minshaw. New fastest lap. The gap has gone to 1.7 seconds. Gary Pearson looking up the inside into Madgwick, but it didn't work. He had a look, showed his intent.
Well, all along, this is helping the 2 drivers ahead of the map.
It is.
Alistair McCaig is benefiting, but to gain 1.5 seconds nearly on that lap, John Minshaw put in a mighty charge. He's sort of effectively saying, this is mine.
Ewan McIntyre pushing hard. In 5th place, the little Lotus, 2-litre Lotus.
He is. I'm just interested to see as they come through the corner before St Mary's how much ground he's losing to the Listers. He's benefiting as they battle, but has he got the pace to stay with them if they separate slightly? I don't think he does.
Well, he may get in the toe. That's going to help him down the 11th straight. We've got Leventis with Richard Kent behind him. Right behind Richard Kent is the
John
41
Young.
car, John Young. Then we've got 16, the Tajiro of Cottingham, and 8, which looks to me like Tony Wood rather than Barry Wood driving it, that red crash helmet. Barry Wood in our programmes, but it's Tony Wood, I can assure you, with that red helmet. 4 laps in.
And you mentioned a couple of laps ago, Marino Franchitti down in 18th. He's gone up to 14th, so he's picking them off, having started from the pit lane. Sort of racing he'll enjoy, of course.
Yes.
But look now, in 5th place, Ewan McIntyre right on the tail of Sam Hancock, and the order has changed because Gary Pearson got ahead of Hancock, and now Hancock's got to worry about Lotus 15, number 15, right under his sail.
So Pearson in 21 up into third place. Hancock down to fourth. McIntyre right in touch with them though in fifth place, and piling the coals on to try to unseat Sam Hancock from fourth place. Richard Kent in the blue Lister, number 10, is in sixth place. Leventis in the Ferrari, number 5, is in seventh. Then we've got 41, which is John Young. 16, which is Jeremy Cotting, who wins the Giro. 8, which is Tony Wood in the Lister. 22, yes.
Marcus, if I may, I thought there was going to be a place change down into Lavant. I thought Ewan McIntyre was going to get past, but just enough grunt from 20 years going past, because Sam Hancock slid wide. Sam's got more power, he'll accelerate away, but Ewan McIntyre's really, really working him. Now who's going to get the power down better on the straight? And it's Hancock, is it? No, it isn't. Gosh, that head-on shot makes it so hard to understand, but certainly Hancock looks like he's wearing those tyres pretty hard.
Last time round, Alistair McCaig did a PB, which brought him a little bit closer to our race leader. But both the race leading cars have excellent second drivers. McIntyre looked up the inside there, trying to take a place away from Hancock at the chicane. It didn't happen. But this time, look at that, a response from Minshaw. It's now 3 seconds to the good. 20 there, under pressure, and they're in some slower cars now, where it makes it very difficult among the back markers. 27 that is, which is Martin Halusa in his Maserati. And look how quick McIntyre is out of Ford water. They've got Stefan Rettenmeier's ex-Gaston Andre Maserati up ahead of them.
They certainly have now. You see, McIntyre won't be able to see that as well as Hancock has, but Hancock not as quick coming out of St Mary's. Now's the chance going up to Lavant, but of course, as I said, Ewan McIntyre could not see the birdcage Maserati as easily, anyhow, as the car ahead could, but they've both got past it before Lavant. And I mean, he can get no closer behind the tail of that number 20 Lister, but he just doesn't have the grunt when they go out of the corner. He's going to have to do it coming down towards you, Marcus, into Woodcote. He can get right in that toe, and let's see what he can do under braking.
Yeah, he tries ever so hard, but it's not quite going to happen. It's a nimble car, but there's no way you can fit two cars through abreast. But it's now that he's got an opportunity, and Hancock's gone very defensive. It's a question of hanging on, I guess. Ewan McIntyre, his brother Jamie takes his car over. Jamie, not quite as quick as you, and then it has the experience in this particular car, but Jamie a quick driver and a good Goodwood racer as well.
It's a cracking battle between 20 and 15.
Again, down into Ford. He's trying to bore a hole down the inside to make it through, but he can't do it. He's going to take advantage during traffic. I think it's his only real opportunity. Minshaw by 3.4 seconds. Pearson in third. He's 4 seconds, 4.6 seconds off the beam. We've got Hancock and McIntyre together. And Kent's got past Leventis a couple of laps ago.
Yeah, and in fact, John Young has just done so between the start-finish line and coming down into my sight. So Leventis now back in 8th place in the Polestar season.
Yeah, Roberto Giordinelli up into 11th place and number 14 Lister Chevrolet. Ahead now of Duncan Ricketts. Behind him, Fred Wakeman in 11th, and Frank Kitty in 28th. David Ham, Simon Ham in his father David's Lister is next up. Then Mark Davis, Max Girardo, and Malone. The leaders are getting further apart, but this time Gary Pearson has made significant progress in car 21. He's in third place. Good lap that time. Lapped a lot quicker than the two ahead of him. Due to down to where they caught traffic, I suspect. The Hancock and McIntyre battle. Ewan McIntyre still in the running. where he needs to use his guile to dive through 26.
Okay, interesting fact just coming up. Those two cars you see on the screens just going through St Mary's, the race leader, John Minshaw, had a big moment there. He kept it on the black stuff, but it's a little bit slippery if you go towards the outside of the circuit, so we nearly lost our leader. Bear that in mind. As around the outside he goes, he's going to run out of circuit if he goes that wide. He's Ewan McIntyre trying a totally different line to get around Sam Hancock in number 20 in their battle for 4th place, but you've got to keep trying different things, and he certainly is, that's for sure.
We've heard Nobi pacing up and down in the pits, where he wanted to get into the 5 Ferrari as quickly as possible.
Marino Franchitti is now almost on the tail of Pat Blakey Edwards. 28, started from the pit lane, the Maserati birdcage.
Goes out to 4.8, 1 to 2. Pearson's not hanging around in 3rd place. Holding his own now. Pearson, the winningest driver in Revival history. 13, I think, isn't he?
Yeah, I think that's
a couple behind Wayne Gardner from the White World. Bear in mind, Wayne's only had 2 opportunities a year. Carry leaps from car to car.
This time through St Mary's, race leader John Minshaw took the inside line to avoid the moment he had last time around. That's why he didn't increase his lead. He kept his lead and it didn't go out, didn't go in, but he'd had that moment, so he's still got the pace in number 23.
Yeah, this is super to watch. And Ewan McIntyre in this lovely Lotus that Mark Lewis prepares so beautifully is now as close as he could possibly be to the back of Sam Hancock's car, and there are at least 3 cars ahead of them. There's a Maserati, the first to lap. After the Mazda, I saw 2 up from him, Keith Fell in Stephen Bond's Mazda. It's one of the Mazdas. That's the coming, and
that's Fell with the yellow helmet.
Keith Fell, it is indeed. Used to mechanic for Stewart Graham on the Brute Camaro team in '74.
Well, that was really good because the traffic did not affect that battle down through the chicane. It's always a shame when you've had a battle going on for lap after lap and it gets broken. This one hasn't been. Still, how are they going to get around the outside of Madrick though? Let's see. So certainly a very wide line indeed from Sam Hancock and a much tighter line from Ewan McIntyre. Now has he got space to get past the Devon?
He's got the run, hasn't he? And Ron Gammon saw him and then waved McIntyre back through to the other side. McIntyre's got a bit of a run down there. Past Wolfgang Friedrichs is the next target in the Aston Martin. It has to give way.
Oh, number 18 in 2nd place, Alistair McCaig has run wide onto the grass at the exit of St Mary's. It is slippery down here. Sam Hancock had a bit of a twitch going through the line as well on the outside of the circuit, and they're dropping back after that moment. Down into 3rd place goes Alistair McCaig. All that work, and Gary Pearson's nipped by in 21. Here it is. See, as I said, very similar to a line that was half taken a few laps ago by race leader John Minshaw, but he stayed just on the circuit, and from 2nd place Alistair McCaig could not do so.
The Great Circle Route, as we call it.
The crop circle route, I think. So Gary, the outcome of that is Gary Pearson has picked his way up the order and he's gained another position up into 2nd place. He will be, let's see when they get to start-finish line, I would reckon he'll be about 5 seconds down on John Minshaw, maybe more.
Yeah, well, Minshaw was 6.5 seconds ahead of
okay, we'll make it 10 then.
It's nearly 10 seconds, 9.8 seconds from Pearson in 2nd place. McCaig now in 3rd place. Hancock is in 4th in 2015. Still very much with him is McIntyre in car 15. He's 5th. 6th is Richard Kent in 10. 7th is 41, which is John Young. 8th is Nick Leventis in the 5 car that started on pole. 9th is Tony Wood in the number 8 Lister. Then we've got the 16 Cottingham to Giro ahead of the 14, which is Giordanelli's Lister Chev. Then we've got 22, which is Malcolm Rickett's car in the pits down this end. Fred Wakeman is next up. He's in 13th place in car number 11. ahead of, should be 28, Marino Franchitti, but that battle continues.
Well, it's fantastic, Marcus, the fact you've got cars 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th covered by less than 2 seconds. It's very easy for the camera crews to pick them up and get them all in one shot. Yes, John Minshaw is 10 seconds clear. Ewan McIntyre in the Lotus, just gone out of shot there, is 5th, but he's been pressing so hard, and I think these two are now coming onto the tail of Pearson and McCaig in 2nd and 3rd.
Yes, they're not far behind at all. And of course, the probably Verdon Rosé, the listers may be screwing their tyres up now, which will help Ewan McIntyre in a sense with the number 15, the lightweight 2-litre Lotus, 2-litre Coventry Climax FPF engine under the bonnet.
One of the real shames is that the Joe Twyman Ed Jones Lotus that went into the pits early on is lapping just as fast as the cars in sort of 5th and 6th place, but they're 2 laps down. Such a shame. Another Lotus in the mix would have been fantastic. Is this the move that works? So it's changed. 4th place is now with the Lotus going down into the corner before St Mary's, and up the inside went Ewan McIntyre, number 15, up into 4th place. He's been chasing for a good 10 laps trying to make that move. Now he's done it.
Interesting to see once he's through whether he can jiggle his way through some traffic and put some distance between himself and the more powerful Lister Jag. They've got a Maserati to negotiate, and Mike Malone's Lotus 15 as well down there. This is Gary Pearson in 21. He's in 2nd place. Right behind him, though, a resurgent Alistair McCaig.
And just wait, yeah, right behind them, you've still got the 4th lister in the race, which is now Hancock, but back in 5th place. But I reckon the little Lotus with Ewan McIntyre is going to catch these 2 big listers in front of him. 21 and 18, a 3rd and 4th, 2nd and 3rd, but 15 in 4th place is catching them. That's for sure. Great drive by Ewan McIntyre.
And looks like we've got John Young in the pits. He's going to hand over to Chris Ward, who we know is very quick. Chris Ward, who left Silverstone's employ recently to go and work for JD Classics.
Going through St Mary's, Ewan McIntyre, oh, there's a replay of the move that Ewan made to take 4th place from Sam Hancock, but now Ewan McIntyre right on the tail of Alistair McCaig there. He's caught those 2 listers who are battling over 2nd and 3rd places. I thought he would, and he's really, really driven well to do so, and he has been dropping Sam Hancock behind him. You wondered if it would happen, Marcus, and it is. So seriously, clearly the pace. And in fact, on the last lap, fastest 1st sector of all, fastest 3rd sector of all, went to Ewan McIntyre in that slippery little Lotus.
Yeah, PB, and that's put him safely through. 1:26.999, quicker than the race leader laps, in fact. Well, we're just about 1/3 distance, and this race still absolutely stunning with 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. Cars 21, 18, 15 and 20 all together on track.
And it's been quite lonely out front for John Minshaw. Just had a shot of him on screen, number 23, just coming past my commentary position at St Mary's. And I have to turn my head to the right. It's a long way back until, with headlights ablaze behind number 17, is the driver in 2nd place. That's Gary Pearson. He wants 17 out of the way.
Leventis in. Leventis in.
Okay.
And 20, that's 5 in the Ferrari, and 22, Ricketts brings the Saddler in for Julian Mazubit's owner, very exuberant owner.
Well done, Max Girardo. He kept out of the way and had to correct a slide, nearly went off the circuit. He kept out of the way of that battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. And there is Chris Ward hopping aboard. Well spotted, Marcus. John Young in the pit lane. Driver changing. All open now. So the gap between 1st and 2nd. Oh, dearie me. Just had Alistair McCaig getting a couple of wheels on the dirt as he tried to close in on number 21 in that battle for 2nd place, and his reward? No reward at all. He's got the Ewan McIntyre Lotus right under his tail. Starts to that, a bit of indication. Was he saying go to the inside, or was he waving to the pit wall? Hard to tell. Okay. It's dropped down the order, listed as 11th place, but probably slightly lower. But now the number 5 Ferrari that started on pole position with Nick Leventis, we have Bobby Verdon Rowe on board. Let's see how soon he does green time.
Best sector 1 of anybody in the race. 9.7 seconds adrift of our race leader last time round. Mr. McKay is in 3rd in 18th. 4th is Ewan McIntyre.
Number 18 off the circuit, Alistair McKay just had a little run across the grass, so he's lost a place. So Ewan McIntyre is now up into 3rd. The mistake, he was being chivied very hard, and unfortunately that is the result. So McKay ran that little bit wide, down to 4th place.
Set to lap 16 then. 9th, Roberto Giordinelli. Well, went up into 10th.
Well, here's a replay, and you can see Alistair McKay. He was under pressure. Great save from Ewan McIntyre as they came across number 25 and tried to correct it. And there is McKay. He's rejoined. He was 3rd, and now he's 4th, and he'll be regretting. And a rotation, number 27. That was Martin Halusa, the Maserati 300S, bringing up pretty much the tail of the field. Is that our race leader in the pits, or is that number 18 coming in?
It looks like...
Oh, it was our race leader, John Minshaw.
Yep, Minshaw's in.
And 18 is in as well, so Alistair McKay had that rotation, and Andrew Smith will take over. That's the second green and yellow lister. You can see McKay clambering out now.
Yeah, it's funny, we haven't been shown that the leader is in according to our screens, but in he is.
Yeah, that's Phil Keane taking over. Let's see if he's trying to find some gears there. So the Devin came in, I think, possibly after, but has gone out ahead. But anyhow, great job there. Had a lead of just, it was about 13, 14 seconds, I believe, when John Minshaw came into the pits. So Gary Pearson, by dint of not pitting, is now leading the race in number 21.
Yeah.
Don't pit stops take an age, or so they seem, when you've been driving, trying to shave a 10th off here, a 10th off there, and people are fiddling with the belts.
Yeah, they're buckling big Andrew Smith.
Okay, Marcus
Verdon Rowe.
Verdon Rowe. I said, look for the greens. Why do greens when you can do two pinks and a green? So that means the two fastest second segment of all, up to 9th. He will rise higher.
Let's go down to the pits.
John Minshaw cracking first session. Little bit of a moment halfway through. Everything okay?
Yeah, my co-driver turned another turn of brake to the front during qualifying, and so I think we got probably on a little bit too much front brake. So braking late into Woodcote, it just wasn't quite getting the bite, and I just had to drift slightly wide.
Built up a good lead though.
Consistency. Yeah, and I'm trying not to make the mistake, but just consistency. You know, and it was great. You know, it was, the car went really well. So I just want to wait for Phil to bring it back.
Good stuff. Well done.
Thank you.
While he was talking, Gary Pearson set his fastest time of 1 minute 26.7, but Bobby Verdon Rowe down in 9th, 1 minute 25.4. Whoa, it's going to be a story, isn't it? See how much he can pick it up. I think he's probably there's too much of a gap there, but 34 minutes remaining in this race. Let's see. I can hear the pit siren. It's getting very, very busy in the pits at the moment.
Guys in the middle of the field going in at the moment. Davis to David Hart, to Girardo, Danny Sullivan, Mike Malone to Rob Hall, and Carlo Vogler to David Franklin down in the mid-order.
Okay, let's just scale the size of the task for Bobby Verdon Rowe. He's 59.9 seconds. Let's call it a minute down on the 21 racing car, but there's been no time
Andrew
in the
Smith
pits.
is just ahead of Gary Pearson on the road. Just ahead of Gary Pearson on the road. Pearson yet to make his stop though, so that's potential lavery, but Pearson in 21, our race leader, still has to make his stop.
I somehow doubt that Andrew Smith will be holding him up. Andrew's no slouch at all, so I don't think there'll be any element there that he's holding him back. But just to say, just bear in mind, it was a minute before Pearson comes in for his pit stop that is the deficit back to Bobby Verdon-Roe, who's in 9th place at the moment, but lapping faster than anybody else. So all the front runners lapping in the 1 minute 27s. Bobby Verdon-Roe banging out the 1 minute 25s. A long way to make up ground, a lot of ground to make up, but it's going to be a story within the story.
Yeah, very interesting. And this Ferrari, which we know can fly here. Remember the days when Tony Dron won several races, several of these Sussex Trophy races in it. Always came through with that very, very neat style. Very consistent platform. It doesn't use its tyres.
Oh, and it sounds great. Just can't pass me at St Mary's.
It sounds gorgeous. Pearson in 21 then. 3 seconds ahead of McIntyre in 15, who is 7.3 seconds ahead of Sam Hancock in 20. In 4th place is now... Yes, because Richard Kent has come in to hand over to Chris Harris. 4th place now is Tony Wood, who's going to put Will Nuttall into that car. And we've got Phil Keane. Behind Phil Keane, we've got the Jordanelli Mr. Chevrolet up into 6th place, which is a grand effort. And then BVR.
Well, he's just putting fastest lap after fastest lap, almost in the 1 minute 24s now. He's got 14 seconds to make up on Jordanelli. Jordanelli's handed over though, hasn't he?
He did 24s.
No, he hasn't.
He did 24s in quali, so he knows it's possible. Cooler now than it was then.
Yeah, I was going to say he's 14 seconds down on Jordanelli, who's handed over to Snowden, but he hasn't. Jordanelli's still on board, so that will all change. It's coming back the other way.
Yeah, circuit specialist Chris Snowden. PB for our race leader, 26.2. He's responding, he's trying to make as much time as he can for his bro. But you see Verdon-Roe with what, 30 minutes to go, half distance, can do this. Oh, and that's the 14 Jordanelli car. That's taken a big whack. Roberto Jordanelli's car, and this is going to trigger a whole bunch of safety car stoppages, isn't it?
Certainly is. Now we'll have to get the slide rule to work out who that's going to favour. How long is this safety? Well, it's not a safety car, but how long is it going to take to move the rather shorter Lister there that was running in 6th place at the time of that? Good to see Roberto out.
Really help Keenan Minshaw, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Jordanelli out of the car. What happened? He came down into Woodcote. There was the number 6 Maserati alongside him, and he hit the brakes hard to try to avoid hitting the Maserati, and nosedived unfortunately into the conveyor belting, went round and round and round, and that's made a mess of the 14 car. But Roberto out of the car, Roberto Jordanelli out of the car.
He did very well to avoid the Maserati, I must say. Lots of cars now filing into the pits. 11 and 41 following the Aston Martin pace car at the head of the field, the safety car. And they will be losing time. And in the background, number 18, of course, they had made their pit stop. Andrew Smith had taken over from Alistair McCaig.
Yeah, that was David Franklin, wasn't it, in the Vogler Maserati?
Yeah. Now, if 11 didn't go into the pits, that's Pat Blakeney-Edwards, who was running. He's moved up to about 8th.
That's Fred Wakeman starting that car.
Oh, Fred started it.
Okay,
the
American. Yeah.
Yes, sorry, looking at my notes, you're right.
There's a car in the pit, looking at that one.
No, but my point was that they haven't pitted yet.
Yes. Well, look at this. As the rest of them pit, look who's in the lead. It's Phil Keane. It's as you were.
Well, that was rather unfortunate for people in the pits. I couldn't tell if Lucas Halusa stalled as he was trying to go out, but held everyone else up. No, they were being held. Sorry, they were being held there by the marshal at the exit. But there's Jamie McIntyre now, getting almost sideways. He tried to accelerate back into the race. Great job done by Ewan, who worked his way up into, I think it was about third, wasn't it? Yes, it was indeed. So we're going to take a few laps to work out exactly the race order once more. Who's won and who's gained and who's lost? There's the question. Just for your information, the safety car is coming past me at St Mary's, and I'll tell you who's in the queue behind. Well, look who's there, number 23. That's Phil Keane, who's taken over from early leader Jason Minshaw. Behind him 16, which is Brian Carr, 24, 29 and 12. Where's the Ferrari? 2 cars further back. So Bobby Verdenroe is about 8th in the queue behind the safety car.
This is the Mark Davis and David Hart Maserati.
Okay, I was just looking for spaces on the track. After Bobby Verdenroe, there was a gap of about 8-10 seconds. A couple more cars, and then number 21, which is John Pearson. He's made his pit stop. That's how far he's behind him. Close right up as the safety car's out there.
Yes, this is interesting, isn't it? It's a crucial part of the race, and it's playing into Bobby Verdenroe's hands, I suspect.
Well, it enables him to close whatever the gap was between he and number 23, the Keane Minshaw car.
That's right.
Still not listed as having made a pit stop, but the fact we saw it with our eyes. Andrew Smith, McCabe, they've lost a lot of ground. They really, really have. They're about a quarter of a lap further back.
Well, the lights are off on the safety car, which would indicate that it's going to get back into the pits and release the cars very shortly.
So Bobby Verdenroe, you'll almost get him in the back of that shot any second now. The hammer is going down, and Keane puts the power down to accelerate away, and Bobby Verdenroe is at the back of that queue. He wants to get past those Maseratis ASAP, and I'm sure he will, but he'll be livid that one of them pulling into pits. That's number 11, wasn't it, who hadn't made the pit stop earlier. That's Blakely Edwards going to take over from Fred Wakeman, but Bobby Verdenroe has got to pick off the cars behind him. Listed as in second place, 5.8 seconds down on race leader Phil Keane as they started the lap.
But can pop the times in. He's done 24s today. He can do 24s again. 21, actually now John Pearson in third place. Ollie Hancock is in fourth in car number 20. Fifth is Jamie McIntyre in Ewan's car. And then in sixth place is Chris Harris in the Richard Kent Lister. And we've got Will Nuttall, Chris Ward in 8 and 41 respectively.
Well, Bobby Verdenroe using a lot of the circuit. He's catching the car ahead of him. The loads ahead of him was the one that had to start from the pit lane. It's 2 laps down. He's going to want it out of the way. And that is Ed Jones, the Formula 3 racer, at the wheel at the moment.
I wonder if we're going to see number 22, Julian Mazouk, making progress. He's down currently in 10th place.
Well, we know he's going to be spectacular. That number 22, the little short wheelbase Saturn, is always absolutely mighty. On the big screens, lights ablaze, is the Ferrari 246S Dino. Bobby Verdenroe.
5.6 seconds. 5.6.
Okay. It stayed even Stevens there. He gained 0.2 of a second that time around. And of course, don't forget that Phil Keane has nobody ahead of him on the track at the moment. And there is Verdenroe in the background of the shot.
As these cars continue to lap as quickly as they do, the fuel load will come down quite considerably because they were very well laden in the early part of the race. That should make them a little bit better handling. Verdenroe frustrated behind the Tajiro, which is Oliver Bryant.
Oliver Bryant, okay, out of the way, he's done it, but he set a pink time for the first sector of the lap, so fastest of all. He did lose a little bit of time getting past number 16. Fantastic camera shots there as the sun sinks low. Lovely artistry, gentlemen, well done.
It's wonderful, isn't it?
And in fact, when you see the cars going down the lap straight, you can see the sun, the sort of mark of the sun melting around the outside.
You'll see Rob Hall bringing the 67 Lotus up the order rapidly as well, putting fastest laps in personal best in the Mike Malone car. Stephen Bond in his own Maserati, and Simon Hadfield in one, also setting PBs. taken over from Wolfgang Friedrichs.
Okay, now the battle is on. The gap actually went out slightly in Phil Keen's favour in number 23 leading the race, but he didn't have anyone ahead of his Lister, and Bobby Verdenroe had to pick his way past the Tajero, which he's managed. That's number 16. He soon dropped it. Now he's got clear sight all the way up the road to number 23. Battle is on. Bobby Verdenroe just dropped in the dip after forward water, and number 23, the race leader Phil Keen, going past me at St Mary's right now, and in the kink before St Mary's is Bobby Verdenroe, and certainly closing in.
Very much so. This is the battle then for third place. 21 and 15, not far in that. 18 in the fight as well. In fact, yes, McIntyre, Jamie, 15, dropped behind Andrew Smith. Andrew Smith's now hard after John Pearson.
Interesting to see what he can do. I think Andrew Smith, they seemed to be quite a tardy pit stop, and they lost track position. Then the safety car happened, so it wasn't a few minutes of magic for the number 18 Lister at all.
Hancock going back down the order. Didn't have a particularly good lap. Field up a place at the 13th. He'd like to be in the top 10 at the end of this one.
Well, certainly the McIntyres, they don't take no for an answer, do they? No. Going up the inside to take third place from John Pearson is Jamie McIntyre. Good job, sir. So literally every lap of the race, that car has been soaring at the tail end of a Lister. Don't seem to tire of it at all. And I really thought that Bobby Verdenroe was going to start catching...
Chris Ward appears to have come up to third place in all that. Fought his way through.
Yeah, but he's just ahead there of Andrew Smith. And I'm just going to say that the gap between first and second is not really coming down. 1/5 of a second, that's all, last time around.
That's a lovely overtaking manoeuvre for Jamie McIntyre. Julian Mazub also climbing the order in the Sadler.
Yes, John Pearson is losing ground at the rate of knots at the moment. Chris Harris is right behind him. That's 21 on your screens, with Chris Harris in number 10. Closing. And looks like he's almost in a position to make a move.
Look how much bigger the frontal areas of the Costin car of Chris Harris Costin Lister than the Nobly. Counterintuitive, really, isn't it?
Yeah. They look very, very different. And a lock up there from 41. And
that's Chris Ward.
Chris Ward under a lot of pressure from Andrew Smith in the battle for third place. Gap between first and second just about stabilised, 5.6 seconds. It's been between 6 and 5.5 for about the past 4 laps. Yeah, Chris Ward working very, very hard indeed to keep Andrew Smith behind him. So 41 holding on to third place, but can he manage it? Nearly 20 minutes remaining.
Ollie Hancock's having a bit of a struggle, I'm afraid, in car 20, dropped down to 9th. Mazub ahead of him. What was that? Another lock-up. So the Ward car now very prone to locking up. It's twice this lap.
Yes, you just talked of Ollie Hancock. He just took quite a wide line out of St Mary's, would have lost a bit more momentum. Maybe scared himself slightly as well.
Yes, Jag versus Chevy power. There's not much between them, in fairness. And Ward attacking Woodpit corner, a lovely, lovely slide. If I put 1 second, half a second gain for Verdenroe, second place.
Yeah, that was his best lap for a while, and well, in fact, the very brave style of Chris Ward paid off with a very quick lap for him as well, fast, almost as fast as the race leaders. So he's doing his best, but Andrew Smith is really keeping him honest. Number 18 pushing the 41 Costin body car very hard indeed in that battle for third.
Chris Harris is giving John Pearson a hard time. He's been through in a minute. but they've got Mazoub catching them hand over fist, 2 seconds a lap, and he's only 2.5 seconds behind. So watch for him.
Andrew Smith is doing all those signs, giving the warning, I'm coming up the inside, coming up the inside, even if he doesn't mean to at Lavin. He's just trying to unsettle Chris
Rob
Chris
Hall
Ward.
has stopped in the Malone Lotus, I'm afraid, 67. It's a shame. .5 seconds, so pretty even, isn't it? Even Stevens.
Yes, in fact, all the top 4 or 5
Andrew
drivers.
Smith
Oh, he's made it stick. Sorry, I talked just as that was happening. But I was saying the first 4 drivers all lapping in the 1 minute 25.
Not many people go past Chris Ward in this sort of car.
He also did it, Andrew Smith did that on the lap that he improved his best lap time in the car. That's quite something, to make an overtaking manoeuvre and improve your lap time.
Yeah, it's down into Woodcote, isn't it? Got it all well sorted. Nice move. McIntyre now having a bit of a lonely time, Jamie.
He's dropping off the pace a bit there. Lapped in the 1 minute 27s, the first 4s in the 25s.
Pearson and Chris Harris. Look, Chris Harris is being caught, both of them are being caught by Julian Mazoub in the big Sadler. Bill Sadler from Catherine's Ontario, built cars, Formula Junior up to the Big Bang of sports cars.
Well, they
came over and won the Brighton Speed Trials at the end of the 50s.
Oh, and Chris Harris, a little look up as he looked up the inside of John Pearson and gaining on both of them, almost as you predicted, Marcus, just in the back of the shot, popping out of the dip and diving down the inside, because Julian Mazoub doesn't take no for an answer. He absolutely, carpe diem is his motto, as you can tell, and straight under the tail. 21 is now holding off from 22, and spat out the back is Chris Harris in number 10.
Won't be long before that Chevy snarls past the Jaguar. Not going to wait. Mazoub. Nice line into Woodcote, but Harris has a great line behind him and gets the speed coming out. Driving well again. PB for our race leader, 25.1. That's going to help him.
Yeah, the gap out to 6.4 seconds now. First time it's been out of the 5s for a while, and Mazoub makes another move down past Pearson into Madgwick, so another place gain up to 6th place there for Julian Mazoub in the Sadler. And he's pulling away. He caught them very easily, and now he's just dropping them. It's quite remarkable. Great drive from Julian Mazoub in that lovely little white Sadler with a broad blue stripe up its middle.
14.75 minutes to go. Working lap 30 of this enthralling Sussex Trophy race. 23, it's our race leader. Keane coming past the Rettenmeyer brothers Maserati.
And there he was in the background of the shot, but he's now in the foreground. Is the second place chasing car. Now much better, a slow lap.
Well, that was traffic, wasn't it?
Oh, it was traffic, but the gap was out to 6.4 seconds. It's now down to 4.8. Bobby Verdenro's got to get round the Maseratis. I think he might be able to pick them off just where he needs to.
And one by one, which is going to help.
Absolutely, yeah.
Well, didn't even think about getting the first one.
No, the second one could be in his way, unless he's seeing Bobby's going to dive up the inside. Come on, Mary's had to slightly reduce his momentum, but yes, very well done indeed.
And to put the two Maseratis back together. So Smith third in 18.41 is Chris Ward in 4th place, still in touch, 0.7 between those two. Then McIntyre back in 5th in number 15. Mazoub up to 6th place. Duncan Ricketts handed that car over just nice and safely.
Might be an idea if Chris Ward got his lights on. He's taking the stealth mode at the moment in number 41 in 4th place. Maybe they were on and they've just had some failure and gone off, but as the light drops it's getting harder and harder to pick him out.
5.9 seconds again. So that was the return favour in traffic, and Keane continues to hold sway up front. Verdenrose still chasing him for all he's worth. Got the yellow Belgian list up, a little obstinate there. That should now be in the hands of Andrew Keith Lucas.
There's a replay of our race leader having to use quite a lot of track to make his way past the Maseratis, but you've got to pick your moment, and he's not hanging around, he's not waiting for it, because he knows that just 5 seconds back down the track, just under 6 now, is Bobby Verdenrose, a driver not known for hanging back when it comes to overtaking. So Phil Keane knows he's got to press on and grab everything as soon as it's presented. There he is on your screens, lights ablaze through the chicane. That car's 32nd lap coming up to be completed. Bobby Verdenrose losing yet more time behind Maseratis. He's not had a good couple of laps in traffic, that's for sure.
Yeah, the Ferrari keeps finding these sort of maroon blocker cars in his battle to get with the Lister Jag out front. Lovely slide through Magswick. The 8 car now of Will Nuttall just going past. And 6.4 going out consistently now.
Yeah, it does look as though Andrew Smith has nailed down third place. He can't do anything. He's 21 seconds back on Leventis Verdenrose Ferrari, but he's 1.5 seconds ahead of Chris Ward in 41, so 18 holding on to third place. It looks though it's good. Just over 10 minutes remaining.
Yes, Ward still hasn't found his light switch. Oh, that's a big slide for Chris Ward through St Mary's.
Yeah, he's not alone in not having his lights on, but most of the front runners are using them. In fact, Jamie McIntyre, he's in 5th place, but he's lost a lot of ground, nearly 10 seconds down on Chris Ward. He also is running surreptitiously in the Lotus 15.
Well, just about 10 minutes to go as the leader completes his 33rd lap. 7.3 seconds.
Well, having said that, Chris Ward, it looks as though third place is nailed down for Andrew Smith. There's now 1.5 car lengths between them, so Ward was better in traffic, maybe because he doesn't have his headlights on. Oh, and a big twitch there from Andrew Smith as he went to put the power down as they came out of the chicane to start their 34th lap, I beg your pardon.
And they're back together. That's as
with
close
Simon
as
Hadfield right in front of them.
Yep. Simon down in 12th place, the number 1 Aston Martin.
First lap we've seen in the 1:25 for a while is done by race leader Phil Keane, and that's enabled him to stretch his advantage over the Verdenrose Ferrari to 7.3 seconds. Can Bobby Verdenrose respond? Well, third place is getting tighter and tighter. A lock up there from Chris Ward.
And the doors come open.
Fallen open. Boy, that was a quick recovery, but he nearly went. Well, he did. Oh, so nearly go off. No problem for Simon Hadfield. He was behind them. That was a scary moment because Chris Ward got very close indeed to Andrew Smith coming into St Mary's. Oof.
Yeah, he hopped the curve on the inside.
Let's have a look at the replay as they come into St Mary's. It's all looking okay. No problem for Smith, but I don't really think there was a gap there to go for. And then obviously all arms and elbows, clatters the door, it fires open. Chris Ward, good presence of mind and closes it. I would suggest that was a gap that didn't really exist to go up the inside of Andrew Smith. Chris Ward's not holding back though. He's really working hard. Now he's trying to adjust the screen. Someone with Henry in the pits by looks things.
That's the Rettenmeyer birdcage Mazda. It looks a bit oily. The Guru's at the front. That's in the smart jacket. That's Sean Danaher looking into the car. Stefan Rettenmeier in the background having his shoulders massaged. Joseph Otto, his brother. Oof. They've got some spare Maseratis, so it doesn't really matter.
So let's just give you the... Oh, as Julian Majoub is trying to pick up places, he's got a lot of ground to make up on the McIntyre, so he's 13 seconds back in 6th place. A good battle there between 10
Chris
and 21.
Harris has got past John Pearson.
Yeah, where did that happen? Must have been on the last lap. Just didn't see it on screen. Let's just run down the order. It's 23 by 7 seconds or so from number 5, which is the Verdon Road.
A new PB for the race leader.
Ah, that's why the gap is 7.6 seconds now. Andrew Smith holding down 3rd place in Lister number 18. Chris Ward in the Lister Costin number 41 right behind him, 1.1 seconds down. Then 15 is in 5th place. That's the McIntyre brothers Lotus number 15. And then Julian Majoub in the Sadler in number 22 is 6th.
Oh, and that's Harris on the grass. Round the 26 Maserati. Didn't give him a lot of room there, but he was angry.
He was angry, but the thing that's focused my mind was the fact that Roberto Giordanelli's Lister was on the outside of the circuit there, having had its prang 10 laps or so ago. But anyhow, Chris Harris was not prepared to lift off. And here we are, he's coming down as fast as he can down the straight, and any second now we'll see the Maserati. Oh, space did dwindle on the outside.
It certainly did. '26 is well, that's meant to be Frank Stippler in that car. 26, isn't it?
Oh, well, I have it down as Julian Bronson, but yours is probably a newer.
Yes, I think you're right. I think you're right, because it's not Stippler's helmet.
Well, Chris Harris, he's clearly very excitable. He just locked up going into St Mary's, and that's given 21 with John Pearson a chance to catch up again. So, you know, certainly must have been a little bit rattled, and I can't blame him for that moment going down into Woodcote. He's still in 7th place. John Pearson is still in 8th, but the gap will come down.
Yeah, we're on 36 now. 5.25 minutes to go. The lead gap between Keane and PVR is 8.1 seconds. 3rd place is Smith in 18th, then Ward, and then McIntyre.
But Phil Keane there, just getting 2 wheels on the dirt. He's really pushing hard. And I would say, actually, at the moment on the circuit, I can't tell you lap time wise, I think probably Verdon Road's got a little bit more speed. I don't think this is a great lap for our race leader, but sitting on a lead of nearly 8.2 seconds, just under 5 minutes remaining, he should be okay.
I was wondering what Chris Harris saw of the parked Lister Chevrolet from earlier in the race as he was coming down the grass.
Too much, I think, is the answer. Bobby Verdon Road's got clear track ahead of him, and race leader Phil Keane has had to pick his way past a few, so the gap will come down. It's just come down by half a second on the last lap, but this one it should come down by more.
.4 now between 3rd and 4th place. Lapping very, very similar times, Andrew Smith and Chris Ward.
Chris Ward is much more sideways at more points on the circuit than Andrew Smith. Those tyres must be starting to ache a little bit, I'd say. Still visual contact, but as you say, 2.4 seconds, and I don't think it's going to come down.
The most frustrating thing when you're trying so hard and all the time you're losing a yard here, a couple of yards there.
With less than 3.5 minutes remaining in this race, he can afford to use every bit of rubber he's got in the back to bring 41 up onto the tail of Andrew Smith in 18. But I think the clock is definitely counting down against him.
There's almost a case for Phil Keane going to back off and make this a 2-lap dash to the flag now rather than just get into a third one, which may well happen.
Traffic hurt Bobby Burden-Rowe that time around. He's gone from 6.6 seconds to 8.8 seconds. He lost a lot of time there over the last lap and a half on race leader Phil Keane, so maybe Phil won't have to back off too much. Certainly looking at the way Jamie McIntyre could, looking at the big screens, watching him flick that nimble Lotus 15 through the chicane, it's so much less physical than having to put the big Lister Knobbly through there.
Yeah, Jamie's in the 26s. I mean, he's lapping quicker than the second place man last time through, and on a par with everybody else ahead of him, so he's doing a grand job. You can tell when Julian Mazub rumbles past, it makes the whole building shake in the Sadler.
And Julian running in 6th place, but he's nearly 20 seconds down on the McIntyre. Oh dear, that's just not been the race for the Ed Jones pulling off there. The car that was started from the pit lane by Joe Twyman went very well in between times, but for Ed, he doesn't quite get to the end of the race there.
Is that the old Bryant car? I suspect it might well be.
Yes, I presume.
10.1, it's gone out again.
Yeah, the light's really falling rather fast now. Just it's fine for the drivers, they're graduating, but certainly when you suddenly look in a different direction, you realise it's darkening down. Going through St Mary's, not for the last time, I'd say the penultimate time is Phil Keane. He's leading the race. I'm turning to my right from my commentary position, and now coming down towards St Mary, going past the apex, is Bobby Burden-Rowe.
Into the final minute of the race, ladies and gentlemen. And it's 23 from 5, 18 from 41, 15 from 22, back into the top 6. And Chris Ward's come back to within a second and a half of Andrew Smith on that last lap at 25.8. But it's almost as quick as the leader.
Yeah, and he's just set his fastest first sector of the race, so he's closing in. Certainly the gap had come down even more by the time they got to St Mary's. Less than half a minute remaining, so he will get to complete this lap the race leader Phil Keane and the one he's going on to now.
Jamie McIntyre's just done his personal best in that last time round in that first sector. It's 40 laps then down onto the 41st and final lap then for our race leader. 10.4 seconds up the road from the number 5 Ferrari. And is that John Pearson just back past Chris Harris? I think it was. And they're about to be lapped by the race leader, and he squeezes between them, and that's going to play into the hands of John Pearson, surely.
Certainly would. If he'd known they were battling over that position, I don't think he'd have taken that risk on the final lap, but he won't know. He's just picking off cars as he has been all race, but certainly for John Pearson, it's a blessing. For Chris Harris, it ain't. That's for sure.
Oh, but Chris Harris gets into the slipstream now, and we'll see whether that Costanero body works very well in comparison to that of the Knobbly in front of him. This is our race leader.
Well, there's not going to be a grandstand finale for the race leader. He is going to win this race unless anything untoward happens at the corner. And Chris Ward has run wide going through St Mary, so he's backed off the tail of Andrew Smith. He got right up in the battle for third place, but there is our race leader. Phil Keane coming through to finish the job, started by John Minshaw. Number 23, Lister Jaguar, winning the race.
Yep, converting that great start by John Minshaw. Phil Keane then comes through. Pearson did just hang on ahead of Harris.
Bobby Burden-Rowe completed the race in second place. Nick Leventis started from pole position. The car fell down the order. Bobby brought it back. We expected a little bit more in that fight back. It looks as though it's coming good with the safety car. Coming through into third place is Andrew Smith, and he'd been pushed very, very hard indeed by Chris Ward. But number 18 goes through to finish third, and 41 had another off-track moment on the final lap, but will come through to take fourth place, and there he is, lights ablaze. Not that they were earlier on.
Yeah, he had brake issues, didn't he? He was locking up and sliding out wide as he was bringing more speed in, popped over that curve at St Mary's. Very, very good fifth for the McIntyre brothers. Ewan started, Jamie finished, and they have come back in the first of the 2-litre cars in 5th place. Big Goodwood reception then, please, for Phil Keane. John Minshaw started, Phil Keane finished it off. Great job in this super. Oh, look at that, Mazoub's broken. Mazoub is broken. And that is a car that has lost out on the final lap, and he's going to be finally classified in 11th place. He was running in 6th place.
Sixth place.
He was running 6th. So Mazoub stops out on the circuit. But out of fuel, do you think?
I was just about to throw that into the fray, because he's actually stopped on the circuit. Hasn't pulled off with a seemingly mechanical problem. Well. Too much gas was used, perhaps, in the chase, and he certainly was chasing. He picked his way up from sort of about 10th place and picked those off ahead of him, but no one could do anything about Phil Keane, who...
Well, there's our result then. Sussex Trophy, and first number 23, which was John Minshaw, and Phil Keane, Lister Jaguar Nobley, 41 laps down. In 2nd place, number 5, and that was Nick Leventis, Bobby Verdon Rowe, Ferrari 246S Dino, 9.550 seconds behind. In 3rd place, number 18, which was Alistair McCaig and Andrew Smith, the Scots, in Lister Chevrolet Nobley. In 4th place, number 41, which was John Young and Chris Ward, Lister Jaguar Costin. In 5th place, number 15, the McIntyre brothers, Ewan and Jamie, Lotus Climax 15, the first 2-litre car. In 6th place, the Pearsons, Gary and John in car 21. They benefited in the last lap. They get ahead of the Richard Kent and Chris Harris, Lister Jaguar number 10. In 8th place, the Hancock brothers, Sam started, Ollie finished in car number 20, Lister Jaguar Nobley. In 9th place was Tony Wood and Will Nuttall, Lister Jaguar Nobley. In 10th place, that's car 8. Then 10th was number 11, which was Fred Wakeman and Pat Blakeney Edwards, Cooper Jaguar Type 38. In 11th place, having stopped out on the last lap, was the 22 Duncan Ricketts and Julian Mazoub, Sadler Chevrolet Mark III. And in 12th place, the Wolfgang Friedrichs Simon Hadfield Aston Martin number 1. 13th was the James Cottingham Ollie Bryant Tajiro Jag number 16. 14th, number 3, which was Keith Fell and Stephen Bond Maserati 250 SI. In 15th place, I just lost the screen, but there's our winners down on the podium as such. Shame for Mazoub, out of fuel that last lap, I suspect, and that's dropped them from 6th to 11th. And down with our race winners for the first time this weekend, Henry Hope Frost.
Thanks, Marcus. A wonderful start to the meeting, the Sussex Trophy into the dusk. Our 3rd place finishers, the car started by Alistair McCaig. Good fun out there, I imagine, Alistair?
Yeah, it was fantastic. It's the first time I've driven this car, so we managed to get off the line well. John Minshaw just pipped me into the first corner, but managed to keep going and manage the tyres and handed it over to Andrew in 3rd place. So he did a very good job.
Safety car have any bearing on it?
I think it closed the pack back up again and made a good race of it to the end.
Andrew, you took over the car and brought it home 3rd. You were getting oil in the face or something, you said?
Yeah, no, we had a bit of extra oil coming out the catch tank, and it was coming into the footwell, so my eyes are a bit fuzzy.
You look like you need a beer.
Yeah, and one of those cigars, I think.
Good stuff, well done. Alistair McCaig and Andrew Smith, 3rd place in the Lister Chevrolet. I will move straight across and talk to our runners-up. 3rd place crew getting their garlands and their cigars. Nick, 2nd place. You kind of dropped back towards early on. Any problems with the car?
Yeah, we did. We had a clutch issue this morning, and it carried on to the opening stint of my race, which is a shame, really. I think Bobby did a tremendous job to get 2 fastest laps, but it was getting worse and worse throughout the race, and it meant that we couldn't hold on to the lead pack. Safety car helped us a little bit and got us back in the race, but unfortunately, I think the clutch issue prevented Bobby getting the win today. But it was a good race anyway.
Bobby, I guess you were pleased when the safety car came out, but it wasn't quite enough for you.
No, but I mean, I thought that, you know, I had a good chase, I had a good try. As Nick says, we had a little bit of an issue with the car, which didn't seem to stop us going quite quickly, but, you know, it wasn't really enough, and I started making a few little mistakes towards the end, so, yeah, I wasn't going to catch him.
And Phil responded to you charging because he was setting PBs as well.
Was he? Okay, yeah, well, it's nice to know that I was pushing him.
Good stuff. Well done. Second place to Nick Leventis and Bobby Verden-Rowe in the Ferrari 2416. But our winners, Phil Keane and John Minshaw. John, you started, built up a great lead. A couple of moments in your stint.
Yeah. How do I explain that? I think a lack of talent, a loss of talent.
Very modest.
Well, no, I felt the brakes going on the front, and I sort of eased off probably a little bit too much, and at Woodcut just drifted slightly wide. Luckily, there's a little bit of tarmac there. Didn't panic, just brought it back on, and I don't think I lost much time at all, really.
Phil, you took it over, and I suppose when you saw the safety car board, you thought, uh-oh.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't make it easy, but, you know, John drove brilliantly and Nigel builds a great car at VMS, so, you know, I think we always had enough to respond to Bobby, so, you know, it was a good win.
And you and John drive together, of course, in modern racing, don't you, in British GT, so you know exactly what to expect from each other.
Yeah, definitely. You know, John's been getting better and better all year, and his driving is just improving all the time, so, you know, there'll be no need for me soon, will there?
It's your first win at the Revival, isn't it? A great way to start the meeting. Winners of the Sussex Trophy, well done, guys. Phil Keane and John Minshaw in the Jaguar engined Lister. Marcus, I'll throw back up to you.
Thank you very much, Henry. And wasn't that splendid? What a great race that was. And a superb start to the 2014 Revival. Well, just look now at the highlights from the first race we have had this weekend. Sussex Trophy World Championship Sports Cars, Production of Sports Racing Cars of a type race between 1955 and 1960. Great scenes out on the grid with the Hancock brothers down there chatting away. John Felix drops the Union flag. We saw Joe Twyman make a very smart start up the grass on the right hand side, but he was battling with the other Lotus 15. He got ahead of Ewan McIntyre in there, but had this phalanx of listers spreading out through Ford Water on the first lap. It all got very dramatic, and see Gary Pearson making a place on Nick Leventis there into Madgwick. Car 21, Gary Pearson. And we've got side by side through Woodcut. Superb as Pearson comes past Hancock, leaving Hancock to the mercy of Ewan McIntyre in the little 2-litre Lotus, beautifully turned out by Mark Lewis and his team up in Buckingham. Mark developing as a driver very rapidly as well, but this is Ewan's car, and this is Ewan driving it today. Goes past inside a grassy moment for the 18 McCaig car, and that let Gary Pearson come through down the inside boldly into Lavant. Gary Pearson knows this car and this circuit very, very well, and doesn't leave mistakes unpunished. Well, the 23 Minshaw team looking really good out front. Another moment there for the 18 car. That was McCaig. Minshaw stopped in the Demon Twigs overalls, and he puts young Phil Keane into bat in the 23. Unfortunately, that was a hefty prang for Roberto Giordinelli in the Dean Van Lijn special to Stewart, but fortunately he's walked out. Maybe a sore wrist from the wheels spinning round, but safety car resulted, brought the pack back together. Andrew Smith now in the 18 Lister Chev, going past Chris Ward there. Chris Harris really getting stuck into this battle with Julian Mazoub and John Pearson in 21 by this stage. Julian Mazoub saddler started by Duncan Ricketts, and a bit of a hop over the curves, and the door comes open for Chris Ward, just calmly pops his hand out, retrieves it. Yeah, Chris Harris down the grass, going round the David Franklin Maserati, giving a bit of a chop coming through. And then 23 comes through then. Phil Keane converts John Minshaw's opening stint to victory in this, the Sussex Trophy. Well, what a fantastic day we've had here, the Friday of the Revival. We've got more racing coming up in the morning from 10 o'clock, but gates open at 7:30. Terrific racing, terrific atmosphere, wonderful weather, We look forward to rejoining you in the morning for the Saturday full racing day here at Goodwood at the 17th Revival meeting. Good night to you all, safe journey home, thanks to our marshals, and we look forward to rejoining you in the morning.